39 minutes late. Technically, probably closer to 40 minutes late. So my bad about that, guys. I normally don't do these lives on a regular. However, I decided to go live, but I mismanaged my time. I thought I'd be home sooner than I was. And here we are, 40 minutes late right now on the dot. So like I said, closer to 40 minutes than 39, even though it was 39 and some change. My bad again. Now, we're here to talk about steroids or PEDs in boxing. Now, before I get into any of that, I want to talk about this, and I don't know if it's true, but if it is hilarious to me because I've never heard anything like this, never heard the such. Oh, we just had a whole bunch of stuff pop up. Okay, hold on. What's going on, AJ? What's going on, Prodigal? Merry Christmas back at you. Merry Christmas, AJ, and to both y'all. A Happy New Year, because that is coming up next. I'm going to drop the link so y'all can jump on. So before I get into this craziness that I heard over on another channel, of course, I will state that channel's name. This is allegedly, because I looked it up online. I couldn't find any articles on it, so I don't know where he got this source from, but I found it hilarious if it is true. I say if it is true. Mark my words, if it is true. So Conor Ben, who got caught for the clomiphene, a.k.a. the Clomid, a.k.a. the post-cycle therapy, okay? This dude, supposedly, allegedly, like I said, I cannot verify it, is claiming that he popped top because he ate too much hoo-ha. He ate his girl's box, and he got the Clomid from the juice. Somehow he ingested the juice, and the Clomid was there, and that's why he popped hot. So that's right. He popped hot for eating the box. I've never heard no stuff like that. When are they going to bring in a biologist or a chemist to speak on this nonsense? When is boxing going to stop? Because if this dude legitimately comes out and says, I popped hot because I ate the box, the hoo-ha, the poo nanny, and gets away with it, bruh, boxing just needs to stop all drug testing. It just needs to stop. Because that is ridiculous. I've never heard of such a thing. There's a such thing as half-life. There's a such thing as ingestion. There's a such thing as metabolites that break down the substance inside of your body, and the idea that it goes all the way through to her juices of the deep valleys and cleanses him. It gets him more muscle than he's ever had before for eating the box. I'm going to say every fighter out there needs to start buying that juice from his girlfriend, because that juice right there is potent. That juice is so strong that you're going to turn into a whole nother 2 weight classes above where you fight. Because that's what it did for him. It brought him up 2 weight classes. So, if it is true, it is ridiculous. It reminds me of something. I tried looking this up, and I'm not the best at remembering all these cases, but there was some female that got popped for PEDs, and said she got it from sucking the meat. Them little swimming men. She digested it, and that's why she popped top for the PEDs. She popped top for, again, I couldn't find the article, but I remember it a year or two ago, maybe 3, maybe 4 at the most. But that's what she claimed, and she got away with it. So if she got away with sucking on the meat, maybe he gets away for eating the box. I don't know, but the shit's ridiculous. And again, if he gets away with this, testing just needs to stop because there's no punishment. They don't care. What's going on, AJ? What's going on, Prodigal?
Welcome. What up, gentlemen?
What's going on, brother?
How y'all doing?
What's up, man? What's good with you?
Shit, about to hit this bench press. That's about it. What about y'all?
Oh, just chilling, man. Just got a short nap in. About to cook up some din in a minute. But anyway, it's funny the subject matter of the video because Tony, because I've been wanting to ask. I mean, you're on PEDs, so you know it makes sense.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm an avid box eater. You know what I mean? I'm not on anything.
That box butyrol is something else, man. Gee whiz.
So it makes sense. It makes sense. But besides, the box is overrated. I thought, like, you know, what's funny? Like the first time I did, is like, I'm like, wait a minute. My friends lied to me. This don't taste like chicken. But nah, Conor Ben is a dumbass if he said some shit like that for real. I mean, like, I mean, I hope it is true because, like, if it is true, dude, he's gonna get buried even worse than he already is now. You know what I mean?
I
Ye-
mean, from what Eddie heard, I did hear Eddie Hearn say this. He has 273 pages that will clear him, exonerate him. So that must mean he thinks the boxing 273 pages.
Hey, Prodigal, can you fix that echo?
What's that?
Echoing a lot. Getting a lot of
My
feedback.
bad, brother. I don't know why I'm using my phone. I think when my using my phone, I don't know why it just keeps echoing. I'm sorry about that. I'll just mute myself.
Okay, for sure.
No, you're good, Prodigal. But all I was saying, if you didn't hear me, AJ, was I was saying that I did hear Eddie Hearn say that Conor Ben has 273 pages that will exonerate him. So I'm assuming that if this news is true, that means he must have ate the box on 273 different occasions.
Oh God. Oh God. But have you heard the other rumor about Eddie that's kind of blowing up today?
No, I have not. Who is in the background? Hey, Jimmy, you have no mic, no cam. Okay, I see a pit. I believe I've let this dude on before. I recognize the White Ranger. I don't know if me and this dude get
Because
along.
I know Jimmy too. I wonder if it's the one I'm thinking of.
Here we go. I'm thinking it's a Brit or
Yeah. It's British dude. Yeah, Jimmy the Brit. Jimmy.
Yo, what's good, lads?
Oh yeah, it is him. It is. Yeah, it's
it
Coach.
is.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Bishop. It's the Brit Jimmy. Hey, what's going on, man?
I'm good, bro. You guys talking about PEDs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, man. I've got a bit of a different take. I think most top-level athletes take drugs, whether it's UFC, WWE, or boxing. So, I mean, with me, it's like I'm not really offended by it. Like, as long as it's an even playing field. So, I feel like drug testing should be banned, like taken out, and fuck it, man. Just let everyone roid up and go at it.
So I agree and disagree with you at the same time. Here's my thing. I agree with you in the sense of PD testing should be thrown away if fighters are going to get away with excuses like this. If they're not going to get punished, if they're going to get a slap on the wrist like Canelo saying, "Oh, you got a 6-month ban," but yet he fights every 6 months at that time, then what is the point of testing them? Because what you're saying is, okay, if the premier fighters on top get caught, they're not going to get punished. But if a guy coming up from the ranks gets caught, like Gerald Miller, we're going to ban him for 2 years. We're going to ban him for 4 years. You know what I mean? If it's not going to be fair across the board, then get rid of it. However, in a combat sport, I say if they get caught one time, ban them for life.
Yeah. I mean, because like
bro,
it's not fair to the my bad, Jimmy. One sec. It's there's like everybody. I don't care who you are in the sport. Like it could even go beyond drug testing. It's like I don't care if you're a cash cow. I don't care if you bring in a lot of money. Boxers. I mean, whoever gets caught, they need to keep the same energy for everybody. Because what precedent or what warning are we setting if we're just going to let something like the cash cow get away with it scot free, but then punish others like a Jarrell Miller or just the guy like just other guys like that. You know what I mean?
See, my problem with that is I feel like sometimes certain fighters use it as a weapon. So, like, you had Oscar Valdez when he failed a drug test, the WBC cleared him and they let him fight on. But when Conor Ben failed the drug test, the fight was pulled apart. Same with Floyd Mayweather, right? He broke the drug testing rules by using excessive IV to either wash his system out of PEDs or use it as a masking agent, and he got a retroactive extension or exemption or something like that.
Yeah. You heard about that? Yeah.
Yeah, he was basically given a pass, right? So I feel like with me, I feel like just get rid of all of it, bro, because I feel like the system itself is just too flawed. There's too many loopholes. There's too many passes. Even when dudes get caught, they get given exemptions, and yeah, man, I just feel like this should be in it. Paulie Malignaggi, Mike Tyson, a lot of people from the industry have said most top level guys are on it. It is what it is, and at this stage you have to kind of be on it just to compete. It's not like you're not trying to gain an advantage over another athlete. You're just trying to compete on the same level. You're trying to even up the score at this stage, I think.
Yeah, because I can understand you, Jimmy, your rationale, like make it all make involve drugs, but like for instance, like I'd like a clean sport because no person should have any kind of edge to gain an advantage over anyone. I mean, but then like my thing is like, okay, if I find out that you were on something, like All right, I want a rematch, and I want to have what you were having. You know what I mean? Just to make it I mean, just I'm kind of half joking, but I'm half serious as well because it's like, you know, I'm off for clean sport, like I just mentioned. But if I find out you were doing something, okay, what were you on? I wanted to, so we could even out the playing field. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Yeah, I feel that way as well. And also,
Yeah.
just as a selfie boxing fan, and I know this sounds fucked up, but I feel like if they're on PEDs, especially like Povetkin, I mean, when that guy was on drugs, he was producing a lot of violent knockouts and
Yep.
a lot of
Joe.
entertaining fights. So I feel like, for me personally, I feel like the fights will be more savage. So, I mean, you know, they could be more entertaining for us, the fans. So.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, me, when it comes to me, I'm an acquired taste. I don't mind any fighting style. I mean, of course, I love knockouts and wars, but you know, I don't mind a sweet display to sweet science every now and then either. You know.
Yeah.
Real fast. Let me shift gears, go back to Prodigal because he didn't get to talk. He muted his mic. Prodigal, how do you feel about this? Do you believe if is what it said is true? Connor Box could pop for Coleman from ingesting his girl's juice from down under.
Bro, this is the most ludicrous. Well, you just said it right there, right? From down under. We forget he's Australian too, so that's exactly it. I have no idea. Like, I don't know what to say. It's like ridiculous, utter ridiculous. Like,
No, I will say this. I don't think I said his name, but where I heard that rumor from was over on Ultratech's channel. That's who I heard talking about it. I don't know if he was being facetious or if he was being for real. Because like I said, I tried Googling it, couldn't find it, but if it is true, to me, like you just said, Prodigal, that shit is ridiculous. How do you feel about the testing, though? Do you feel like it should be done? Do you feel like they should be banned? Do you feel like they shouldn't be tested at all at this point? How do you feel?
I know Eubank's about to eat the hell out of him. I know that's gonna happen. But I don't know. It's so weird. Like, how can you in good conscience go up to like UCAT or whoever with that type of explanation? It just makes no sense.
Exactly.
You know what? It would explain his dramatic increase in performances because Conor Ben was a guy that was struggling with journeyman. He went from that to
with the pay on that guy, right? Early on, that was a freaking war. He went through hell with the guy the first time.
Algieri, Formella, Vargas. He was destroying guys that were way better than the guys he was struggling with, guys that were ex-champions and sort of fringe contenders, and he was smoking them, icing them.
Every time I noticed, kind of like I started, you know, watching him from like every fight he had, he looked better, getting devastating knockouts. I mean, honestly, I didn't expect him to destroy Chris Van Heerden in 2 rounds the way he did. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
Algieri.
Of course, Algieri knocked him out cold in 4 rounds. Then he went the distance with Formella, but Formella fought a negative fight. And then he smoked Samuel Vargas in 1 round, who Virgil Ortiz went 7 with. You know what I mean? So now we got to like bring all his prior performances into question. You know what I mean? It's under a magnifying glass, you know?
I mean, not to compare them.
You also have to take into account, too, that not only was he destroying them, but whereas he wasn't doing it before, he started walking through them. His punch resistance went up through the roof as well.
Yeah. And I just attributed that to, you know, probably hard work in the gym or with Tony Sims. But now it's like, all right, bro, I got to wonder. You know what I'm saying? Was you on something during these fights too? Or what's going on? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he went from not being on the same, like, you know, people were saying like Boots and Virgil were a lot better than him as prospects. He went and he was struggling. He went from that to doing way better. He just blasted out Van Heerden, no issue. A guy that went a couple of rounds with Boots, and I think it was like a technical draw or whatever.
No contest Vargas, after the first round. Yeah,
Vargas went, I think it was 7 rounds with Virgil. This dude blasted him out in about 2. Chris Algieri
in 1 round, destroyed him in 1.
Yeah, I was like, fucking hell, bro. This guy looked like shredded as well. Whenever he'd be weighing, he looked like he was stronger, bigger. And I don't know, man. He always looked like he was kind of like a bit more angry as well in interviews.
Yeah, then he's destroying French contenders, former world champions. Mind you, they were past it at the time, but still former world champions nonetheless. I mean, nobody ever knocked out Chris Algieri like that before. So even Spence didn't do that to him when he fought him. And he was a lot younger at the time. So, yeah.
Van Heerden fought Spence as well, right?
He did, yeah. He stopped. He got stopped in 8, but he was on his feet, and he just, Spencer pretty much gave him a prolonged beating, and the ref just called the fight. But yeah, but he went out there with Nigel, and Nigel did him and just smashed him in 2. So, and I think prior to that, that was his only. How many times did he lost? I think he hadn't lost that many times. I mean, he had no contest with Boots. I know that. It ended after 1 round due to a cut. Then I think he lost on points and got stopped by Earl, and that was pretty much it.
He was like a good gatekeeper, I think, like a tough journeyman.
Yeah, French contender. So
yeah, he was brought in to give Ben more rounds. Eddie Hearn actually brought him in. He was a tough guy, experienced, to give Ben a couple of rounds, but Ben just ran right through him.
That didn't happen. He just steamrolled him.
And then he's jumping up to fucking middleweight. I mean,
well, he was until the fight was called off. So I had Eubank winning anyway. So I don't know about y'all, but yeah, I want Conor to win because I thought it would be funny to see Chris lose to a welterweight. So.
Oh, real fast side note. Prodigal. I took a picture of it. Look here. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
The hell's that?
Hold on.
Is that what I think it is?
What?
Oh, that's the COVID rush, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. I took a picture for you so you can see it.
How you doing on that, Tony? You good?
I'm good. I mean, I'm feeling a little sore when I shouldn't be, but other than that, I'm fine. No fever, no nothing. Got a little bit of a runny nose still, but that's about it.
Yeah. How many times you had it? 4 times?
What's that?
You had it 4 times?
Yeah, this is the 4th time.
Jesus.
Have you been vaccinated? Tony, you should try that. Have you been vaccinated?
Yeah, I had to because of my job.
Yeah, same with me. My job made me do it. And the shot made me sick. Go figure.
I never caught it. I never caught it before I was vaccinated. I was around several people with it. Never got it once until I was vaccinated.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But anyway, sorry. Let me circle back to that rumor that's going around on Twitter about Eddie. Apparently, he's piping Sky Nicholson.
Yep.
I don't believe that personally. We need more concrete. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. I don't know.
he's got money.
Not Ebony Bridges. I'm surprised.
That's what I said.
Bro, he's been come on, man. He's been piping Ebony Bridges for how many years? Like he'd take this bitch with him to like his private plane to fly to New York. Now, what the hell would they do in those 9 hours? What were they doing in those 9-hour flights? Look,
anybody who's got a private jet, everybody's got a private jet. Anything goes on up in the friendly skies, bro. I don't leave nothing to chance. You know what I'm saying? In those private jets.
I mean, like I said, he got money, power, and influence in boxing. So
you want to know something that's really fucked up? Isn't she a lesbian though?
Who?
That's what she was saying. Sky Nicholson.
Oh, I didn't know that. If she was, I was unaware of that.
I was on a stream with Carl. He's a guy from Australia. And I was talking. I was like, "Yeah, she's kind of cute." And he was like, "Nah, bro, she's into girls." I was like, "Okay." So apparently, he's been fucking a lesbian,
or somebody who's bi.
That could be true. That could not be true. That dude might have tried to talk to her. She turned him down, and then like that's what dudes just be like, "Oh, she like girls because she didn't like me." Nah, bro, you just ugly as fuck.
Yeah, you know what? I'll be honest, man. For me, it's not that surprising because I feel like poorer people than Eddie Hearn have been banging like models for years. So why is it a surprise for a guy that's a billionaire to do it? You know?
No, yeah, no. Like Jerry Springer had a saying. He said, "I may not have a lot of money, but I may not be very good looking, but I'm rich as shit."
Look at Coogan Cassius. Look at Coogan. He's doing real well right now.
Hello.
Well, look at fucking Hugh Hefner, bro. He was like a granddad, like fucking mummified and all that shit. Pushing 90, he had about 30 Playboy bunnies on his dick, man.
All them blonde girls.
Yeah.
She take my money. Well,
that's just the way it is, man. Just listen to Andrew Tate. That's all you got to do.
I keep hearing about this guy. I swear it's like
top G.
1%. Yo, he funny as shit. Like I don't take everything he says. I don't like agree with everything he says, but the shit that he says is funny as hell. Like that dude will have you laughing for days.
Yeah.
But I want to say this though about PD usage, especially when it comes to steroids. And I'm gonna say this only because I had a little back and forth about a month ago with another YouTuber, And I'm not gonna call out his name, but I'm gonna say this.
Can you put it in the chat?
When somebody goes from the size of my pinky, right? When they go from a twig, and the first thing you notice on this individual as they start to put on weight is shoulders, traps, and buys. That is a telltale sign of steroid use, because everything you do requires your traps, shoulders, and buys. And being that steroids is like a sensu being, your insta healing, you can work out 2, 3, 4 times a day, not one, but multiple times, your muscles instantly repairing, you can get away with it. And that is why when people go from a twig and you first start seeing shoulders, buys, traps, outsizing the rest of their body, you know what they're on.
Thank you. That's good to know.
They call it the 3D effect. If your shoulders and your chops and stuff look like it's like 3D, that's the effect that you get from steroid use.
Yeah, Tony, I want to ask you a question. Like, in your opinion, do you think Canelo may, like, because in my opinion, I think maybe he might be on drugs. Like, I think most top guys are. Do you think he's off them now? Because it's not just the Bivol fight. I noticed that his performance slipped a little. It was a Triple G fight as well.
Yeah, Canelo to me does it. Before he got caught on clenbuterol, he was looking damn near unstoppable. After he got caught on it, he stayed good for a while, but you slowly started to see his performance go down. And like you said, over his last 2 fights, he's getting exhausted. He's getting tired. He doesn't look as quick. He doesn't look as powerful with his punches. Like, he just looks like a lesser version of himself, and he's not that old. So while he did start young, he's still physically young, and his body shouldn't be deteriorating like it is unless, like you said,
I think because Tony, like, even though he's like, Tony, even though he's young, like, he's around like prior age. It's like he's had like almost 70 fights, the training camps, everything he's done. 32, yeah, that's it. So yeah, I mean, I honestly, I don't see him boxing in too much longer, if I'm being honest. I mean, like, I can only see him maybe fighting maybe 3 to 4 more times, maybe, before he finally starts to really show his age, so to speak. Because go ahead.
Yeah, my thing with Canelo is this year. I think the Bivol fight, I thought, okay, look, maybe it was because he was too big and it was a really bad style, the defensive sort of mover, quick as well. And I think Bivol is a great fighter. With the Triple G thing, I thought, okay, now he's looking bad again. And Triple G wasn't really putting up too much resistance. And even then, Caleb Plant as well, bro. Like, even though he won the fight by knockout, there were moments in the middle of the fight where he kind of looked a little off.
Well, that was Caleb's style. I mean, Canelo's always struggled with pure boxers. So that's down to that. I mean, like, early on, yeah, Caleb was giving him issues. Then in the mid rounds, Canelo started to find his timing, his rhythm, get into applied pressure, and just started to break Caleb down till he knocked him out. I mean, but I think that was just due to Caleb, the nuances of Caleb's style, giving him issues.
But he never tired in that fight.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Go ahead.
I said it might be injuries, You said apparently he had a damaged hand. He's having issues with his knee. Maybe he can't train at the high intensities or do the kind of plyometrics or explosive training that he used to do. Maybe it's just he's only trained in half tank.
But if you remember, that kind of was old Canelo. Remember old Canelo, like I'm talking about when he was still a 154-pounder, you always knew he would get tired around the 7th or 8th round. He was known to be, like, in the second half to have, like, trouble.
Right, and that was my point, Prodigal. You saw him where he was at, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he peaked. And then he got caught. And then he did good for a while, but then it started to go down.
Now it's declining, yeah.
And that's for
the Bivol fight, he said, like, oh, yeah, I was on a vegan diet, but now he wasn't looking good in the Triple G fight as well. This is why, fellas, hey, man, if he fights John Ryder next summer, don't be surprised if he upsets the apple cart.
I think John Ryder's on really good form, with the fights with Callum Smith, Danny Jacobs, and Zach Parker.
Yep.
He's done a good run,
And Ryder's just the right size, too. They have, like, a similar dimensions. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ryder, actually
if he pulled it
does well.
Yeah, or if he actually...
You got to understand, too, Ryder beat Smith, in my opinion. He beat him. So Canelo should have been fighting him instead of Smith, in my opinion.
Well, he's going to get his chance now, hopefully, next year or next summer.
is Canelo's mandatory as well because he beat. He's actually the underdog against Zach Parker. I thought Zach Parker was going to win.
A lot of people did. I mean, but but there were very few I know who was picking Ryder. I mean, he was more proven. I mean, but a lot of people had Zach Parker. That was a shock. That was a shock.
This is my issue with people like Zach Parker, right? I never saw him fight. Didn't know nothing about him. I just knew that he was going to fight Andrade, right? That's all I knew.
Right.
People said Andrade was scared of him, even though 2 weeks prior to him fighting Zach Parker, the WBA, I believe it was, WBA, WBO, they came out and stated that, oh, you're no longer a mandatory for Canelo. You got to wait 14 months after the fight happens. Then all of a sudden he got injured. And then the fight never happened. But my point is this. Andrade, while he may not have been in there with the best of competitions, he's battle tested. Over 30 fights, battle tested. Zach Parker, virtual nobody, supposedly this good, and then his first real fight, he quits.
This is Tony. This is what I was saying. It's like, bro, you should have fought this man. I mean, if not that, you either should have fought Ryder. I'm sorry, you should have fought Parker or Yannick. Either one, right, because they both look like shit. Zach Parker just lost. He quit. Then Yannick looked like shit against Denzel Bentley.
And that's the thing. Zanabek's not tested. Just like what's his name? Beck the Bully was not tested. He got in there with Rosario and got his ass knocked the fuck out.
Bingo. Boom. Boom.
When people start comparing guys with no records, no wins to guys with records and say those guys are dodging them, are we a little early to point the finger and place the blame?
Now, when Beck versus Gabe happened, I actually didn't pick a winner for that fight. I gave it 50-50 because, like, Gabe's a spoiler. He could show up. And, but then Beck was on his, like, little run, too, as well. And I just thought, hey, he might get me. But then I didn't pick a winner. I said, I'll give it 50-50. I'll see what happens. And Gabe sparks his ass. You know what I'm saying?
Sparks him. Sleeps his ass.
Knockout of the year for last year, Ring Magazine.
Yeah, I think Ryder's going to give him a fight. He's going to come game. No, mate, I think Ryder's going to give him a good fight. He's going to come game. I think he'll be in London, and he's in really good form. I think he's peaking as a fighter.
I think he's got a chance. He's got a chance. He's got a chance. He really does. He's going to show up for this. He's not going to waste this opportunity. He won't. You know what I mean?
Although, to be fair to Canelo, he said he's taking time off to clean up his injuries, rest, and come back.
He said he's going to come back. Come back in May next year. So
he might come roid. I hope he gets back in the roids.
Go, Tony.
I said, you know what happens while you're injured?
Go ahead.
There's no testing.
Yeah, that's true.
Hello.
Do you think that's what's going on with Charlo as well?
I would say probably not, because he actually came out with the medical documents to show that his hand was broken.
Yes, he showed photos too as well.
So yeah, I would say probably not. But again, when you're not fighting, you're not being tested.
Should Tim Tszyu fight Tony Harrison?
I think so. That's not bad. Not a bad choice.
No, I don't want him to fight Tony Harrison. I'll tell you who I want him to fight. I think Bud Crawford, as the super champion, should petition to fight Tim Tszyu for the vacant interim title, right? So if Bud beats Tim, he becomes the interim champion and gets a direct shot at Jamal Charlo for the unified titles.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's happen.
He's not going to leave 147, I'm telling
you. No.
Yeah, but I feel like, we've been waiting half a decade for the EJ fight, and think
about it. We've been waiting this long for Spence. You think he's going to get a crack at Charlo or the middleweight pitcher? Nah, that's not.
Well, the thing is with Bud, he's the WBO champion. That is the only belt where if you're the champion, you can by default be the mandatory of the champion above you. If you move up, you get to fight them next. Yes. So it wouldn't matter with Tim Tszyu what position he's in. If Bud said today, I'm moving up, they would push him back. Well, maybe they couldn't now because the contract had been signed, but had he done it before, he would have trumped that mandatory. So he doesn't really need to fight Tim Tszyu to fight the winner out of that fight.
He can get a crack at he can get a direct crack at Jamel anyway. So
right.
No, he can't. He can't. I'll tell you why. And you guys are right. You're half right, because I thought the same as well. That if he moved up, he could get shot. The problem is if the WBO call a mandatory, Bud can move up, but then he'll become the next mandatory after Tim. Because once they've named him the mandatory, once he clears that, then Bud would have to wait 18 months until Charlo's next WBO mandatory is called, right? Because of the unification rotor system, right?
No. When a WBO champion moves up and challenges the next higher up champion, they have to fight them next after they move up. It's not really considered like a mandatory where you work your way through the ranks to get that mandatory slot. It's like a gray area. They're allowed to move up and be the next in line. They trump everybody.
Because like they because does Bud have super status at welterweight by this point?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
He does. Okay, so he can move up. Okay, cool, got it.
But what happened to Tim though? Because Tim's already been instated as the mandatory.
I mean, that's what I'm just that's how you just explain. So like, Bud, if he wanted to move up, he could just knock off Tim and fight Jamel, and Tim has to wait.
That's not Tim and Bud. Why does the WBO order Tim and Bud to fight for the interim title? Right? From what I've known, the interim belt is worth more than just the mandatory position, right? Because as the interim champion, you can, I think, demand more money or have more negotiating power or whatever. Like it's worth more than just the mandatory. Yep.
Hey, well, Joe Joyce is the interim champion right now for Usyk, and John Ryder's the interim champion for the WBO for Canelo. So it's like, you know. Now I know that gives them. See, I'm just confused by this shit. Okay, so because I know interim titleists, that gives them a segue to challenge for the full belt. So does that make them mandatory? Or
it's more than mandatory.
What's going on?
What happens is usually if you're the interim champion, in the event that the champion does not, fight you or vacates the title, you're automatically the champion.
Yeah. Got you. That's what happened to Devin, and that's what happened to a lot of WBC champs. I noticed too. Well.
And Janabek, because when Andrade moved up, he became.
Yeah. There you go. Yep, him too. Yeah, Janabek. Yeah, WBO. So it can happen to any sanctioned body champ effectively. I think it can happen to some IBF champs.
That should be Adames, because freaking Charlo. I'm talking about Big Charlo.
Jamal's not gonna fight him. I don't think he's gonna fight him.
It's Eubank, right? Eubank Jr., Liam Smith. They're fighting in a WBC eliminator. So I think the winner of that.
Oh, that's the WBC eliminator.
Yeah. WBC eliminator. And the winner of that.
It should be WBO because it makes more sense because he's higher rated with the WBO. Well, actually, he's number 2 with the WBO as well. So, because I don't know, that's so strange. So they officially called it a WBC eliminator for Smith Eubank.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it was announced during the Sky
interesting
media thing. And Mauricio Sullivan confirmed it as well. So I think the winner of that will become the number 1 contender for the interim belt. So I guess if Charlo drops it,
depends what kind of eliminator it is. I mean, is it a final eliminator or a title eliminator? Like, what is it? Just an eliminator of sorts, or
who the WB? The 168.
We don't talk about the Liam Smith or Eubank fight. Yeah, 160.
Hell, I don't know.
So what does that mean for Jaime? Because Jaime's number 1 for the WBC.
The only reason why I was turned off from that fight is y'all know that's the reason why the Jack Catterall and Josh Taylor fight got pushed back is because of that fight, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because Jimmy might know because I heard both of those are pay-per-views over there, right?
Yeah, so both of the fights are pay-per-view. So
they was
biggest star then.
So I guess they was like kind of close, like 2 weeks apart at first, and I guess they didn't want to have 2 pay-per-views like back to back that close, so they prioritize this bout ahead of that one. Which
in the UK, Eubank is probably 5 times bigger than Josh Taylor.
But it's a title fight, though. Josh Taylor in a title fight. That
he's a Scot man. He's a Scotch man.
No, it's not that. It's just
a rematch, but it's still for undisputed.
No, I'm just joking. I'm
Josh
joking.
Taylor don't got all the belts no more. Josh Taylor only got
one. No, you're right. He just has one. My bad. Yeah, that's true. I forgot.
Oh, he's got 2 though. No, he's got the ring.
Oh yeah.
He's got the ring in WBO, but technically
he's still winning. Yeah.
You're right. That's his world title fight. For the lineal
I would rather see Eubank fight just because I like Eubank. I like him.
Not a lot of people do.
Head ass nigga, Tony.
I'm telling you, bro. The ticket sales will be like the pay-per-views will be double for the Eubank Liam Smith fight compared to Jack. Yeah,
shit, they missed them and they prioritize that shit ahead of it. Like that's obvious. Obviously, what it has to be. If they prioritize their jump,
50%, baby, 50%.
50%. He's on.
Tony, I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's like I low key became a Eubank fan during the build up to the Conor Benford. Like, oh, this dude is fucking hilarious.
Bro,
Like-
I'm telling you, this guy's a future superstar
Yo,
in the UK.
Agent, I need you to go over to another YouTube channel, right? It's called Knockout TV, okay?
Okay.
Go over there. Me and him debated. I lost the debate as far as the panel was concerned. As far as everybody listening, I won the fucking debate. Like, dominated. So take that for what it is. The judges said I lost. Everybody listening said I won. Just listen to that debate. I love Eubank. Eubank.
What was it about?
Dude.
Was the debate just about him, or?
Yeah, it was about Conor Ben Eubank.
Oh, okay. Who's gonna win, or?
No, who was gonna win? Who was gonna get out of their father's shadow? And I forget the third question.
I mean, let me ask you. I mean, well, Jimmy probably heard me speak of this, but in case he has, I mean, like, I got an opinion about Eubank. It seems to me that he just boxes for like a leisurely activity. He doesn't have to do it, but it seems to me he just does it as like, I could do this as like a daredevil type thing. Do y'all agree with that?
Nah,
I don't think so, bro.
No,
I don't think so. I think he actually loves the sport. I think he's been inactive recently because the Ben fight fell apart and because his brother died as well a couple of months ago. So that's why he had to take some time off. But bro, it's tough in the middleweight division though, because it's like you were saying on the panel. The middleweight division isn't that deep, bro. There's not really any apart from Golovkin. Like, there's not really any like big fights there.
call me crazy. I think he has a chance.
it's low key ass.
It's also promotional. It's also the promotional, disputes because you got one belt over at Top Rank, and then the rest of the belts are at PBC. Well, I mean not PBC. Then one was with DAZN when Golovkin was with DAZN, but now he's tied up into two mandatories. So he has to fight Falcao for the IBF, and then he has to fight Lara if he beats Falcao again. So it's two mandatories. So he's gonna have to wait.
The zone had 3 titles because Triple G just unified, and then Demetrius Andrade had one, and Danny Jacobs had one.
Yannick's got it. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's just
like now, but I mean, like they did though, and they didn't make none of them fights. I mean, Danny Jacobs and Triple G fought, and then he unified with Murata, but I don't want to see that shit, motherfucker. Ain't none of them motherfuckers fight Demetrius Andrade, which like just fighting in that division period. I think that the lack of motherfuckers not fighting.
He Triple G did duck Demetrius. He could have fought him. He could have. I would say that.
So I feel like the middle division, there's not really anything up in there. Like, I feel like with Eubank, unless he gets a Golovkin fight, which is the big fight because he's got the belts or whatever.
Eubank's path to a championship title would be him fighting Janibek. I think that would be his best chance.
I think that's
that'll be cool. That'll be cool.
I can't even take this name serious. This a troll right here.
Oh shit.
Everybody troll, it's the opposite.
But yeah, I mean, out of all the champs currently, I think Eubank has the best chance against Janibek. He's still green, and I'll give it. I don't know. I'd probably edge him.
You beat the fuck out Charlo, bro. Jamal Charlo hasn't fought in 2 years, and apparently he's got a busted back.
I give Munguia the best shot.
Yeah, beating who?
No, Munguia trash. Don't do it. Don't say it.
Munguia already canceled the fight. He had a chance to fight.
I know, bro. But at the end of the day, like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I ain't seen enough of none of them fools, bro. We talking about recent times, bro. That's why I do not like that weight division, bro. Like, I don't like them or heavyweight. I don't like heavyweight either. You know what I mean?
Janibek just went the distance with the guy in Bentley. This guy Bentley, right? And shout out to Bentley because he did the UK proud. But my thing is this though. I feel like, come on, Felix Cash blasted out Denzel Bentley in 3 rounds. Felix Cash is a British level fighter, bro, and he's not even that good.
Felix Cash, he been looking ass lately. I'm not gonna lie. Felix Cash, he kind of has.
He doesn't live the life. He don't live the life.
If Munguia can take his shot, he on Janibek ass, and that's facts. That's facts. You have to pull him off there, boy.
What's up with Charlo though, bro? He hasn't fought in 2 years.
But McGee just turned down the title shot.
Man, I mean, shit. I don't. Hey, I can't speak on that. I'm just speaking on what I think. What happened out of that fight?
No, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'm telling you right now, Munguia is a little Zerto. The minute he fights anybody, he's going to get exposed and he's going to get beat up bad.
Tony. He already was exposed. He already was exposed by
He
Jimmy
already
Kelly
got
for 4 rounds.
exposed. Yeah,
Y'all
he
remember
got
that?
I don't think
exposed.
Johnny Beck is that guy.
He won. He ultimately won the fight.
No. He got him. But dude, he made his ass look silly for 4 rounds before he
Yeah,
finally got him.
yeah. That's facts. That's facts.
Jimmy fucking Kelly. I'm like, bruh.
That's
Who is this dude? Where'd he come from? This shit is funny as fuck.
I done seen him lay some motherfuckers on his ass, and I done seen him take a mean ass shot too. Mean shots with an S on that motherfucker. I done seen him take some.
No, I agree with you.
That
He
last
hasn't
start
been in a tough fight
Hey,
since Liam Smith.
Yeah, he ain't. He the most active motherfucker at 160 though.
The last start of boxing,
What
I don't
time did he
understand you're wrong about Miguel. It's like I'd like to see him and Yannick fight, but he walked away from his title shot. So
Twice.
I don't think like don't take what I don't think that highly of him because I don't think super highly of Zonabek. Like you know, I think motherfuckers is not like trying to fight him. You know, Munguia actually turned down 2 times against Zonabek, but regardless of that fact, I still think like just stylistically. You know, Zonabek got a chance of whipping his ass up, but I think that's still a tough fight because Munguia got a chin. And he gonna keep coming. You know,
50-50. 50-50.
Yeah. Just only because Munguia is the most active motherfucker at that division. Like, dude fighting like 2-3 times a year.
Look, but lost. Quality over quantity. Canelo found that out when he got in there with Mayweather. Zerto found that out when he got in there with Beeble. Munguia's gonna find that out the minute he fights somebody decent.
No, my bad. Go ahead, go, Jim.
No, bro, I was gonna say you could say the same about Johnny Beck. I mean, I know people criticize Munguia, but I mean, surely if his resume is not that great, who is Johnny Beck to compare him to, though? Is it Johnny or Johnny?
Yeah,
I think he's very similar. He reminds me very similar to Murata because Murata was kind of like that for a bit too when he was a WBA champion. Because remember, he fought Hassan Ndam and Jikim. So, you know, that and Jikim is kind of considered like a gatekeeper, right? So, and then Rob Brandt. And Rob Brandt's actually pretty good. He's a pretty good fighter. So I think those were 2 solid wins that he had with Janibek.
Those are his best wins. I'd agree with that.
Who's best wins?
Yannick beating Hassan Adam and Rob Brandt, probably his best wins on his resume.
Yeah, but bro, I mean, those really aren't highlight wins, though. You got 2 guys that are probably shot.
I mean, I'm talking about just out of everybody he's fought on his resume, those are probably his best, like his 2 best. I mean, I know they were probably past the check. But.
Yeah, hey, but tell me this: how long he been a pro?
Fuck, when did he turn pro? 2017.
He's only got 4 fights, I think.
He's only had like 12 fights, and when did he turn pro? It hasn't been for long, but yeah.
How long he been pro? I think he been pro for a long ass time.
Who you talking about? Eddie Beck?
Yeah.
It hasn't been that long. I swear it hasn't. Let me see.
He doesn't have that many fights.
No, I gotta put that shit up. Somebody find out. Let me see. Anyway.
I say 5, maybe 6 years.
Probably tops, yeah. Probably 2016, 17 he turned pro, maybe.
I'm about to see right now.
Yeah, check, yeah.
Like I said, I say 5, 6. 6 max.
You said 6 max? Hell no. That motherfucker been a pro since oh, okay, I'm tripping. I was about to say, but I was tripping. I thought that said
how long?
I thought that said 2009. He been a pro since 2017.
Oh, 5 years.
Okay, 5 years.
Oh, yeah, 5 years.
5 years. I was right. That's what I thought. He ain't got that many fights.
That's not too bad.
But he's one of them guys that ran up his amateur record, like a lot of them Eastern European.
Yeah. He's one of those. He's one of those decorated amateurs. So yeah. So
how am I a troll? Tattooed juice head Tony. He says, "I don't believe there's any 6s on his tattoo."
Oh shit, Tony, you might have a bot in the chat, some sex thing. So.
I know, but I can't. I'm on StreamYard. I can't delete it.
Oh shit!
You gotta give me a wrench. You gotta wrench me up and I'll do it. I'm on my shit right now.
Yeah, Tony, give us wrenches, man. Give us wrenches.
I don't know if I can do it on StreamYard. I can't.
Oh no, yeah, you gotta pull it up. You gotta pull it up in
YouTube. Yeah, you
All
go.
right. Y'all gonna make me work. Hold on. Y'all gonna make me work.
Let me ask y'all this: Who y'all did y'all think that Yanni Beck was gonna knock out Denzel?
Johnny Beck.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Top rank, dude. Hey, they got a decent promotion, man. Hey, you just scroll through, look at they motherfucker.
I love the cards. I love the cards next to match.
Nah, I mean like promoting like Zonabek. He coming through like the shit they put up there of him when I'm sliding through. You know, even though they only promote about a month out, you know, shit, them little high. I'll be like, oh shit. Okay, Zonabek out here stretching motherfuckers, they leg twitching. I seen him fight a couple times. Like I seen him fight
what he did to Danny Dignam.
That last dude, and I seen him stop when he stopped the. I want to say dude was African or something.
the one I know what you're talking about.
The black dude with the braids.
Yeah, the one on Bud's undercard, right? When he fought Porter. I know
dude, Hassan. Yeah, Hassan. Yeah. Yeah, I seen him stop dude. He put a beat on dude though. It was that shit was like okay, but man,
what's going on, sources?
I still like bro. Like they really got to mix it up, bro. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I gotta see some like activity.
What's up, Shout out to Bolt.
I gotta see some unifications and shit, man. Real talk.
I hear you. I mean,
what's going on, Bolt? I didn't even see Bolt. I freaking highlighted him and said sources. I thought they were both sources. What's going on, Bolt? How you doing? Welcome to the chat.
This is kind of, I feel like the middleweight division is very similar to the 90s middleweight division or / super middleweight division, where you would have a title and it would kind of just be like with whatever country. Like, for instance, like Eubank and Ben, they kind of held on to the WBO in the UK for a long time.
But that's when it wasn't legitimate. I mean, they wasn't recognized by the other sanctioning bodies.
No, it was WBC as well. Ben had the WBC. Eubank had the WBO. So Eubank had WBO, Ben had WBC.
Yeah, super middleweight at 168. I mean, but
don't forget hit the thumbs up.
Yeah, and then that shit. Yeah, I hit like on that shit. I like. I don't know, man. Yeah, James Tony. He wasn't disciplined enough. You had people moving. You had Gerald McCullum. See, I mean, they kind of mixed it up. They kind of mixed it up. James Tony was scared. They were scared of shit of him, but
I'm saying James Tony ducked. I feel like James Tony ducked Eubank Senior, bro.
Nah.
Hell nah.
Yeah, I don't think
hell no. That's
did anybody offer to make offer? That's what I'm saying. Because around that time, I remember when they was going at it. At 168, it was lit. These would have been great unifications. I mean, Tony had the IBF,
Bob
WBC, Eubank had the WBO, and Michael Nunn had the WBA, and those all would have been great fights, man. If they would have fought together.
And Bob Behrman, oh boy, and what's his name, Eddie Hearn pops, man. Them motherfuckers always work together. And shit.
Because James Tony, if anything, that man ducked no smoke, man. He fought everybody.
Yeah, I'm just
everybody.
He beat damn near everybody too. Yeah. Damn near.
Hell yeah. And
if it wasn't for a man named Roy Jones Jr., he would have reigned supreme for a long time.
Yep. Until Roy came along.
Roy was different, man. Roy is like that. You see that's kind of like, never mind, I ain't gonna say it. That's how I kinda maybe can see Boots, but bro, man.
No.
Oh no.
Rashidi is closer to Roy than Boots.
Nah.
Watch. Look, Rashidi called out Boots today. He called him out. Watch how bad he beats his ass.
I want to see that.
Me too. I mean, like, honestly, like on that January card, it should be Rashidi and Boots fighting, and as the co-main
headline.
Instead of Cameron, dude.
Headline, dog. They gotta be both of their first headlines. I don't know if Rashidi ever headlined before. I know.
Well, it's more of a co-main. I think it's more of a co-main because nobody really knows Rashidi. I mean, and has Boots headlined before? He has, right? He never has.
No, he has versus Chris Van Herden.
Yeah,
it was him versus Chris.
You're right.
Nah, that was a headline. You sure?
It was a headline show.
Yeah, it was. It was the main.
Yeah, because Brandon Lee was like the chief second because him and Boots are like cool.
During the pandemic.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that's
was
probably
gonna
why.
say
Probably why.
maybe. God damn, you see it. See, but that's crazy. He don't fought how many times since then? Like this is probably his third time fight since then. He ain't been. He just been on co-main events.
You know
But
what? For a guy like Boots,
it would have been a good. It would have been a good co-main addition to Davis, Garcia, Hector Garcia. Still, either way. So
I mean, Rashidi, not really. I mean, honestly, I think he got to get maybe a fight. This might be his fight. He come back. The first fight he had come back, he ain't even fight 30 seconds, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
He that good. He that good. 2 years out the ring, scowling, moving. Go to sleep.
Bro, dude was fucking. What was dude name he fought?
What?
I don't even remember.
Exactly.
But he beat Roca when Roca was undefeated, and we know Roca just beat the shit out of Blair to Flair. Woo! Cops. Wow.
Yeah, that was a good fight. He beat him. That was a good fight.
Yeah,
that pissed me off. Blair lost. When Blair lost, that pissed me off.
Why?
You on that boat? I saw you live earlier. I hit you a thumbs up. I didn't talk in the chat because I was driving.
Yeah, Rashidi, Rashidi, that power, he showed that power and shit, man. That's that. Him and Boots would be a good fight, bro. They need to set it up.
I'm telling you right now, Rashidi get in there with Bud next, he'll knock Bud the fuck out.
Cap.
Oh, come on.
Wait, who knock who out? Who?
I know raw talent when I see it.
Wow.
Tony, who'd you say he'll knock out? Who?
But he'll knock him the fuck out.
Oh, stop, bro. Come on.
Look. Bud is good. Bud is good by all means. But we have seen him stumble. We have seen him fumble. We have seen him hurt. Rashidi will hit him so many fucking times. I'm telling you.
Bro.
He's never experienced.
Okay, all right.
Bro, I'll tell you this. He would knock Alexis Rocha the fuck out, and Boots went, 10? I mean, not Boots, but Rashidi went fucking 10, 12 rounds with him. Like, nah, stop it.
Tony, you bugging, bro.
Stop.
Now you bugging.
We don't know. We don't know what he'll do to Rocha.
I know he'll knock Rocha out. And who think he won't? Who on this panel think not Boots, but Bud won't knock goddamn Rocha out, bro?
I think he'll knock him out. I think he will.
Fuck up. Yeah. Bud will knock the fuck up.
We'll sweep his ass.
Yeah. Be real, dog. Be real, bro.
Look, man.
Rocha will be knockout 11.
David Avedisian. We ain't talking about Mean Machine that this fucking tall. We ain't talking about these Sean Porter who this fucking tall. We talking about real welterweights. Nah, he ain't gonna do it. I'm telling you.
That's it. No, Tony. Mean Machine and Sean Porter are big dudes, though. The way, to be honest.
Do that, man.
If you're out there, hit up the panel. I'll give you your first YouTube interview because I believe in you. I think you're the best dude out there.
Just like, hey, Tony, just like Dylan White was going to knock out Tyson Fury.
No, that's different.
Yeah, just like that.
Hold on.
Just like that.
I've never made the claim, though, that Dillian can beat everybody in the division. I never made that claim.
But you said he knocked out Fury.
I thought he could. However, I didn't expect him to be hugging him before the fight either and laughing and joking with him.
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't expect him to get in there looking like he's been eating sub sandwiches every day of the week.
That's true. No, I'm just giving you. I'm just giving you a hard time, bro. I'm just giving you a hard time.
He ain't ready for that. I'll be honest.
Tony's the first Rashidi fan I've ever seen, bro. I've never seen anyone hype up Rashidi Ellis before. I mean,
like I think he's good. I like Rashidi too. I think he's good. I mean, I like Rashidi too. I think he's good. But the thing is, like, we still don't know how good. He's kind of like at Boots level, a little bit.
Look. I'll tell you this, AJ. I'll tell you this. I've been talking about Rashidi for like 4 years now. 4 years. If you go way back 4 years, just like I talked about Jermaine Franklin years ago, at least 5 years ago, saying he was a prospect and he just beat my boy Dillian White. He got fucking robbed.
Yeah.
I've been talking about Boots just about as long as you've been talking about Rashidi, and I've been knowing Rashidi then too. But man, bro, neither one of them ready. I mean,
Tony, does Rashidi beat Spence if he fought him next?
Yeah, he'll Spence.
Okay.
Like the thing is, Spence. I'll be honest with you, AJ. I believe Spence would last longer against Rashidi than Terrence would.
Okay.
Rashidi not hitting like that, bro. Rashidi ain't got pop like that, bro.
Bruh,
He don't got pop like that, bro.
look up his knockout record.
I done seen him fight and I done seen him knockouts. He ain't popping. He ain't popping.
Lost, my dude. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that I told everybody about Sean Porter. I told everybody for months and months and months that Terrence would knock him the fuck out. Because here's the thing.
I thought he was going to knock him out too.
You have punchers like Deontay Wilder, like AJ used to be, where they hit you one time, your system's shocked, you don't know what the fuck happened. Then you have guys who accumulate the damage and it doesn't stop. That's why I knew Porter was going to get beat, because he had never been hit that actively. He would get broken down. I know Terrence will get hit so much in that fucking fight, he's going to break down.
Rashidi not accurate like that. And if anybody's seen a Rashidi fight, that's probably my biggest thing about Rashidi is he is not accurate. He overshoot a lot of his shots. That's why he don't knock a lot of people out. He throw hooks, they be behind people's head and shit. He don't measure distance very well. You know, it's shit like that really matter in fights, bro. And you talk about somebody who measured distance very well, who one of the most accurate punchers in the game. On top of that, he a counter puncher. On top of that, he a switch hitter. Like, come on, man, stop it.
I mean, like, it's like he didn't stop Rocha, but he's gonna stop Bud. I just don't see it. I mean, I don't.
I feel like you guys are sleeping on.
Man, go watch any Rashidi fight, bro.
Hey, on top of that, Rocha was piecing Rashidi up in that fight too.
Mm-hmm.
Who else?
He won good rounds. At least 5 solid rounds in that. That was a close fight.
Who else is beat Rocha?
You could argue 5 rounds.
But who else has beat him? Bo?
No,
ain't nobody beat him.
Rashidi.
No, not Rashidi. Who else has beat Rocha?
Nobody.
Exactly.
Nobody. But
we talking about Rocha, though. I mean, if Rocha gets in there,
technically, because everybody else decide to go the other way, Rocha is actually in position to be Terrence Crawford's mandatory. So it'll be a knockout if they fight each other.
And niggas gonna be mad at them motherfuckers.
Well, I thought, what about Virgil? I thought Virgil.
Booth want to fight Earl.
Yeah, Virgil went to go fight for the WBA.
Oh yeah.
Regular,
that's
so
right.
He's removed.
That's right. Yeah.
No, I'm saying Virgil. I think
Virgil knocks out Rocha. They fight. Shit.
Hell nah.
Man, Virgil got Stanionis problems, but I think he's gonna beat him in a probably a unanimous decision.
I think he'll beat Stanionis too.
It could be split, but I'm gonna say unanimous.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I am disappointed in Virgil though when he went the route with Stanionis, because I was kind of cool with like EJ and Bud not fighting. I like Bud could fight a young guy like Virgil who's got a lot of hype, who's undefeated, and but
I like that.
Virgil don't want that smoke.
Oscar don't want it.
I think if I'm looking at champions, bro, that's who I'm gonna pick, bro. Like that's who I'm gonna pick. You know, at the end of the day, bro, I ain't mad at it, bro. He got 3 belts, bro. The odds are you're gonna have more people looking for you because you got more belts, bro. You got 3 of them Jones. Like shit.
Yeah, but bro, also I think. Yeah, but Q, I think there's also another factor. I think they see Errol's sweet. He's getting hurt by guys like Ugas who can't bust the grape. He's getting flipped out of more cars than he is averaging fights per year. I mean, the kissing on Yellow Beezy, that's a story in itself. I think the team is sweet, bro.
I mean, did anybody see him at the Frank Martin fight? He looked like he's throwing down. Did anybody see him at the Frank? He looked like he's been throwing down double whoppers. I mean, for God's sakes, dude, it's like shit.
He got money, man. He eating at steakhouses, man. I don't know what you talking about, man.
He's eating real well, man. My man looked like he was pregnant.
Surf and turf.
Steakhouses, whoppers, filet mignon.
Expense, man.
Yeah, do y'all think these guys are like staging accidents?
I ain't falling into that.
Hey, real fast, guys, real fast. I'm gonna go to the background so Actual can get on with y'all, and I'm gonna continue this workout just so we can have somebody else on. Let's.
Tone, thank you, man. What up, fellas? What's going on, man?
What up, Actual?
Actual facts. What's popping?
Shit,
Man,
man. Chilling,
but I
bro.
don't know if they staging all them fights and shit. But if they is, bro, like it is what it is, bro. If you doing all that, not to fight one man, bro, like
I can believe it.
man, I guess, bro. Like I ain't
Some
really
people
trying
were
to follow.
saying like the PBC is like, you know, like they need some money, so that's why a lot of these fights are getting canceled.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying PBC needed money, so that's why EJ faked a car crash to claim insurance.
Because think about it, Jamal Charlo.
That's why he was selling the shirts.
Jamel Charlo.
He got their money.
Errol Spence injured.
Well, Jamel showed. I think Jamel showed proof, so I think he is actually injured. So
Earl might get stripped.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's like
he should have been stripped by now.
He should have. I mean, it seems that the PBC has a lot of sway with the sanctioned bodies, especially the WBA, because like Stanley Ozen has been screwed twice, and he hasn't gotten a shot yet. I mean, he agreed to step aside like 2 times, and
he done got paid though. He done got paid. Now he getting paid. Now he getting paid for the
no. I know that, but hear me out. I mean, it's like, why keep stepping aside where you can just get your shot and still get paid? You know what I mean?
Man, because
they controlling those fighters.
That's what I'm getting at, Bo. That's what I'm getting at.
But he's young
like, I don't
too.
think, yeah.
He young too. Yeah. Like I see it like this, bro. Even if they don't get a shot, bro, like they know, like by 2024, they good. Like I know for sure. Like they, like, but they not gonna be there forever. They not, and they gonna have to move up. They gonna have to drop the belts. Like you might not get your shot at that guy, but you might be able to get your shot. For that vacant jump, you might be able to, get a shot if one of them guys do win. A vacant or, fight them maybe. Shit, hell. I mean, know, man.
But for real, like in all actuality, what's going to happen is I strongly think is going to happen is when Boots wins his fight against Karen Page, he's gonna that's for an IBF interim title. So he wins that. Then
Boots fighting the Karen.
Yeah, he is. Karen Page. Yeah.
You said Cameron who?
Karen Page.
Oh, I thought it was ABCDEFG.
But no,
he's not fighting that Chukazian, whatever that dude is.
No, I know the name. I'm just saying Karen Page. There's just that's a Daredevil character. So I'm just saying, yeah. but anyway, he's fighting Karen. He's fighting Karen. So he's going to be IBF interim titleist. Then after that, he's probably going to be elevated to full champion after that because Earl's not going to fight him. Earl's not gonna fight him.
They're trying to hide him, bro. They hiding Boots from Earl, bro. They're
not gonna fight. Him and they're not gonna fight. I'm telling you, they're not gonna fight.
Are you talking about the secretary, Daredevil secretary, Karen Page?
Yes.
Yeah. She was cute. Nah, she's pretty hot though, to be honest. Yeah.
She is. Very much so.
Yeah, he's literally fighting a Karen.
God, oh man. Gee, it's like, dude, that's what I'm saying. Him and guy, why couldn't him and Rashidi fight? That's such a good fight on paper, fellas, man. Like he's top 10 in the IBF rankings, and he's number 1. It's like it's a good fight. It's a good co-main, man. I buy the card alone just for that fight.
Hey, this all I'm gonna say when it comes to Earl Spence. Remember, this was the guy that tweeted out unifications for those who are unsure of themselves. So if he comes back, whenever he comes back, and he doesn't fight his mandatory and Keith Thurman, if he doesn't fight Terrence Crawford and he picks some old tomato can, then we already gonna know this dude been fronting the whole time.
But we already know he is. We even got to fight. We already know. We know.
Oh, I've known about his bitch race for a long time, bro. To be honest, I've known about his bitch nature for a long time, and this is way before he was kissing Yellow Beezy or twerking with him.
Gosh, damn.
I mean, but Bo, we already know what's up. I mean, I've given up hope on the fight. I don't think it's going to happen. Spencer Crawford, it's a pipe dream. You know what I'm saying? That's going to go where, that's going to go on the list of Bo versus Lewis. Just several other fights that should have happened that didn't. I mean, it's not. I've pretty much given up on it. And if that's the case, then they need to fight the mandatories. Because one proposal I was saying is like, when Virgil and Stadionis fight each other for that Reggie strap. I think Virgil's going to win, and if he does, then
he's elevated.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get elevated. Then he can unify with Bud in a unification fight on Golden Boy.
Yeah, I like to see Bud move up, though. To be honest,
I think what should happen in a perfect world, Ortiz Stadionis winner should fight the winner out of Boots and Rashidi, and then the winner out of that should fight the winner out of Spence and Crawford. And in a perfect world, that would be the best setup.
You know, I'd get behind it because
they should do like a Super Six, Super Six. That'd be crazy.
But if Terrence Crawford enters that Super Six, they're gonna start using politics again. So.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, this is why the World Boxing Super Series actually stopped this tournament, because the problem was the original reason they made the tournament was they wanted to do it for all the divisions, to have all the top guys in the tournament, right? All the champions. But this is the problem, bro. Half the divisions they were putting on, these fucking pussy promoters wouldn't let their champions go in the tournament.
Yeah, because they would have lost and they'd have lost and got exposed. That's why.
Exactly. So bro, this was a great thing, the Super Series, right? The winner would have got paid something like $25 million, or it was a crazy tournament. It was all over the globe. It was on the zone, and the Sauerlands were putting it on. I thought it was great. The concept was every division, all the champions mixed up, and all the top contenders. But it was tough.
But yeah, I agree, Jimmy. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of in that tournament, it's the best of the best. So a lot of fighters would have got exposed and taken L's.
Yeah, but a lot of these promoters wouldn't let their champions go in the tournament. So
exactly,
eventually, the organizers, they were just tired of the bullshit and moved on. These are the same organizers that were actually staging, the Soccer World Cup, the World Cup for soccer tournaments. So they had billions, but these promoters, bro, they don't care about money. They just want to, protect their cherries and do in-house bullshit.
Well, that is money. You protect it, you make money off of it, making it seem like it's something it's not.
I agree, but I feel like
just like Jimmy, Tank Davis about to get exposed by Ryan Garcia. He about to get exposed.
Oh,
yeah. If they fight, yeah, 100%, bro. Ryan Garcia's knock the fuck out of Tank Davis.
Lisa, you can hop on the panel if you want to. I'll fall back. Ryan gonna hit him with that left hook as he comes in with his little short frame, and it's gonna be night.
Bro, just think about the aftermath of that shit on Twitter.
Oh, the boxing world gonna shut down.
Bro, it's gonna be like the end of the internet for like 12 hours, like straight, probably 24.
It's gonna be a Twitter war. I'm falling to the back. Lisa jumping on. Well, if I can't fall to the back, hold on.
Yeah, I agree. I've got Ryan winning.
Hey, Lisa.
Hey, what happened to Tony?
Oh, he fell back so he could jump on. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. He put you. He's back. He's chilling backstage. I think so. Yeah. So what's going on?
What's on your mind? Nothing. What's going on, everybody on the panel? I see Boots did a lot of videos today over there on Fight Hype. I have to listen to him.
He's good at that, doing videos, Boots.
Yeah, I gotta say it too. But Fight Hype and Fight Club, they like to include Terrence Crawford in almost every question, just so they could make sure Earl Spence don't fight him.
Yeah. I'm about sick of this mess. Yeah. I'm about sick of this.
I want Crawford, but I'm not gonna. When the WBO path clears up, I'm not gonna petition. You could have become Crawford mandatory, bro.
Well, maybe I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe he looking at it. I can get 3 as opposed to 1. I really don't know.
Do you know what it is, Lisa? I don't think he's gonna get the 3 though. I think Errol will probably move up soon. I don't think he'll fight Boots, so he'll just get elevated from interim champion to 4. I think.
That's what's gonna. I think that's what's gonna happen. So.
But if he moves up, he's gonna run into Fundora, and that's a whole nother can of worms.
Well, yeah. Who, Earl?
Yeah, he's gonna have to fight him at some point if he moves up.
I think Earl beat the shit out of him. That dude don't have no defense. I mean, he's a monster.
But he's tall and wiry as fuck though, man. It's like
Yeah, when he go up to better competition, he gonna get hurt.
Yeah. But yeah, man, but Fundora, he is a headache for everybody he's going up against. I'll say that with his tall ass.
It'd be nice to see Errol fight someone his own size though, instead of fighting guys like Ugas, Mikey, and Danny, guys that are coming up from smaller weight classes.
It would be nice. That's true. Technically, Terrence would be too, but
yeah. Because Ugas was a guy coming up from 140.
That's true. That's right.
Yeah.
Same with Mikey 135, Danny 140. I mean, Sean Porter was a welterweight, but that was also a split decision. So.
Yeah, Sean is a big guy. Yeah.
Came close to lose. I mean, I think they both turned pro at light middleweight, if I'm not mistaken. Spence and Porter, Spence and Sean.
Yeah. Sean was like a 168 pounder at one time.
Yeah, in the amateurs, right? And was he a middleweight?
Yeah.
So I give Bud massive props for stopping Porter, because Keith Thurman and Errol Spence couldn't do it, and they were power punchers and natural welterweights. While Bud was a smaller guy that came up from lightweight.
Mm-hmm. No, but you hear Spence fans tell it. Oh no, Sean was past it, So that's
Yeah, but then when you bring up how does Sean look like heading into that fight against Danny and Ugas, it's not like Sean looked like vintage Sean though.
Exactly.
You better not tell the Spence fans that EJ's been fighting Keith Thurman's leftovers for about 5 years. They'll hate to hear that.
That's exactly.
Danny and Porter. Sean Porter and Danny Garcia. I mean,
he's fighting Sean's too, because that's what Ugas was, wasn't he?
There you go. But that's what Big Fish does, though, isn't it? Mikey, lightweight, and Ugas, man. That's some Big Fish shit, bro.
Mikey lightweight annoyed me when he took that fight because I wanted to see him against Vasily Lomachenko. That was a fight to make.
Mm-hmm.
That was I think we all could agree on that.
He probably did it for money. That's what I was thinking, because that was a big fight. It was a big money fight. It was in Texas. We really don't know what goes on behind the scenes, so it's like he said he saw something. Man, he shelled up that whole fight, huh?
Talking about Mikey?
Yeah, I didn't think Mikey was ever going to beat Earl.
I don't think a lot of people gave him a chance.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was too small.
He was a lightweight, Earl Spence loved those lightweights and whatnot, so.
And Mikey was a good fight. I just think Mikey just don't want to do it no more. But now I'm hearing his brother saying he's thinking about coming back. I don't know what's going on with Mikey.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Mikey's done.
Yeah, he's pretty much finished. He's finished. Yeah, after the Spence loss, he was pretty much semi-retired anyway. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, even kind of before then. Well, no, he had made a nice little comeback. You know what I'm saying?
But he came back. Yeah, won more weights and then had the Spence. But after that loss, because I mean, it seems to me you just sold your unbeaten record to this guy pretty much.
Yeah,
that's why Mikey is just a mercenary at this point, because at 147, this guy's looked like a sack of pudding.
Yeah.
140 is the max for Mikey.
Maybe he could fight AB.
He already did.
He already did.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did do that. Yeah.
But you know what, y'all? Have y'all ever seen? I can't remember what old Mikey fight it was. I think it was. Was it Martinez, the one that Lomachenko knocked out?
Yeah, but Martinez, he got dropped in that fight.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but Mikey was having a hard time making weight back then, and he was throwing up and got real sick. They were showing it so he it was probably hard for him to make those weights. Maybe because I don't know if he ever got like a chef or a nutritionist. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I don't think he did.
No.
You can tell though when he was on the scale. I mean, this guy looked like that's not how an elite athlete is supposed to look. I mean, he looked like he looked terrible.
Yeah, he always looked he looked deflated. Looked like a deflated, used up balloon.
Yeah, like a deflated Homer Simpson blow up doll.
But Mexicans, if you go, but you got to look at their genealogy. They don't cut up like that. The men, it's very rare. You got to really work hard for it.
Yeah.
Because I remember when I was in college, They were saying the most obese people in America was black women and Mexican males. It's just their genealogy. It's just the way they built.
Yeah, but listen, you'd think a guy like Mikey, who's a millionaire, who's a professional athlete, surely he'd have some kind of resource, even if he's not shredded like, other fighters like Canelo or what's his name, Crawford. He can still at least be solid though physically. Like Andy Ruiz is not a good look though for Mexican fighter.
I think Mikey was more shredded down at like the 126, 130.
At the lower weights, but as he moved up a weight, that's when the shreddedness like kind of stopped a bit.
Yeah.
He started eating good. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's also his genealogy, it's his makeup. You could look at him and tell. Like some people just don't cut. It takes them a lot to cut. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Like some people, like men, it's quicker for them to cut than women. Usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think with Mikey, man, he just never could keep himself away from tortillas. You know what I'm saying? The tortillas, empanadas, and all that stuff. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the issue is that.
Now Virgil Ortiz is pretty shredded. He's pretty. He keeps himself in good shape.
Yeah, he does.
But he's also
Virgil's young. You know, he's young.
He's young too.
He's also too big for that weight he's in too. So he
need to move up. But both him and Boots, him and Boots, the big welterweights, they need to move up.
Big as hell. I don't know how he make 147.
I saw Boots in the photo next to Caleb playing. He looked bigger than Caleb.
Probably is. Yeah.
No, I remember seeing a selfie with Devin Haney took it with Canelo, and bro, Devin Haney looked as big as Canelo.
Boots look as big as
probably is.
Boots to me looks as big as Jamel Charlo.
Yeah.
Frame diameter, they got the same.
Big.
I think his arms is a little bit longer too than Charlo.
Hey Angel, how tall is Boots? He looked like he gonna.
It looked like he's like 6'1" and stuff.
He gonna tap out at.
I think Boots is 5. I think he's 5'10", 5'11". Boots. That's how tall he is.
No, he looked taller than that. I'm 5'11", and I've seen him like in person, and he looked taller than me.
But they exaggerate these boxes.
It says 5'10". It says he's only 5'10".
That's crazy.
He looked taller on TV. He really
does look taller. Yeah. But they always exaggerate these boxers' heights. So I don't know why they do that shit. But some say they taller, they lower. But I believe my man's. I mean, if you said Boots was taller than you, I can believe it.
I believe you. Yeah.
Believe it.
He might been wearing boots.
Probably.
Tim's. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I remember when I seen when I was next to Jarrett Hurd, I'm like, yo, you only 5'11", how so? Like you taller than me. I'm 5'11" myself.
What's going on with Jarrett? What's going on with Jarrett Hurd?
6'1".
Yeah.
Did he retire?
I don't think so. I haven't heard.
Nah.
I still hear from J-Rock, but he on like small cars or whatever. I really like J-Rock, yeah. I don't know, man. PBC, I don't know what's going on.
They need to jump ship. That's what the fighters need to do.
I mean, Adrian Broner said that apparently these guys ain't got no money, they're broke. Keith Thurman, whenever they ask him why aren't you fighting, his response is, I'm waiting on dates. Chris Eubank Jr., when he went to the PBC, they sat him on the shelf for nearly 2 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because he went there to fight Jamal Charlo originally. Do you remember he fought in his undercard?
Korbov.
And then the next
Korbov,
fight
right?
Yeah.
But they just sat him on the shelf for 2 years, and every time he called Al Heyman just said, "Look, I don't have any dates available." So that's why he left PBC.
Good, he needed to.
Yeah, they just don't have enough dates, basically. The budget, the budgets that they get, they gotta.
And now look at Eubank. I mean, this guy, if it wasn't for the Ben fight falling apart, he'd be fighting 3 times a year.
Mm-hmm. I don't understand it. Yeah.
I think they lost the Fox deal. I think that's coming to an end. So all they've got is Showtime. So I think it'll be tough though with 200 fighters.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be tough. Yeah. Showtime don't show fights like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to leave? So they've given some of their sports budget to Bellator. So.
Yeah.
So there's not much left for boxing, and they keep putting these pay-per-views on that aren't selling. Like they're doing like 50,000 buys, 70,000 buys. Like it's crazy.
I think
Then
it's
they should just lease. They should just lease their fighters out. Send them to go fight on Top
Everybody
Rank,
got to go to BOK or Thriller.
Yeah, or wherever. Just lease them out. Yeah.
Because Showtime is not a sport. Showtime is not a sporting yet. That's the problem.
I think it's an ego thing as well. I think Al Heyman doesn't want to. Because if he sends his fighters to fight on the Zone under Eddie Hearn or ESPN with Bob or Triller under whoever they've got, I think it's probably like an ego thing. He won't be seen as a big player anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know, man. Al Heyman has a hell of a resume. You know what I mean? As far as what he's done, as far as in business, so can't take that from him.
I agree. Yeah, but I guess every promoter has his day. I mean, look at the greatest promoter of all time, Don King. He's irrelevant now, so
I mean, but he's Hall of Famer. I mean, well, what's his name? The old man still stayed. Aaron.
Yeah, Bob Aaron.
Yeah, but Bob Arum, it was more like corporate, if you know what I mean. It was a built-in infrastructure that lasted, and Bob Arum has those Ali. He got a lucrative thing over there.
Yeah, just talk about it, at least. Bob Arum. He's a part of the elite, so you got them connections.
Yeah,
I think Heyman's an elite as well, though, because I mean, this guy is a Harvard graduate, right? So, and this guy.
Don King also, isn't he?
Don King.
Isn't he Jose Suleiman's isn't that his nephew or like godson or something like that?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think
they
Don
all
King's
are.
elite.
No, yes, he is. Look at his resume. Look at. He's a Hall of Fame promoter. He's put on the best fights, some of the best fights in boxing history.
Oh, Don King.
Lisa, I'm talking about how he started, though. Because now he's a legend, Hall of Famer. Some people think he's the greatest promoter of all time. I think, as far as his origins, I mean, Don King was kind of a guy that came out of prison and had to start.
Yeah, he was a street dude. He killed a dude. Allegedly. In GTA.
Who did
in GTA.
Boxing? What about the
in GTA?
the mobsters that ran boxing?
Yeah. A lot of these promoters come from criminal backgrounds.
Yeah. Okay, let's get real. Bob Arum was sent to clean up boxing.
He was attorney for the government.
Yeah. So and he's a snitch too.
Yeah, he's a snitch. He's a snitch. Yeah. He snitched on Daniel Kinahan.
Allegedly.
Yeah. He ain't no damn different. He ain't no better. He's just a fucking attorney and know people.
Yeah. That's true, Dan, because they hate on Daniel Kinahan, who's a crime boss, but Bob Arum's the same. He's the same. They're all the same.
Yeah, and that first Top Rank, that was Muhammad Ali's. I forgot what it was. Angel know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was Muhammad Ali. He came out with that.
Yeah, they was the ones that the Nation of Islam.
Burt Muhammad and Ali and
Ray Leonard as well.
Bob Arum.
Yeah,
Ray Leonard as well. I think Ray Leonard really helped Top Rank as well.
Yeah, he definitely did. Yeah.
Because they're telling me, some of the older guys I speak to tell me Ray Leonard was a bigger superstar in America than Floyd Mayweather was. So.
Oh yeah, he was huge. Yeah. I mean, that was before social media, but Ray was different than Ray was like soft spoken. He wasn't like Floyd,
Yeah.
Yeah. We got to say allegedly with these things. These, with Bob, these things are alleged, right?
Yeah, it's all alleged. Not in real life.
Yeah.
Alleged.
The thing that makes me laugh about Bob Arum, he'll talk all this shit about Eddie Hearn, right? He'll call him an idiot, a clown, a fuck up, and then he'll ask Eddie Hearn to hold his hand as he gets on stage. It's crazy, man.
So it's all about competition at the end of the day.
Yeah. He'll work with Eddie. I've seen them work together.
Yeah, they worked together in the past for past fights they have. So
Al Heyman and Bob Arum as well for the Fury Wilder fights. They work together.
Yeah,
These
they work
promoters, when they want
together.
to,
Yeah.
when they want to, they can work together. So
It was
fighters say, "Oh,
lucrative
promotional
for them to do that. Yeah. But I thought that was stupid because they had a undisputed fight right there and they didn't do it. That was dumb.
Yeah, with AJ for more money, Lisa and all the belts. So yeah, that was a bad move. You know, they had all the
Yeah.
belts. They had 5 times more money on the table, and it was what the fans wanted. Like 5 years ago, no one was asking for Fury Wilder.
You got people who still don't believe that they was gonna give Wilder that money, and I'm like, he even said it. Like I was offering. I don't get it, man.
he came out on Twitter and said, "Yeah, I was offering more money to fight AJ than I was to fight you."
And you know, to this day, that would have been his biggest paycheck.
But you let the people now, talk you out of that.
Wilder fans coming out saying that, oh, you know, AJ ducked him. I'm like, yeah, but bro, Wilder on Twitter,
what is wrong with y'all?
AJ offered him more money. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I remember like one dude I was talking to. He said that, right? And I said he also. What about? I just said that Wilder came out too. Oh, it was Twitter though. Yeah, and.
Yeah.
But like
Tyson Fury.
Yeah, you can't reason.
We have to put. We have to put it in retrospect, right? Tyson Fury 5 years ago is a guy that had been out of the ring for like 4 years. That was having problems with alcohol, drugs, mental health. He ballooned up over 100 pounds. And this is a guy that most people thought was finished. Even his own trainer thought he was done. And when Wilder fought him, I thought that Wilder was going to blast him out. I thought he was done. But this is what happens, you know? Cherry picking gone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like they both cherry picked each other, really, if you want to look at it. So because Fury could have fought AJ when he came back too, but chose not to.
Yeah, they both took less money as well. So
yeah, to deal with each other.
Fury knew Deontay Wilder wasn't who he really said he was. You know what I'm saying? Outside the power.
Yeah, I mean, but he knew he couldn't box worth the shit. It's like I'm a way better boxer than this fucking dude. So
Fury told Wilder in the press conference that this is crazy for the first fight in London. You're only choosing me because you think I'm finished. And Wilder couldn't even reply without stuttering because he knew that, you know, it was what it was.
But Fury cherry picked him too because he could have fought AJ coming back and he didn't.
Could have.
They both cherry picked each other.
You know what it was?
Yeah. They offered him a deal, but he didn't take it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, Fury saw that Charlie Zelenoff could take those punches, so he's like, "Shit, I'm going after Wilder."
Y'all crazy.
Fury saw the Eric Molina fight, bro. Fury saw the Eric Molina fight when Eric Molina had him rocked to his boots, that was slugging it out with him. And no offense to Eric Molina, but this guy's a C-level fighter.
Yeah, but in that fight, I believe he tore his bicep and broke his hand. So you got to give him that as well, and he still got the knockout. So, I mean, being that he was fighting through a torn bicep and a broken hand only shows you, in my opinion, Lisa's going to disagree with me wholeheartedly, but only shows me he has a lot more heart than AJ does. Like, I'll give him that. He's got heart for days. He will not quit. So gotta give credit where credit is due. There's not a lot of fighters that'll fight through a torn bicep or a broken hand.
You talk about the third fight?
No, with Molina.
Yeah.
At least AJ ain't breaking his hands. At least AJ punches properly where he ain't breaking his shit up.
That's right. The reason he breaks is he fucking windmills though, Tony. And if he was fighting AJ.
My only point is we've seen AJ hurt and he gave up in that fight against Ruiz. He got up, but he didn't put up any offense. He just got up to be put back down. There was no real offense. The credit that I will give Deontay Wilder, while he is technically flawed, although he is looking a lot better under Malik Scott than he ever has, I will give him heart. He has heart for days. There's not a lot of fighters. You just saw Zach Parker, who we were talking about earlier, quit. There's not a lot of fighters that will fight, especially through a torn bicep.
Yeah, that's true.
Tony,
There is a lot of fighters who would fight through a hand injury, believe it or not.
I'm not impressed with that, Tony.
I be who I be.
I don't know about him quitting like that.
Why would he get off the floor 4 times though and tell the referee, okay? So why get off the floor 4 times, right? Tell the referee I'm good to quit.
Right.
You know what? I agree. He did quit because he kept spitting out his mouthpiece.
No. See, that's a veteran tactic. Paulie Malignaggi broke it down. He was gassed out, and that's a veteran tactic that a lot of veteran champions do to buy time.
But more,
wait, fellas. Let me ask Tony. Like, do you mean like in the Joshua fight? Do you mean he kind of like checked out mentally? Is that what you mean?
He was done. Like it doesn't matter how many times he got up. He had no plans. He had no plans on continuing that fight to win. He was just getting bounced around the ring like a pinball. Let me give you a prime example. Let's go to Deontay Wilder's knockout losses to Tyson Fury. When the towel came across in the rematch, he was in the middle of throwing a left hook. When he got knocked out in the 11th round, I think it was in the trilogy, he was in the process of throwing a punch after being beat from pillar to post. The dude has got heart for days. Like, you have to give him at least that.
No. See, the third fight he showed heart, not the second fight though. Because in the second fight, all he was doing was running. That's pretty much what he was doing. When Tyson Fury was bullying him,
I'm not going to say he was running. He was just getting beat from pillar to post.
He was, yeah. Tyson Fury was beating his ass so bad it looked like he was running. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he was doing there. I mean, his trainer was even telling him. That's why they threw the towel in. They were saying, Deontay, you got to stand your ground and you got to throw punches back. But he was afraid to. In the third fight, I think, I agree with you that he slugged it out with him. But in the rematch, bro, he did not stand his ground. He looked scared. He looked shook. He was running. He was holding. And I don't agree with you, man. I don't think in the rematch he should have.
Jimmy, he was in the process of throwing a left hook when the towel came across. He was literally in mid-swing. So when AJ got stopped, he had thrown no punches up to that point.
So wait a minute. So when AJ got up the first time, he didn't get dropped again the second time in the middle of an exchange. The reason he kept getting dropped was he kept exchanging with Andy Ruiz. You gotta watch that fight again, bro. You think AJ didn't throw any power punches after getting
hold on real quick. Let me say this real quick. We got to understand what happened prior to that fight, right? He had only 2 or 3 weeks to prepare for Andy Ruiz, and then before that, apparently, supposedly, or allegedly, AJ was concussed. He was concussed, and that's why his dad flipped shit on Eddie Hearn for letting the fight go on.
I did hear about the concussion, but to be fair, we can't just say lady 2 or 3 weeks to prepare when Andy Ruiz had the same amount of weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so hold on. If we're gonna go that route,
that girl confirmed he had a concussion.
Yeah.
What's that girl's name?
Seraphine.
Yeah.
If we're gonna go that route, then here's the route I'm gonna go with a rematch. We know Deontay Wilder legs were tired from wearing a suit that was way too heavy. We also know he was blind from the lasers shining in his eyes.
I don't want to hear nothing about Wilder.
Let me finish. He was fighting like Jean-Claude Van Damme after Bolo Young threw the powder in his eyes. He was blind from the start, right? He could not see. We also know he was getting beat by egg weights. We know there was a flappy glove. Tyson Fury was basically an eagle flying around the ring. Like, we know that. We also know his water was spiked. And we know at some point in time in that fight, he died and he was a zombie still fighting because he had an autopsy report. So
listen,
we got to go that route too.
Listen, I bet Andy Ruiz will knock out Deontay Wilder. I'm very confident that Andy Ruiz will knock Deontay Wilder.
Oh, I'm not so sure. We're about to find out. I think Andy's going to.
I tell you what, somebody is definitely getting stopped in this fight.
I'm telling you, there's a reason why. Bro, there's a reason why you never showed the heart to fight the Klitschko's, right? This guy was 40 fights deep and an Olympian, right? But guys like Anthony Joshua, 17 fights in, were fighting Klitschko. Tyson Fury, 25 fights fighting Klitschko. This motherfucker had 40 fights, and Shelly Finkel running around saying he was a baby. The reason why he didn't want to fight Klitschko is Klitschko kept knocking him out cold and sparring. Johnny Nelson was there. He witnessed it. Andy Lee was there. Now, Deontay Wilder, bro, he's like a hype job, basically, I think. For me, now I don't think he's any good.
Jimmy, I've had these same arguments about Deontay Wilder. We are not talking about how good or bad his resume is. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about could Wilder beat AJ in a fight. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about solely his heart. You could be the worst fighter in the world and have more
They
heart.
all have heart.
Yeah, but Tony, why not step up and fight the big dogs?
Look, man, AJ I'm not hard, man. He the 10 man. I'm sorry. You don't get in the ring and talk about.
I bet you he'll knock you the hell out.
Yo, I would fight AJ. I'm not scared of AJ. I'm a big dude too. Like I might lose,
okay,
but I guarantee you I'll fight him.
Tony, if you get heart. No, I'm saying if Deontay Wilder's got heart and he's a dog, like people say, why isn't he ever taking a big challenge? Because let's be honest, him getting poleaxed by Tyson Fury was cherry picking gone wrong. It's easy to have heart against bums like Eric Molina or bums like fucking Bremain Stavern. Like your heart is you stepping up. Okay, where's the big dogs? I'm a gangster. Show me. Don't knock out bums and tell me I'm a killer. I'm a dog. Everyone's running from me. Like, come on, man.
Shoot, Champ
Dude,
Ross.
wearing weaves in his hair, man. Get the hell out of here.
I need
you ain't got no damn heart.
Champ Ross, I need 1 year to get back in shape. 1 year.
He ain't no better than nobody else.
I need enough money to quit my job so I can train for a whole year, and then we'll do it. Like, I got heart. I'm not scared to get in there. I'll fight him. Win, lose, or draw. More than likely lose. I'm saying that ahead of time. Lose more than likely. I'll fight him. Shit.
Well, Tony, let me tell you this, Tony. Come over to Golden Boy and I'll promote you. The everyday guy.
Okay, so
reviews. It'll be the best promotion ever. Oh,
so AJ didn't have heart when Klitschko nailed him to the floor and he got up and bombed Klitschko out. He actually came forward. He was front foot heavy the rest of the fight, right? So once Klitschko bounced him off the floor, he was badly hurt. He didn't get off the floor and bomb Klitschko out. When Dillian White rocked him with the left hook, he didn't stand in the pocket and slug it out with Dillian White. The concept of AJ having no heart is bullshit, bro. Deontay Wilder showed heart in one fight against Fury and he left, face first out cold in the pool of his own blood. In the second fight, he did not show heart, bro. He spent the entire fight running against Luis Ortiz, bro. I mean, as soon as he got hurt, bro, he was doing the chicken dance. He was looking at the doctor to give him a timeout. Like, come on, bro. Like, he's a good fighter, Deontay Wilder, and he has some heart, but he's not this lion. Because he would have fought Klitschko if he had heart. If he had heart, he would have fought AJ. If he had heart, he would have run like a bitch in a rematch with Fury.
Jimmy, let's do context real fast. First off and foremost, against Fury was not the first time he showed heart. He showed it against Luis Ortiz before that because he was getting beat up really bad, damn near put out, and he got back up. He did not go down. He got back up off the stool to knock him the fuck out the next round.
He showed it against Spilka too. Spilka was getting on him.
Oh, come on, bro. Spilka's a fucking fairy.
No. I'm not saying
heart. Other fighters got heart. I'm not giving him no fucking cookie because he got heart. AJ got heart. They all got heart.
Hey,
I'm not saying
these four guys will tell you Deontay Wilder got the biggest heart ever,
and he came back and knocked him
and he don't.
I'm not saying
these four guys right here.
There's other fighters that have big hearts too. Like Inoue. Inoue fought with a broke orbital bone, whereas we saw Daniel Dubois give up. We saw Billy Joe Saunders give up with the same injury. That's a lot of heart. But what I'm saying is when a guy is fighting in boxing with a torn bicep and a broken hand, more than once, multiple broken hands, and still throwing that punch and not giving up like so many fighters have and do, you cannot say he doesn't have a lot of heart, regardless how you feel about him.
Nobody never said he didn't have heart.
He has got heart. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can punch, and he has got courage, Wilder. But my thing is this, though, bro. If you got so much courage, why didn't you take the big dogs on? Like, okay, you're showing courage against guys like
Jimmy, because his handlers didn't want him to. That's why.
Well, I mean, according to him, he's his own boss. And AJ, I mean,
he's not his own boss. He's not his own boss. We know that. No people like
that. Here's what you got to understand. He's getting in there with the first guy to beat AJ. He's about to do that right now.
Okay. Finally, after how many years?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many years, because here's the thing about it. A boxing career is fluid. It's not static. You can't judge him off of what happened 10 years ago, 5 years ago. You have to judge them off of what's going on right now. And the idea, because Luis Ortiz, as old as he is at 105 years old, 115, maybe 125 years old, he beat the guy that AJ got his first belt off of. He knocked Charles Martin into another fucking round. This dude was talking, having a full conversation in the ring, and then got knocked back into reality. Looked at the referee like, why the fuck is he hitting me? Like
right, but hey, you gotta look at it like this. He was getting his ass beat by that same dude. That
was a war, though.
He was.
I mean, AJ last night.
that was
AJ was a prospect.
He got dropped by jabs.
Bro.
By Charles Martin jabs. Like
AJ was
with the end result is all that matters.
Yes, that's true. He still did knock him out. I gotta give him that. That's true. He landed that.
But Charles Martin isn't a fighter anymore, though. I mean, after he got the
look at what Luis Ortiz was doing to Andy Ruiz. Like the dude has proven that he is by far a top tier boxer. As old as he is,
he's not better than Povetkin, though.
Oh yeah, he's a good fighter.
But he's not better than Klitschko, Povetkin, Parker, Ruiz. He's not more accomplished than any of the guys, or even Dylan White. The guys that
but you can't compare the Klitschko that went like Klitschko proves AJ's cap. Klitschko proves it without a doubt. Klitschko got in there with Tyson Fury and looked like he had never boxed a day in his life. It was the worst fight to watch because Klitschko was confused. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't let go of a shot. He was completely outclassed. A guy who had dominated
So you're saying AJ's win over him, that AJ is cat?
Wait,
I tell you what, I was confused.
So you taking away all his accomplishments.
Let me finish my statement. A guy who has dominated boxing for 10 years straight got outclassed by Tyson Fury. A year and a half later, coming off of a loss, AJ goes life or death with that same fighter. Life or death. A guy that just got beat easily. So when you make these comparisons, you need to say the whole context. I'm not saying Wilder is better than AJ because resumes say AJ has the much better resume. I'm not making
you just said that he was cap. His win.
No, he's saying that win put a cap on AJ's resume.
Oh, okay.
A cap on his skill level.
So Tony,
I disagree.
Tony, no, see, you're comparing two different fighters, right? AJ was a 15-fight novice. Tyson Fury was 25 fights in, right? AJ, when he fought Klitschko, went from prospect to elite level. Klitschko was one fight removed away from having one of the longest title runs in the history of boxing as far as heavyweight champions, right? When Tyson Fury went into exile, Vladimir Klitschko by default became the #1 heavyweight again. You're right, he did outbox him. But they were two completely different fighters. AJ brought the fight to Klitschko, right? And tried to bomb him out like a pressure fighter, like a war tank. Tyson Fury held and ran around the ring, bro. They were two completely different fighters, right? Fury used different tactics, and he was also way more mature than AJ. AJ was a guy with 15 fights, bro. Who was Deontay Wilder fighting in 15 fights? The guy that fixed your busted toilet, bro. Like, you can't compare the two fighters. AJ was a guy that was green fighting Vladimir Klitschko, a Hall of Famer, who was one fight removed away from the longest title run in the modern era, right? So I thought that was a war. This is not, bro, a guy like Luis Ortiz, bro, you don't fight him in 40 fights deep, bro. If Deontay Wilder fought Luis Ortiz 7 years before that fight, then I'd be like, okay, look, man, he's only got 20 fights, but he's fighting Luis Ortiz, the boogeyman. Bro, Luis Ortiz is the same guy that couldn't make the Cuban Olympic team because he was on a B squad. And as a professional, he's done nothing. He's a poor man's Povetkin. Amateur and pro, Alexander Povetkin had done way more, and they were of similar age. So AJ knocking out Povetkin, for me, is a way better win.
He didn't even fight him.
Yeah. For me, AJ knocking out Povetkin and Klitschko are way better wins than Luis Ortiz. Luis Ortiz isn't even a has-been, bro. He was a never was.
Again, we're not comparing resumes. You're trying to conflate two different arguments. You're trying to say that AJ's resume is better than Wilder's, and I've already agreed to that. I'm not talking about resume. To restate what I said earlier again, we're not talking about resume. We're not talking about who would win between the two. I'm talking about solely his heart. That's it.
Okay.
It does not go above or beyond or below his heart. I'm only talking about Deontay Wilder's heart. I think without a doubt, the one thing that you cannot take from him is the heart that he has shown inside the ring. That's all I'm saying.
That's a fair point. But I think AJ
AJ got just as much heart. They're just two different people.
So Tony, against Klitschko, when Klitschko hurt him badly and bombed him to the floor, he didn't get up, bite down on his gumshoe and blast Klitschko out. Against Dylan White, bro, he was rocked to his boots from a left hook. What did he do, bro? He stood in the pocket and slugged it out with Dylan White. He beat Dylan White in a firefight. Against Klitschko, he got off the floor and bombed him out. So you don't think that would show? He didn't show any heart in those fights.
against Klitschko, the only reason why. No. Hold on. Dillian White is the same thing as Klitschko. In both those fights, both the fighters that he knocked out were completely gassed. They were done. Whenever they were onslaughting AJ, he did what he did against Ruiz, which is what he always does. It's the same shit that he did against Usyk both times. When people come with barrage of punches, he does this. He does not return fire. He shells up like a turtle, and that's why he gets into trouble. Because there is no counterpunching. There is no returning fire. If you barrage him, he will shield up and not return till you're done. Klitschko was exhausted trying to finish him. He didn't get the finish. You got to give AJ credit for that. But he had no fight left in him. He was completely gassed. Just like Dillian White. When Dillian White got knocked out by him, Dillian White damn near fell down by throwing a punch before that. He was gone. He was done. There was no gas left.
Okay, yeah, but that's also contributed to AJ too. I mean, it's not like he just gassed out.
So Wilder, when he's hurt by Luis Ortiz, was he not holding on, looking for the referee to call the doctor in so he could get some breathing time? That never happened. The referee didn't break up the Luis Ortiz fight and gave Wilder about 90 seconds worth of rest period.
He did.
When was Wilder slugging it out with Luis Ortiz? I don't remember that fight.
Wilder don't throw a lot of punches. He's a counter puncher.
Yeah, but I remember him holding on, looking hurt, and then the referee came and called the doctor in, and then Wilder kind of got a breath. With the Klitschko fight, bro, the reason why Klitschko gassed out was AJ was applying pressure from round 1 all the way to round 12. Yeah, I mean, look, it's debatable. I guess the Ruiz thing, a lot of people say, but again, bro, my mentality is it's like what Paulie Malignaggi said, right? Why would a fighter get off the floor 4 times, right, and tell the referee, I'm okay, just to quit? If you wanted to quit, you could have gone back to the stool and quit. With the mouthpiece thing, my thing is this, though. A lot of veteran champions have done that to buy time. Because AJ was blown out of his ass. His gas tank was completely gone. And the reason why he kept getting dropped was because he kept exchanging with Andy Ruiz. He was not on his bike like Deontay Wilder was in the rematch.
This the thing, Jimmy, is it been fighters that got, disqualified for spitting out the mouthpiece. They lost just because they keep spitting out the mouthpiece. And
he did it once.
That's what AJ was doing it. He's spitting out the mouthpiece like they did the countdown, and then as he was getting up, he spit out the mouthpiece. So the referee looking at that is like a sign of quitting.
No, bro, he did that once. It's not like he did that every time he got dropped. He spit his mouthpiece out. He did that literally once.
He did it more than once.
He did it at least 2 occasions that I can remember. At least twice. At least twice.
Yeah, but they're watching on Sky Sports.
Here's the thing. Yeah. Yes, he got up. But you got to understand, when adrenaline is high and you're in the heat of the moment and you have tunnel vision, sometimes muscle memory is a motherfucker. So by default, he was standing up. But my question is, when he got to his feet, what the fuck did he do other than get bounced around like a pinball?
Because he was getting beat the shit up, bro. And the reason why he kept
getting beat up.
So, the reason why he got dropped the second time, right, is because he was exchanging with Ruiz. Would you not agree? And even I was like, bro, that's one of the reasons why I was annoyed with Joshua. I'm like, bro, you're more versatilely skilled. Why the fuck do you keep exchanging with him? It was madness, bro. Literally, every time AJ got up, he tried to bomb Ruiz out. That's the reason why he got stopped, in my opinion.
You can't hook with a hooker.
You can't.
Ruiz got quick hands though.
Ruiz is very dangerous at close range, so he should have. He should have used his reach and tried to keep him back and try to outbox him. That's what he should have done.
The reason why
because before he got dropped, remember AJ in the early rounds he was sticking with the jab.
Yes,
and he was counter punching, and then that was good. But he tried to go in for the kill after he dropped Ruiz, and that was.
And Ruiz wasn't really ready. He wasn't ready to be finished yet, and that's where he fucked up.
Yeah, Ruiz is dangerous on the inside.
Yeah.
He's dangerous.
So the Usyk rematch, right?
This is all I'm going to say about Ruiz. We are about to find out how dangerous, how good, and how strong that chin really is. Because if he goes in there and gets blazed the fuck out in the first 3 rounds by Wilder, it is going to look very bad on Anthony Joshua. That's all I'm saying. If he goes in there and gets blazed.
How is that going to look bad for Anthony Joshua?
I disagree, though, Tony, because Eric Molina had an 11-round slugfest.
Put some fucking respect on Anthony Joshua's name and stop tarnishing his name.
I'm not tarnishing his name.
I mean,
yeah, you keep doing that. Yeah, you keep.
Dude has a better
doing
resume.
It.
He has a better resume.
Yeah, but you keep turning. That has nothing to do with one.
But Tony,
how are you gonna call that man weak mentally? That's very disrespectful.
You saw him have a midlife
You're weak mentally.
Breakdown in the ring.
You're weak mentally. How would you like somebody to call you that?
They could call me that, but the difference in me is I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to change my whole identity because, say, you call me weak.
So what? He had a breakdown. You know how many boxers had a breakdown?
I'm not going to change who I am because of somebody calling me names or because
I wish he would meet you and knock you the fuck out.
Let him meet
you. Easy.
For real, because he was just disrespecting the man, and it's uncalled for.
Bruh, if he is not mentally strong, like he's not. I'm sorry, Lisa.
Who the fuck are you? You ain't no goddamn therapist.
Look, you can say I'm not a therapist all day long, and it doesn't matter. His actions show what he is, and his actions have shown every time he has lost, he's lost his shit. You don't see people doing that. That's not normal.
Oh boy, Mike Tyson has done it. Plenty of people have done it.
I'm stronger than you. You're smaller than me. It's skills. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray!
No, but AJ, Tony, Mike Tyson's done it though.
Plenty of fighters have done it.
AJ, you know what? AJ might try to fight me. He might because
you know what, Tony? I'm out. I don't want to talk to you because I just don't want to talk to you. Peace.
That's okay. We can disagree on this. It's fine. At the end of the day,
Lisa doesn't like bullies. Lisa doesn't like bullies though.
What's that, Jimmy?
No, I'm saying Lisa doesn't like bullies though, and she probably thought you were coming across as a bit, you know.
No, there ain't no coming across as a bully. I'm just stating what I believe. Yeah.
I mean, Tony, I think what you were trying to say is like, okay, so if Ruiz goes in there and gets blitzed by Wilder in like 3 to 4 rounds, like, yeah, okay, it's a bad look. Like most people will majority of people will be saying that. Like, I mean, like I already know, like the mostly casuals and of course Wilder fanboys will be comparing that when like, oh, Joshua couldn't knock him out, yada yada, and while I don't entirely disagree with that, it's like to me, it's like okay, well, you know, Joshua. I mean, while Wilder knocked out Ruiz, while Joshua couldn't, doesn't necessarily mean that Joshua would still beat that Joshua would lose to Wilder. Wilder would knock out Joshua. Doesn't mean that. Yeah.
AJ, to back that up, I wish Hablo was in here because me and Hablo have argued so many times over me saying AJ would beat Wilder. We have argued so many times with him saying Wilder would win, me saying AJ would win, but it has nothing to do with heart or your mental strength.
Exactly. I mean, just because like it's the triangle theory. Just because an opponent knocks out like 2 fighters fight a common opponent, just because one of them knocks them out, one goes to distance, doesn't necessarily mean if the other 2 guys fight that the dude who knocked out the common opponent quicker will beat that other guy. Doesn't mean that.
It doesn't
mean Tony, I'll actually co-sign. I'll co-sign what you're saying, Tony. One thing. When I saw AJ break down and start crying in the press conference, between that and the mic, I agree with you, bro. I think he's probably having like an emotional breakdown, and he admitted that.
Yeah, I mean, mentally, like, yeah. I mean, I agree that it's like that was not a good look post fight. I didn't like seeing AJ doing that. You know, I didn't like it. I was critical of it. I'm like, okay, somebody get the mic from this guy, get him out the ring, please. Like,
that was pretty sad right there. Yeah, but the only thing, Tony, I'll say this. I mean, you know, on the surface, it might look bad towards AJ, but that doesn't mean anything because we've seen people that had common opponents before. Like Floyd and Manny had common opponents, and Floyd and Manny he got De La Hoya out of there, and he got Ricky Hatton out of there. You know what I'm saying? Well, Floyd, he did get Ricky Hatton out of there, but not as quick as Manny Pacquiao. So it didn't matter when they fought, you know what I'm saying? Because Floyd just outclassed them.
I think, but
Floyd
softened up Ricky Hatton, though. You know what I'm saying? So after Floyd was done with him, Ricky Hatton was damaged goods, man. He knocked him.
No, but he could have sent back hard.
Look. We're still talking who would beat who. They beat this. They might beat that. That's not my point. At the end of the day, your true colors, your true character is shown when you're back into a corner and your back's against the wall.
Yes.
And the fact of the matter is, when AJ was looking good, he was the unstoppable tank. The minute he got beat, he listened to the media, he listened to the fans, he listened to all the people writing these bullshit narratives and changed who he was. That was the first sign of mental weakness.
Really?
When he lost, he completely broke down. This dude went to, like Lisa said, she wishes he would knock me the fuck out. If we were face to face, he might try because he ran up on some college students. That's how mentally weak he is. You haven't seen Deontay Wilder running up on some fucking fan because
oh my god, Charlie Zenloff, bro. Charlie Zenloff. Come on, bro. Charlie Zenloff.
No, wait. We're not going to do that, Jimmy, because Charlie Z was 300-0, underground king legend.
Never knock that shit off. Stop that. Stop that, bro. I mean, wait. Hold up. As far as the college student shit goes, okay, like, yeah, the normal guy who doesn't really give a shit about what he's saying, it's like, but as far as I'm concerned, them kids deserve that shit. I probably would have done the same thing if they,
if you throw a drink at
pissed me off.
Yeah, but Tony,
I'm really not gonna slide them. I'm not gonna slide them for the college shit, but post fight.
Yeah, but bro, if you throw a drink at someone and call them a pussy, what would you expect? Didn't they throw that? I think this.
Yeah, I'm back.
Hold on,
just bugging out earlier.
Let me just ask this.
Lisa, you good?
Let me just ask.
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
right?
I'm good.
Okay. Cool.
Let me ask something real quick. So Tone, you were saying because AJ was listening to the fans or whatever, the critics, and then he started changing things that made him mentally weak, or is that where you going at? Like, or is that just listening to constructive criticism and then trying to change from there? You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, my mindset is this, okay? Just because both names were brought up, they're completely different people, completely different scenarios, completely different ways they've lost, right? Look at Deontay Wilder. He lost. Yes, he got a new coach. Yes, there was bullshit excuses. I don't like that. However, he didn't change who he was. He still trained like he trained. He got a coach that was better for him. I believe Malik Scott's got him looking better than he's ever looked. But when he went in there and fought the Nordic Nightmare or Warrior, whatever the fuck his nickname is, when he got in there with Hellenius, he still fought like he fought. He still went for it. He still was the same fighter. He was not damaged in any way mentally. He still had the same confidence. When he went in there, before he went in there with Andy Ruiz, he completely changed up everything. He talked about, I'm not going to be on the weights anymore. I'm not going to be strong. I'm not going to be a bodybuilder. First off, that was dumb, because when you're a power fighter, don't take away your power because you're not Muhammad Ali. You don't move with any agility. You're very stiff, and taking off a little bit of weight's not going to improve you by that much. Cool, whatever. He fought Andy Ruiz. He fought him 100% from the outside, did not want to engage with him. Not saying it wasn't smart because he won, but that intensity, that fire, it was gone. When he got in there with Usyk, that intensity, that fire drained very quickly from him to where he was just getting outgunned because he was too gun shy to fight somebody who was doing to him what Andy Ruiz did to him in the first fight. I don't see the mental strength. He's a talented guy. He's got a great resume. He had 3 out of the 4 major titles. I give him all the credit in the world for that. But if we're talking about mental fortitude, if we're talking about heart, in my opinion, that's the chink in his armor. If AJ would realize who the fuck he is, if he would wake the fuck up and realize I'm the guy that was unified, I'm the guy that beat however many fucking top 10 fighters, I'm the guy that took on the best, I'm the motherfucking bully, I'm the guy that runs the yard. If he would wake up one day and realize who he is, he would be more successful. If he would have actually taken the fight to Usyk and not shelled up so much and actually realized, wait a minute, this little guy is putting on weight. He's trying to match me in size. Why the fuck am I getting smaller to try to outbox him? Why am I doing that? Why? Because he was gun shy. He wanted to stay on the outside. He wanted to stay out of danger.
I disagree with that, Tony.
Because you only see the tank thing. Tony, the tank thing.
Hold on, Jimmy. You taking off weights because, for one, weight. When you lift in heavy weights like that, that's going to affect your performance, especially when it comes to endurance. So he had to take off the weight. Wilder put on that weight for the third match with Tyson Fury, and you see he already gassed out after 2 rounds. Now, only thing that carried him through to the later rounds is because of, like you said, he had heart, but he was gassed.
I love this.
Let me say this though, Tone, you mentioned AJ's a power fighter. He wasn't always a power fighter. He was a boxer at first. He was a real boxer. All that power shit and putting all that muscle came after. That came after probably a little bit before the first Dylan White fight that he had.
So, Tony, one of the biggest.
And I'll say this.
Hold on. Before we go too far, I love this with Bo talking about his gas tank problem. Okay, name the fights. Name the fights, because I do this with everybody just to prove my point. And AJ's laughing because he knows I'm about to kill you right here. Name the fights he gassed in. Hold on, Bo. Name the fights that he gassed in, and I'm gonna prove my point.
Name the fights that he gassed in.
Yeah, that
AJ gassed in. He gassed in the first Usyk fight. He definitely gassed.
No. The first Usyk fight, he had already taken his weight off. Prior to that, prior to the Usyk fights, what fight did he gas in?
Prior to the Usyk fight, what fight did he gas in?
Yeah,
he gassed. He was actually gassing in that the Parker fight. He was gassing in that fight. He carried my only. This is my problem I have with AJ is that he carries too much muscle, and that if he was just to lose the weight, you know what I'm saying, I think that would help in his endurance a lot. But he just carries too much muscle to be sitting up there boxing going 12 rounds. It's a heavyweight. So that's just too much muscle on him.
Bold. Out of all the fights that he's had, he only gassed in one fight against Parker.
No, he gassed in.
I mean, I have to go back and look. I seen him gas a lot in fights.
I just want to hear all the fights that he gassed in, because I'm gonna tell you what the result of those fights were.
I can't name them all off the top of my head, but once I go watch them all, I'll let you know.
Bro, he didn't gas out when he fought Andy Ruiz the second time, and boy was he running like a motherfucker.
He didn't gas out in the
He was not running in that fight at all. He outboxed him. He just outboxed him.
The mess out of him.
He used his jab.
Yeah, running.
So
okay, if that's what you want to call running, because he showed his ass in the first ring, who's boss, and busted his eye.
But that's what a lot of people say. Every time somebody get outboxed, they always try to say the person
they running.
They ran. That's why I was about to ask. Every time somebody outboxed him,
let me get back to this real fast before we talk
he
about.
Fucked his fat ass up.
Whoa. I'm gonna help you out. Bro. These are the fights that people say AJ gassed in. When he fought Dillian White, when he fought Klitschko, when he fought Povetkin, possibly when he fought Tackle. Those are the main 4 fights that people say he gassed in. Now, my question to you is, what was the end result of those 4 fights?
I get it.
He won.
He knocked them all out.
Yeah, but
I didn't see him gassing in the Dylan White fight, and I just seen that recently.
You can still have it. You can still have an endurance problem even if you knock somebody out. That doesn't change.
Right, Bo. But my point is this: if me being gassed, the end result is me knocking people out, then damn it, let me be gassed every fight. If I knock everybody out gassed.
Yeah, but eventually you're gonna run into a person like an Usyk who has a gas tank.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, and that's gonna backfire at the end of the day.
But here's the thing, Bold. Usyk never ran into the AJ that was on his undefeated reign before he lost to Ruiz, before he changed everything. We don't know if Usyk could have stood through the onslaught of the old AJ.
I don't know, because Usyk has great foot movement, and his movement alone tires people out. Just look at when he fought what's the name? The
Chisora.
He gassed Chisora ass out. Chisora was doing good in them early rounds, but Usyk movement alone gassed Chisora out bad. I mean, he was really gassed out in that fight.
Yeah, Chisora gasses in every fight that he fights. He blows his load through the first 6 rounds. That's just been the story of Chisora. But here's the thing.
Something real quick, man.
Go ahead, LT.
Yeah, bro. Look, man, Wilder too, bro. Like, he's not mentally strong or whatever, bro.
I disagree.
Coaches and shit, blaming it on what? Yeah, man, that to me sounds like a weak person, bro.
LT, get off, come back. You're skipping.
I'll say this.
I thought that was me.
Let me just say my opinion. Let me just say my opinion. No, AJ's not perfect. None of these boxers are perfect. but I see mental strength in him. I see that he keeps pressing and persevering. Right now, he's going through some adverse times, but he still gets in there and fight. Hopefully the trainer thing will be situated or whatever. I really don't personally know what's going on with him, but the young man has done very well for himself, and I'm gonna give him his flowers. I'm not gonna take anything from him. Yes, he can be critiqued and all of this, but I see more pros than cons, But right now, he's going through some stuff, so hopefully he'll get it together.
You know what, man?
Here's the difference, Lisa.
No.
I respect what you're saying, but my thing is this. I'm going to keep talking shit about AJ's mental strength, his heart, until he wakes the fuck up and realizes who he is. Until he says, I'm not going to be mentally weak. I'm going to have this heart. I'm going to train like I used to. I'm going to be the fucking powerhouse that I was. I'm going to be me. Because right now, I don't think he's been himself for a very long time. And I'm not going to feed into this new AJ that is nowhere near as good as what he should be.
I will. Let me just say this real quick. My bad, I mean, like, I will. Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that because I do believe he's not been the same since since he lost to Ruiz the first fight. Ever since then, he has been different.
But that's a lot of fighters, though.
Yeah. I will say this though.
Have went through that.
He does make adjustments. Like when he rematched Ruiz, he made adjustments. When he rematched Usyk, he made adjustments. Even though he lost, he made adjustments. And he really should have got a knockdown on Usyk because Usyk, he said like he hit him low, but that wasn't even a low blow. That was right there on the belt line. But the referee called it a low blow.
Check it. I'm gonna hit y'all with something. In that second fight, every time he was going to the body, Usyk kept looking at the ref. So it was like, yeah, he did.
Because in the ninth round, he took it to him.
I watched. He did. Yeah, but then he came back in the 10th. Usyk, yeah.
Usyk came back in the championship round. Won those wide, like
yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Usyk, I think that's more of a credit to Usyk. Usyk can make adjustments, and like I said, his movements, man. For a heavyweight, man. He's coming up from a lightweight.
He's not an actual heavyweight.
Right.
In my opinion, and it cannot be proven because it is opinion, and it's not a fact because it did not happen. But in my opinion, if AJ was still the bodybuilder, if AJ still had the weight where he was 250 plus, them body shots wouldn't have hurt Usyk. They would have floored him.
As a bodybuilder for AJ?
The vintage AJ before he lost to Ruiz. If it would have been the same guy, I guarantee you the results of the fight would have been different. Look, I said this multiple times, and AJ can tell you. I said I do not see, and I picked Usyk to beat him both times, just like he did on the scorecard, 5 points, and I said it would be easily. Now I have gotten predictions wrong. However, my conclusion to this was when I had a lot more time to actually analyze and watch all their fights. I watched AJ fight Pulev, okay? This is after Andy Ruiz, where he couldn't even knock the sweat off a guy that couldn't even touch him. He had free reign. He outboxed him. He outclassed him, but he didn't hurt him once. In the first fight against Ruiz, the first solid straight right he landed, he dropped Ruiz. He was down. Second fight, after he took the weight off, changed up everything, he couldn't hurt him. To the point of where Ruiz was putting his hands down in frustration, telling him to come forward. You don't do that if you're getting hurt. Number two, when he went in there against Pulev, he hit Pulev with 7 uppercuts in a row, and Pulev was still there looking at him. Before AJ hits you with 1 uppercut, your head's coming off like a rock'em sock'em. It's done.
But what was the end result?
I knew.
Look,
I got you.
That referee was shit because he should have stopped that fight in the 3rd round when he turned his head.
The thing about it is the end result of that is AJ won by knockout. But here's the problem. Pulev doesn't have a granite chin like Usyk does. He's not built the same as Usyk. He's not as talented as Usyk. He can't move like Usyk. He doesn't have the feints. He doesn't have the counter punching. He doesn't have the foot placement, the maneuverability. Everything about him is worse than Usyk. And when he hit Pulev, who was 40-something years old at the time, I believe, with 7 uppercuts in a row, I knew the writing was on the wall for him. I knew he couldn't win because he has taken away what made him at his best, his power, his strength. He's not a guy like Deontay Wilder who can weigh 208 pounds and spark you. He has to have the size. He has to have the weight. And I knew it. That's how I knew. And I just wish AJ would go back to what he was, who he was.
I will say this. I mean, in the Pulev fight, I did notice that he seemed to be caught between two of his base styles. It's like he seemed to be caught between the boxer and the aggressive fighter he once was. Now, when he was aggressive, he had success. And I agree with Lisa. I think the fight should have been stopped in the 3rd round. I've seen that before. I think fighters who turn their back and, just whatever, like that should have been a wave off. But the fight continued and it went along. It went long after that. And I'm noticing like, wow, this. I mean, by the 9th round, I'm like, shit. I thought he would have been out of here by now. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Superman, I'm gonna answer this question for you because people who have never been big think if you have muscles, you tire fast. However, they overlook people like Mike Tyson, who was one of the fast. Like they always talk about Mike Tyson's power, but they never talk about how fucking fast he was. He was lightning quick and only 5'10", an inch shorter than me, and outweighed me by 5 pounds. At 220 in his prime, 230, 235 later in his career. Lightning fast. He didn't have no problems. Evander Holyfield, who's probably had the best gas tank in the history of boxing, was built like a fucking statue. Pure muscle. Never got tired. Even Lennox Lewis was very muscular. Never got tired. Roy Jones Jr., who's probably the fastest fighter who ever fought. Pure muscle. Pure statue. Never got tired. The fact of the matter is,
only weighed like.
Really look at
Roy Jones only weighed like.
Let me finish to Superman, and then y'all can rebuttal what I'm saying. The fact of the matter is, this notion of guys who get tired because they have muscle is all bullshit. It's the way you train.
Well, we agree the way you train, but if you lifting weights like you're a bodybuilder instead of training for endurance, then that's going to slow you down. Mike Tyson was always hitting the rolls, running, training like an actual boxer. He wasn't like trying to see how much weight he could bench press. He wasn't doing that. Holyfield, he was already a natural athlete. And, was a guy that moved up. He wasn't really even a big heavyweight. And as far as Lennox Lewis, Lennox Lewis was strong, but Lennox Lewis wasn't like a scoped heavyweight. He would just, he had fat and muscle, whereas though he could, he could conserve his energy. He wasn't like, sitting up there looking like he's shredded in fights and whatnot.
Okay.
Right.
What about who took over after him? Vladimir Klitschko.
Right. You're right. Vladimir Klitschko early in his career used to have problems because he was too much of the guy lifting weights like crazy.
I got to get some more.
When he started training like a boxer and training more on his endurance,
I'm not taking burgers though.
You see his body.
I got some leftover Zatarains. It's not much, but yeah.
Let me hear your conversation, AJ.
My bad, sorry. I was on. I unmuted myself. Go ahead. So I'm talking to my brother about dinner. My fault.
Because I got to eat dinner soon too. But my point is this. My only point is this. When you actually look at the elite fighters, a lot of them were very muscle bound and never suffered from these supposed endurance flaws. They just didn't. It's contrary to the fact. Muscle slowing you down is contrary to the fact. All you got to do is look at any speed sport. Look at any track runner outside of Usain Bolt because he's just a freak of nature to be so tall. Track runners aren't normally that tall. Track runners are normally in between 5'8" to 6 foot tall at the taller side. Maybe 6'1" if you're really getting there for sprinters. All of them are built like fucking bodybuilders. Every single one of them. If you look at the NFL, all your speed positions, your running backs, they're all built like fucking bodybuilders. The fact that so many people think muscle slows you down is a lie. It's a common misconception. The fact that it makes you tired is a lie. It's the way you train. And I'm telling you that as somebody who's fucking muscle bound. Like, I don't, now granted, I'm not in fighting shape. But when I did fight, I was way more leaner than I am now. and looked a hell of a lot bigger. Like, and I never once suffered from any type of endurance issue. And I'm not talking about when I was amateur fighting, because that's not a lot of rounds. We're only going for 3 rounds. That's nothing. I'm talking about when I was in the gym and I'm going 16, 17, 18 rounds doing round robins with fresh people. My muscles never made me tired once. In fact, when I gained all my weight, I felt faster, I felt stronger, I felt more agile. Now, to this question right here, and I really don't like your name, but I'm going to respond to this. No, I've never done PEDs. You can look at me from the time I was 16 years old, which I can show pictures of, till now. You can see that everything I've ever had is natural. You can see whenever I've been injured, I lose it all and I slowly get it back. But you can see whenever I'm little as fuck, I still bench 315. Like it's easy. So I never needed that. In fact, I wouldn't do that because I'm not making money off my body. If I was making millions of dollars off my body, maybe I would do PEDs. But I'm not going to short my life.
Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, because then you wouldn't be doing this with us.
Yeah. AJ gave up physical strength and power for greater speed, agility, and endurance. So isn't that a fair trade-off? I would agree, Superman, if it was a fair trade-off. However, the speed that he gained, the agility and endurance that he gained was very minute to the amount of strength that he lost. If anything, the speed factor barely moved up and the strength power dropped significantly. So I would say, no, it was not worth the trade-off, in my opinion. And I think his losses have reflected that.
Well, that's something he got to work through with his trainers.
I mean, at the end of the day, we could all agree, the more muscle you have, the more your body requires oxygen, even in like other sports like MMA. Now, I know you did use the running back thing, but a running back ain't running the ball 24/7. He's going to go to the sidelines and get some rest here and there, and then they're going to put him back in the game because he's built for, short bursts. We're talking about for the long haul, such as boxing, you're going to need that endurance. And I just think AJ needs, to melt off more of that muscle, come down some, and it will help with his endurance.
Now, I'm confused. What weight is he at his best?
I think AJ's at his best weight at about 225 to 230.
Oh shit,
that's too small.
Has he ever weighed that much?
No, yes. I don't think so.
Yes, he has. Yes,
I've never seen him that small.
Every time I've seen him, that dude was big as shit.
Me personally, I heard in the UK they don't really have the mountains like that. Well, where he's in, that area he's in, I wish that he would come over to the US, like go up there in Colorado or Big Bear, in a high altitude.
Oh yeah.
Type of training, because that's really good for them. Yeah, for the endurance and stuff. Yeah.
Now he's sacked him, and he's going to go with. Let me see. This is one thing that annoys. It's like you can't settle on a trainer for some reason. Like I don't know about y'all, but I thought he should have stuck it out with Robert Garcia, because I was talking about this.
I thought the same thing too.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, because even though you lost Usyk, you still did better. So it's like, see what else you could do with him for like 2 or 3 more, like 1 or 2 more fights going forward to see what the results are.
I thought the same thing too. I thought Robert Garcia did a good job, and AJ was able to make some adjustment by applying pressure on Usyk. It's just that Usyk was just a better fighter. So
I mean, and still, AJ was too tentative. He didn't let his hands go again. It was the same problem as the first fight.
Which is what? Mental strength, heart.
Yeah.
I just think AJ bouncing around from training to training, it might hurt him in the long run. I don't know.
Yeah, it will, because he's not a Tyson Fury. He can't do that. Like some people can. When you're somebody who's never had stability and worked with somebody for a long time and you're used to switching shit up all the time, it works for you. But when you're a guy who stayed with one person your entire career, Tony Sims, then left him for McCracken, and that's who you've only been with because he was with McCracken in the amateurs, Tony Sims through the pros up until he left Sims, went back to McCracken, and then you go to a guy in Garcia who badmouths you, who talks shit about you, and that's who you pick.
Ridiculous. When did he do
that? You got to go to the interviews.
Did he do that post-fight or pre-fight?
Pre-fight and post-fight.
Yeah, he did say some things about AJ pre-fight and post-fight, but he was saying basically when AJ comes here, he gonna have to understand, like, he's the coach. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, this is why I agree with Robert Garcia. It's like, yo, if you hire a coach to coach you and train you up, you gotta listen to that coach and train you up. You can't have a bunch of yes men around you and whatnot, just saying, "Oh, okay, AJ, just do it like that." That's
yeah,
the
but he
part
can't be going to the media and saying that. It's not
That's
a good
true. I
look
mean, see, one
because
thing
he
that puzzled
paying him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because one thing that puzzled me as well, like I think Robert Garcia was doing it was type of like, well, I've talked to AJ. Well, I've talked to AJ's like he was saying he had to go through like an intermediary or a secretary, and I'm like, wait a minute, why aren't you talking to him directly? Like what the hell is going on there? That's and I knew that wasn't a good sign right there because like if you have to go through like assistants and secretary, then not even talk to him directly. That's a problem right there. You should have a direct link, a line to AJ directly. You shouldn't be having to go people to talk. So that was a bad sign. That's a bad omen. And it's like trainers need to like be like either okay, if I come on board, I'm the head coach, or otherwise I don't do it. It's like I talk to you direct. I don't go through somebody else like an angel. I don't go to I don't answer to this guy. If I'm hired, I'm the head coach. I'm the head trainer. You do what I say. I tell you what to do, and that's it. Otherwise, I'm not going to take the job.
Facts.
Yeah. You need an old school trainer. Somebody cuss his ass out.
Mm-hmm.
For real. Who else is out there that's like a good fit for him? Really, I mean, like I don't even know. I mean,
I always thought Ali Bashir would have been good because he's worked with heavyweights.
What about Buddy McGirt?
He would be good too because he's not trying to.
Doesn't he?
He's not trying to. Huh?
Buddy McGirt gonna push him too. Buddy McGirt, he gonna push his ass.
Yeah, and
McGirt just pick up
Dylan White. But
oh, then that ain't gonna work here.
No, he couldn't go there. That's what I was saying. Like he already got a heavyweight.
Yeah, that's true.
Nah, he can still go there. He can still go there.
Teddy Atlas.
He don't train fighters no more.
Man, Teddy all into MMA.
Teddy can't stand AJ.
Teddy all into MMA. He ain't into boxing no more.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
he
come out of retirement.
He can go to Buddy McGirt. Remember, there was fighters that fought each other with the same trainer. So he can still go to Buddy McGirt.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Will Dylan be keeping him on going forward? That's what I'd like to know.
I want to comment on this. Kelvin, you were correct. Too much muscle will slow you down. If muscle can become like obesity. You can have too much and it's not utilized. If you look like Ronnie Coleman, Jay Cutler, any of the Mr. Olympias, you're not going to be good because you're going to get tired walking. You're just obese with muscles. You're going to lose mobility.
Well, lucky for them, all they got to do is just stand in one place and flex. That's it. So.
And they get tired doing that.
Yeah, they do.
What's going on, Red Glove? How you doing?
What's up, Red Glove?
But bottom line, I just get the sense that, like, I mean, like, I give Joshua the credit in the world, but something just tells me that, like, he might be. I don't think he's really into it as much as he used to be, because I think he even said that himself. Like, he's got his fingers in a lot of stuff. He's doing a lot of other things. So I don't think like boxing is his primary just focus at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe that. I could see that. Yeah.
I mean, but even still, he just gotta get his mind right because I mean, somebody like Floyd Mayweather was into a lot of things, and he was still focused on this boxing thing.
But Floyd never lost.
Yeah,
that's true. Or look at Canelo. Canelo was into a lot of things.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
He still focused on boxing. You know.
Yeah.
And I don't even like Canelo, but that motherfucker be focused on boxing. I tell you that much.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Very true.
Yeah, a lot of people in the boxing.
In the comment, Kelvin says lightest was Ruiz too. He weighed in at 237. No, that's not. That is incorrect.
What?
That wasn't even his lightest. His lightest was way back when he first started. He finally got to 16 and a half stone just when he fought Dylan White the first time, and that's 230 pounds or 231 pounds.
Oh, okay.
Oh damn! Oh, he weighed 230 in that fight.
He had to go up to 230 because Dylan White was big. He's bigger.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I remember when he was long and lanky.
I don't just speak out my ass, man. I don't speak out my ass. That's why I'm actual facts. I get the facts.
Yeah,
from viable sources, multiple sources. I don't be speaking bullshit. I don't really state my opinion like that. I just put the facts and I put my little my opinion later on.
Preach.
Okay?
Preach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
But whatever's going on with just something's going on. He's got to get it together, man. He really does. And I just hope he has a big. Firstly, he needs to win a fight. That's one thing he needs to do. To come back. So
yeah, he does.
He needs to win a fight. And honestly, I think who y'all think he should fight next? I'm liking Otto Wallin. That's a good option. I'm thinking.
No, that would be a hard fight. He need to fight.
You think he needs something easy? He needs something easy?
No. He can fight Otto Wallin. That's a good get back fight. Either him or Dillian White.
Dillian White is a good get back fight because Dillian has just been looking really bad.
I'm not even interested in seeing him fight Dillian White again. I mean, it really does nothing at this stage. I mean, like I just
builds confidence because he'll knock Dillian out.
I know he will, but I'm just saying. But like, what? I mean, he does. Okay, he goes out there and chins him again. Now what? Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like
then you move on to a harder competition, but you got to get his confidence back because right now, I
mean, who else besides Dillian could he get in there with?
What's that?
I think Wallin is a good opponent he could get in with. Because
if he knocks out Wallin, okay, then that's one over Tyson Fury because Tyson Fury couldn't do it.
Yeah, but
AJ, but Wallin would definitely test his endurance because
Wallin is like, I believe, I could be wrong, but I think he's 6'6", just like AJ, and he outweighs him and he moves a hell of a lot better than him. That's not the fight you want to come back to. You don't want a slick guy who's going to be bigger than you at the same height, especially the new AJ. He's going to be a lot bigger than him. That's you want a softer touch. And I hate to say it because I love Dillian White, but at this point, that's a softer touch. You don't want to fight a guy like Otto Wallin, especially because what do you have to gain from beating him? Not much. Like, it doesn't do much for your career, but if you lose to Wallin, I'm telling y'all, and I said this on another channel, I won't bring it up, but I'm telling you right now, AJ is one loss away from his stocks going straight to the toilet.
I agree with that. I agree. It's like he can't keep losing. He can't because he's got 3 losses. He lost twice in a row. He can't lose again. He can't. He's got to win.
Yeah. He's got to come out like Wilder in spectacular fashion, and you need to put him in there with somebody that he can do it with.
So, all right, Wally, like who else?
He got to come out like AJ.
Yeah.
Not Wilder. They're two different people. No. He's established who he is without Wilder, so it has nothing to do with Wilder.
Lisa,
all right. So what y'all think about this?
He needs to establish who AJ is. It don't have shit to do with Wilder.
No, you're reading too deep into what I said. I said he needs to come out in spectacular fashion like Wilder did, meaning his win needs to look really good. He needs to come
out in spectacular fashion like AJ used to be.
Hey, what y'all think about this? What about AJ go against Joe Joyce?
No.
Oh no, that's a tough one.
Hell
that's
nah.
a tough one. No. No.
Hey,
what was the point of him being a goddamn fighter then?
I love the fight, but it's like that's
if y'all saying he shouldn't take this, he shouldn't take that.
Because
AJ said he knocked out Joe Joyce in sparring.
So, you know what? And Dillian White said he knocked out Tyson Fury several times in sparring, and we saw how that turned out.
Now, I mean, like I don't have a problem with any of these fights. If he wants to fight who he wants to
take them fights, let him take them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, but it's like, but yeah, I mean, as far as how you do,
nobody's babying these boxers. He shouldn't fight this one. He shouldn't fight that one. Get your ass in here and fight.
If he's going to get in there with somebody like Joe Joyce, then he needs to go ahead and go for that intimidating looking guy who's very low hanging fruit. Fight Triple D. Go beat up Triple D.
Yeah. He's got
Triple D. Man, he'll fuck him up.
That's what I'm saying.
Man, I think AJ should get in with Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce, that's slow. He's too slow, man. AJ could get off whatever combinations he was working on in camp on Slow Joe, just because Slow Joe is just too slow, man.
Slow Joe.
One thing about Joe Joyce, man, that dude,
Parker. You saw what that dude did in Parker.
Nah, yo, that dude is that guy got a jaw, dog. That guy
got a chin. He does.
He has a chin, but he gets hit too much.
He does. Like that's gonna hurt him one day. It really is. How much shots he takes, like because he hasn't really been. How many power punches has he even fought?
It's not good.
Here's the problem, AJ. Yes, he gets hit a lot, but can you break him down before he breaks you down?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yes, a good point. That's a good point.
And the thing about Joyce is he doesn't have to hit you with a power punch. Everything he throws is a power punch.
Yeah,
I know,
every
but
punch is
here's
like a
the
truck.
thing. When Joe Joyce fought Carlos Takam was winning that fight. He just, the referee, I thought, stepped in a little bit too early.
Yeah, that tends to happen on Frank Warren shows.
But you know what happened, though? Joe Joyce started bear hugging him and then leaning on him. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like how Fury did to Wilder the second fight. He started leaning and just bearing down on you. That shit takes a toll on your legs, man. Takam looked like he wanted to be out of there. He didn't look like he want to fight no more.
Nah, but Takam was winning that fight, though.
But Takam is a tough ass for everybody. Look what
and as a matter of fact, I think Takam was winning on the scorecards, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah, he was.
Bo, Triple D was winning on the scorecards till he wasn't.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, but Carlos Takaya, he's a tough ass for anybody. It's like, look what he just made Makhmedov look.
It's that mental fatigue, man. You get mental, like, man, I'm hitting everything I got at this dude, and he doesn't go, like, he's not backing down.
Just keeps coming.
He just keeps coming. He's like a fucking freight train, man, full of cows and shit.
He's the juggernaut, bitch.
He's the juggernaut, bitch. Your weapons do not harm me.
Until I see him in there with a top, then I'll see who he is.
All right, so y'all want to see AJ fight Triple D?
I think that's a good fight.
That's a good fight too.
I wouldn't mind it.
I think he destroys Triple D.
So do I.
Oh, he will. He will. He'll knock him out.
Look how he just led against the Lorena guy.
Triple D got to punch his chance, and
don't think he'll land it though.
Triple D lands. I mean, if Triple D lands, I don't know.
Hey, in my opinion,
I think AJ got him.
Guys like Triple D, Ajagba, Frank Sanchez, those are the types of guys that he should fight in his return fight. They look imposing, but they really don't have a lot of threat. I don't think they do against him. They really pose very little threat, but when he beats them, they look impressive. They look imposing. It looks to the eye, to the casual, like a great win. Otto Wallin, that's a very risky fight. I don't know. I think you need to
I like it.
Well, I want to see I'd rather see Joe Joyce and the Chinese guy that fought Hrgovic.
Oh, you know what? Zilly Zhang. I thought he got robbed in his last fight.
Yeah, man. I thought so too, man. He got robbed, man. That's some bullshit. Hrgovic lost that fight.
Not only did he lose, he turned around, he turned his back twice. And like literally, like guess like what the hell? Like something's up with Hrgovic in that fight, man. It's like he was not there. Like
he was getting his ass bust.
What's that?
I said Hrgovic has looked bad in his last couple of fights. That'd be a good fight for AJ. He's a top 10 global fighter. He's very slow, very easily you can land on him. Go against him.
Matter of fact, he could also fight Jermaine Franklin. How about that?
No.
Nope.
I don't know.
No, I don't think they're gonna do that because isn't Hrgovic isn't he a mandatory?
Yeah, for Usyk, yeah.
So is Joe Joyce.
Yeah, but that mandatory ain't happening because isn't Usyk and Tyson Fury in negotiation getting ready to fight?
Yeah. Hopefully nothing jumps off. Hopefully that fight will come through. You know what I'm saying?
It's gonna come through because I don't think Fury has any fears over Usyk. I don't even know what Usyk does to win that fight.
Just like you didn't know what Alicia was going to do to beat Michaela, right?
Yeah, Alicia lost that fight, my dude. She lost.
Sorry,
that fight.
Oh no, nah. You think she lost that fight?
Bo, you look. You like AJ was just looking at cheeks the whole fight.
Hey, yo, I was, but I scored it, bro. I scored it, and it was close. I started Alicia edging it. I did.
Hey, I put it like this. I was so focused on it. And I was like one of the first ones to come back on the panel. I was like, yo, I said, I think Alicia won that fight.
Mm-hmm.
And next thing you know, I got attacked. He's like, oh, you just giving up pretty privilege. I was like, what?
No, yeah. They went in, bro. They went in when we thought Alicia won. So it's like, let me watch it again. It's like, yeah, she got it. I felt she got it.
I'll have to rewatch it, but I don't know.
I think I had Michaela winning when they were fighting in real time, but then when we did the rewatch, I had Baumgartner win.
Tony, watch it again. Watch it again. Check it out again.
7-5. 7-5.
Hey,
so it was close.
Don't get me wrong. Before the fight, I was picking Michaela Mayer to win the fight.
Yeah.
But when I watched it, I said, "Damn, yeah, Alicia got it."
Alicia got some very fast, deceptive hands.
She does. She was quick on the hands.
I had no doubt in my mind that my girl Alicia was gonna take it.
I was
picking her to win.
Yeah, after Tony finished, I got to tell y'all something.
All right. This is all I want to say on it. Here's what I look at. The rounds that Alicia won were very close. Here's the problem. The rounds that Michaela won, especially the mid rounds, were landslides. Like, there was a point when it looked like Alicia was ready to give up in the fight in the mid rounds, and then she got her second win. So I'll have to rewatch it, but I had her losing 6-4.
Tony, I'll tell you my scorecard. I memorized it. All right, so
go ahead.
Rounds 1 and 2, I gave to Alicia. Round 3, I thought there was a swing round, but I swung it Alicia's way.
Cheeks.
Okay, right. Then rounds 4, 5, and 6, I gave to Michaela. I gave Alicia round 7 and 8. I gave Michaela round 9. Then 10 was a swing round. I swung it Alicia's way. Cheeks.
That's how I scored it.
Thank you.
Hey, listen. You know, Troy claims she's injured, right? So they put her in champion in recess for the undisputed. You know, Delphine Parsoon is supposed to be fighting Alicia Baumgartner.
Was that announced? Is that official?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's.
I think
ahead.
It is official. I think it is official. Well, I ain't gonna say official, but that's basically what it's gonna look like. Because if somebody put you in champion recess, obviously,
they might as well just strip her. I don't know why they didn't just strip her.
Strip who?
She and me, Choi, the WBA champ.
So if she beats Bassoon, are they trying to set up a Katie Taylor match? Is that the end goal?
It could be a prelude to that. I think so. I mean, it could be a process. I mean, because if Alicia becomes undisputed at 130, then she can move up to challenge Katie for her belts at 135.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Delphine Parsoon is going to be a hard fight for her.
Oh, that is. I agree 100%.
Isn't she kind of old too?
She's 37, but
she fight like a dude, man.
But she's been winning lately. She just beat an unbeaten prospect in Ellen Khaled. She just took a row.
She looked like a dude.
Yeah, but you know what, Cole? I'll say this. The women, they seem to peak later than the men. They seem to peak around the mid.
They look good when they're old. I mean, look at Natasha Jonas. She's pushing 40, and look at her. Look at her ass. She won a whole damn near
around the mid-30s whenever it seems like the females hit their stride.
I noticed that too. It's like the older they get, the better they fight. That's what I've noticed.
I just think Alicia Baumgartner is just more technical as a fighter, you know, compared to these ladies in a weight class.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be she better be on her A game and have her defense on point. Because that one is
that won't be easy. That won't be easy.
That's not gonna be an easy fight for her.
I mean, she gonna need that fight if she gonna try to fight Katie Taylor.
I just want to say my girl's gone MIA. Leonardo or Medusa, who beat the shit out of Alicia Baumgartner, beat the fight out of her. And I will say this: she got robbed against Katie Taylor. She beat the shit out of Katie Taylor. I don't care what nobody says.
I think they ordered a fight.
I might have to watch that fight.
In order to, they ordered a fight with her and
Shut the camera.
Yeah,
just ordered. Let's go.
You said Lauder to Katie Taylor. I'm gonna have to watch that fight because I got a lot of respect for Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor,
me too.
That's a badass bitch right there.
Thank you, AJ, for that. Yeah.
She's a true. She's a good fighter. Yeah.
What's that going on February,
Katie
right?
Taylor showed me something in that fight.
I don't think they've scheduled. I don't think they've scheduled the fight yet. It's been. I mean, I don't know if Chantel has accepted it yet, but it's they ordered it.
She got a hell of a resume, Katie Taylor too.
Yeah, she does.
Hell yeah. Yo, when she made that adjustment against the Puerto Rican girl, and I was cheering for the Puerto Rican
Serrano.
girl. Yeah, she made that adjustment. and started, you know, after being almost knocked out in a round, and she came back 2 rounds later. I said, God damn, that girl Katie Taylor got hard.
Yeah, she got fast hands too. She slowed down some, but her hands is lightning fast.
But that's where Katie fucked up. She decided to trade with Amanda, and it almost got her knocked out.
Yeah. Amanda came in there.
Bad mistake.
Amanda came in there hitting with bad. She was throwing with bad intentions.
And before that, she was winning the fight soundly, outboxing her, just beating
her.
Then you decide to get in the trenches and go toe to toe. Like, why would you do that?
Match.
Why would you do that?
Play right into her hands.
Mm-hmm.
But she ain't gonna do that in a rematch. I'll tell you that much.
She better box her.
Are they gonna have a rematch?
I think they're still working on it.
I think they're still working on it. It's in works. It's in the works. It's gonna be at Crook Park. That thing they were talking about. So, but
I thought boxing was outlawed. Well, outlawed in Ireland.
No, it's not.
But old girl moved
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. What you talking about?
I mean, it was, but not now. I mean, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, real fast to Kelvin, I want to say this. Bold, write this down real fast. So whenever you watch this fight, Katie Taylor, Lenarditude, these are the rounds, okay? I pulled it up because you can watch the whole fight on Lenarditude's YouTube channel. I commented. So I know right here, wrote. So Katie, I gave round 1, 4, 5, and 6. Lenarditude, I gave rounds 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Watch the fight, you'll see. Katie Taylor missed all night long. Like after the fight, she looked like somebody had beat her with a baseball bat. And Lenarditude was pretty.
Damn.
Well, Tony, let me tell you this. Did you actually think that Lenarditude could go to a matchroom show in the UK and get the decision?
I mean, Usyk did it.
Well, Usyk left no doubts. He left no doubts. He usually does. Like he makes it so he dominates so much that the judges wouldn't dare rob his ass.
Yeah, Usyk. Usyk did his thing. I can't lie.
And he's gonna do his thing against Fury. I don't
know. And thank Anthony Joshua. He got that big paycheck too.
Yep.
What they got? They got like what 75 a piece.
Yeah. Joshua got like
he never got that type of money until he fought AJ. So put some respect on AJ's name.
You know what?
Joshua got like 120 plus.
That's why I want AJ to fight me. That's why I want him to fight me right there.
Yep.
So I can get money like I never got before. Let's do it. I'm on 5'11" AJ. I'm 5'11" AJ, 215 pounds right now. But you give me a year.
All the people
be about 235 to fight you. I promise.
All these people disrespecting AJ. He brought fucking money into the division. Game. He really did. Yeah. So I can't. I got mad respect for him. I really do.
He kind of brought the heavyweight division back on a financial scale.
He did. He did. But I mean, just the question, Deontay Wilder's heart, right quick. Like, do you guys remember somebody, a fighter who has heart, who Torkson said he wanted to get himself pregnant?
I don't see AJ going around putting weave in his hair.
You know what, AJ?
But he went mentally weak.
I'm talking around me. But
Tony, I'm gonna throw some back at you. You know I love you. It's all in fun. You said AJ don't listen to these people online. Wilder has a built-in people online that he listens to.
He does.
We can go toe-to-toe, blow for blow, pound for pound.
I mean, no.
It's all love, though. I'm messing with you, Tony.
Wilder definitely has his little cult following, his little church members, like without a doubt, and he does listen to him, but he doesn't change who he is.
No, I got you.
You know, it's so crazy with Wilder. It took a YouTuber who doesn't even do sports to make all the excuses for Wilder, and everybody took it and ran with it, including Wilder himself.
Yep.
He's like, oh yeah.
Yep.
Hey, what happened to that dude?
Who was that?
Oh, young Farrell.
Young Farrell? Is he still on YouTube?
I don't even know. I don't follow his channel, so I have no idea what he's doing. I don't even follow his channel.
Yeah.
But he was the one that broke the excuse for Wilder and whatnot. And it was really for the first fight, but everybody took it like it was the second fight.
Oh yeah, no. He tried to say something was wrong with his gloves in the first
fight.
And they
you know what? You know what? I'm not trying to be funny, right? And it just dawned on me. every single fight with Fury, it was something. The first one, it was the long count, right? The second one, it was the gloves, and even they said the first one was the flop. The gloves was right.
That was.
And then in the third one, it was another long count. I'm like, oh my god, like real historical trilogies to me, like with Holyfield and Bo and Ali and Frazier and Norton, like that. Come on, like they ain't have to go through all of that.
The first fight, they ran with the excuse of the long count. I actually timed it. He actually, to me, I thought he beat the count. But
he did.
That was the excuse.
He did beat the count, but the thing is, the referee's count doesn't have to be an exact 10 seconds.
No. he beat the real world clock. See, this is what I don't understand. Mm-hmm. This is what I didn't get about the whole conspiracy theory. Like, literally, you can look at the Showtime clock. He hit the canvas in 2:21. He was fully up before 2:11, which means that he beat a real world 10-second count. It doesn't matter what the referee did. He beat the actual clock.
And you know what else, Tony? Somebody pointed out too, his leg was up. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like his knees was up. No. His knees was like one of his legs was up. So he wasn't, maybe he might have been out for a second or two or three, but he wasn't all the way out. If you notice, his knee was up. Like one of the legs was flat down and one of the knees was up. Yeah.
I mean, it's like the punch probably knocked him out, but then he woke up with his head hit the canvas.
Yeah. But that was a hard hit.
Yeah.
I remember that punch. Like, I'm telling you.
Bro, Tony, I thought he was done. I thought he was done.
I looked at my
He looked like he was dead.
Oh my God, he just lost. He just won this whole fight and he just got knocked the fuck out. I stood up. I had like a food tray in front of me. I knocked it over. I was like, he just got knocked out. He just got knocked out in the 12th round. It's over. And then he got up. I was surprised. I didn't think he would get up.
I mean, what was funny when he got up was the look on Deontay Wilder's face. He couldn't believe it. It's like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's what he should have realized. Maybe I shouldn't fight this guy again, especially when he's healthy. That's why I'm like, I don't. Okay, this dude. I don't. This is going to be more tougher than I thought if I rematch this guy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna lie. When that knockdown happened, I was in a restaurant, one of them sporting restaurants like Buffalo Wild Wings or something. I'm jumping up and down like me and my boys was like, oh shoot! And then I turned around, this dude got up. Man, I was like, oh shoot, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Yup. Yeah.
Can you imagine? He went on to put it on him for the rest of the round.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He started stepping to Wilder, and I think that's where he applied in that second fight. He was like, well, shit, I'm going to walk into him.
Yeah, he just took it to him. Yeah, that's what he had to do here. Because you have to disarm the weapon, and the main weapon is that right hand. You have to disarm that, so you got to push him on his back feet. You got to bring it to him. And that's what he was able to that game plan implemented was to the T. Yeah.
That's why I think George Joyce would be a bad matchup for Wilder if they fought.
He may be a bad matchup for Fury too.
It depends.
He might be a bad matchup for Wilder, but Wilder do got that punch.
I mean, like, it all depends on what happens if Wilder lands that right on Joyce. If he smiles and winks at Wilder, it keeps he's fucked.
It's over.
Oh yeah,
he's in trouble. He's in trouble.
Because look, make no mistake, Joe Joyce is going to get hit by that straight right. He's not going to be able to get out of the way. He is going to get round one in about 10 seconds into the first round. The question is,
can he take it? Can he take it?
It's a real litmus test of how hard Deontay Wilder really hits. Because if he hits him and Joe Joyce folds like a fucking lawn chair, then we can say that, this dude may actually be one of the hardest punchers to ever be there. But if
there's
Joe
an argument.
Joyce
There's an argument. There's a definite
smiles,
argument.
like you said, in wings, the fight's over. Go ahead, throw out the towel before Joe Joyce gets on. It's over.
That because one thing I noticed about the Hellenius fight when Wilder knocked him out, that right hand was very snappy and fast. He landed that shit so quick. It's like I didn't even know it landed at first. I had to see it from angles and slow motion to see if the punch landed.
He did it. He was
because like there was a lot of fight that the talk that Helenius took a dive, and I thought that was kind of credible. But like then when I saw the punch land, it's like he actually got hit. He got hit.
But he ran into the punch too. He ran right into the punch.
Yeah, but the thing
his punch is fast when he hits fast.
The thing is, I never thought, even before seeing the replays, that it was a fake, like paid for a knockout, like he was acting, because his body went stiff. Like it didn't even go limp; it went stiff, and he hit the canvas. Like you cannot fall without bracing yourself. Like you're naturally going to try to brace.
Tony, when Helenius got hit. When Helenius got he looked like how you would look if you saw the Ark of the Covenant. That's how you look.
I tell you what, if he took a dive, the way once his head bounced off that mat, it wasn't no way he getting back up.
If he took the dive and could act that good with that lay down that he did, he needs to be in fucking a Creed movie, because that's the best acting I've ever seen.
Yes.
But hey, you see the UFC is on an investigation now.
What?
Taking dives.
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Somebody took a dive. They changed the betting up and said, hey, we betting on a knockout in the first round. And dude got knocked out in 67 seconds. And now they're doing an investigation. They're like, oh, okay, this was rigged.
Oh, man.
Who got knocked out?
Yeah, I saw it was.
It was like
who it was.
Match. I think it was like Mena versus I forgot the dude he fought. But yeah, the FBI got involved in it now. They like,
oh shit.
Oh, the FBI got boy.
There's gonna be some people going down, man.
Oh shit.
This the UFC you said? Oh boy.
The FBI's involved. They
Well, how come they don't do that with boxing? Have they ever?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course.
In the past.
They don't just go. They don't just open investigations not to get a conviction. When they open an investigation, they're gonna get a conviction because they're sure they got everything on that shit.
Yeah, once the FBI's involved, man, it's
a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's curtains.
Yeah, somebody gonna talk.
Oh,
I'd be one of them. I'd be one of them if they was looking at me. I'm sorry. I ain't get locked up for this shit. I'm like,
you gonna be just like Gunner. You gonna sing
like a canary. No, I'm gonna sing like Celine Dion. Shit.
No, I don't speak English.
Sure, the FBI need to investigate the PBC. All these damn injuries popping up all of a sudden, you know.
Why apparently their IBF champions don't fight mandatories. So
yeah,
I think I really believe that Jamel is injured. I do.
He is. He posted photos. He posted proof.
Yeah. But I'm talking about like Jamal, Earl Spence. I mean, everything, you know.
Maul was capped. I don't think he was ever injured. That was some bullshit. I heard that the fight wasn't selling, so that's probably why they pulled the plug.
Oh, look at AB. AB all of a sudden was having mental issues.
They wasn't getting enough pre-sale tickets and all that stuff. So.
See?
Then they should have gave him a better opponent. Scrap that and put him in there. Get to me. We know that the fight that's going to sell for Jamal is going to be Demetrius Andre. That's the fight. It never made sense to me when they both when Demetrius had the belt, right? Never mind. I can say this till I'm blue in the face. When Triple G unified with Murata, I said the other two title holders should unify, and then who's ever the last two standing fight for undisputed. I think that Triple G would have done that. I really do.
Well, Triple G will fight him, but I think everybody wants Triple G because they know he's over the hill.
Yeah.
But still, I think that would have been the incentive for him to challenge for undisputed because he didn't get it before. You know what I'm saying?
Man, Triple G was focused on getting that trilogy.
Yeah. Yeah, but even after that, but he
yeah.
still got his belts at 160. Is what I'm saying. He could have. I don't know. It just makes no sense. But we know the Selecki fight is something nobody's interested in. But I do believe that people would be interested in Andrade and Charlo.
But that fight to me would have to be a co-main event because that fight should have happened years ago. Now it's kind of like dead in the water. So they gonna have to like put that on a co-main event and put like a main event, maybe like an Earl or Bud.
Do something what Charlo versus Andre is where Spencer Crawford is, which is nowhere.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was thinking because he's over there, I'm hoping that he gets something. Even if he don't get even if he don't get that, maybe he can get a Caleb Plant or something like that, or nobody. Do anybody have the dates for the Caleb Plant and
Benavidez?
I don't even think that.
Yeah,
March maybe with somewhere on time of March.
Did they come up with a date?
I think I'm not sure. I mean, they said sometime spring, March, something like that.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's what I'm hearing. I got to check again, but that's what I was hearing. So
Triple G fighting Falco.
Falco.
Why can't he fight? He should be fighting Erislandy Lada.
Well, that's IBF mandatory. So Lara still is WBA. But I don't think he's going to fight Lara. I'm doubtful.
Well, Lara himself is old. He's not young.
I think Triple G will beat him. That's what I'm saying. Like that's a winnable fight.
You think so?
I do.
Lara is a much better fighter than Triple G. Well, no, I can't say he's better. I just think he's a better boxer.
Lara been knocking folks out nowadays.
Yeah. He don't have the legs though, but he will stand there and trade with you like he did. I would hope Lara will beat Triple G, but I don't know. Triple G do have the power.
Yeah, Triple G power might be a little bit too much for Lara.
I think so. I mean, his power still elite. We saw what he was doing to we saw we did the Murata and but I don't know.
He ain't do nothing to Canelo.
Yo, speaking of, he hit in that trilogy, he hit Canelo with a couple of shots.
That kind of stopped Canelo in his tracks?
Yeah.
Yeah, you noticed that?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden he just went back to like all of a sudden not really throwing much no more. I was like, what the hell happened there?
Well, I think he was pacing himself because he's old.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
Prime Laura definitely would have beat Triple G.
I don't know.
It's hard to say.
His legs is just too good.
Well, I don't know because prime for prime, you got to think like Lara fought Canelo, and that's a real iffy fight in my opinion. Prime for prime, Triple G beat Canelo in the first fight, like hands down, beat him.
Oh yeah.
No doubt. I'm not trying to do a triangle theory, but I don't know.
They both beat Canelo and got robbed.
He hit real.
Yeah, I thought Lara beat Canelo too.
So did I. Me too.
Yeah, I did too.
They both beat him and got robbed.
Yeah, but I think Triple G hits a lot harder than Canelo.
Yeah, Triple G hit hard. Yeah, that's the thing.
Dude hits like a light heavyweight. Probably cruiserweight.
But that's the thing. If and Lara can hit too, but not as hard as Triple G. Yeah.
No.
But Lara will bust you up like I don't know, like it's different. Like I've seen him.
I mean, Lisa, I think Lara would have gave him issues for a few rounds, but Triple G would have kept applying pressure, and the pressure would have got to Lara, and he would have broke him down and probably stopped him.
What the hell? Somebody said Canelo wasn't in his prime when he fought Lara. You know what? Yo, you know what? They always say Canelo isn't in his prime when he loses.
This dude must be trolling.
Well, he's actually in his prime now, basically, isn't he?
I think he's on his Lisa. I think he's on his decline right now.
Yeah, he's on.
Yeah. I mean, because honestly, he's been the most active fighter for the last going on 3 years.
Yeah, he has.
Like how many times has he fought? Like the last 6 times, I think I count.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
Yeah, he's been busy.
Yeah, he's been busy. Yeah.
Callum Smith in December 2020, Yildirim in February of 2021, Billy Joe in May of that year, then Caleb of that year, then twice this year. So that's
Kelvin. I'm gonna have to politely disagree with you because you're not in your prime when you fight a 40-year-old who's fighting in a weight class for the first time that you've been reigning at, and he bangs it out with you. You're nowhere near your prime.
Because I thought a lot of people thought Canelo was going to knock out Triple G in that third fight.
Yeah.
But you know what? A fight night, I'm like,
I didn't think it was.
A fight night, I was like, you know what? I think this is going to go to distance. I really do, and it did.
Yeah. Triple G never been knocked out.
No, never dropped. Never. Dude, that's probably one of the best. But
they was thinking he was going to stop him to the body, though.
Yeah. And he didn't even land a lot of body shots in the fight. Or didn't.
I can't agree with this. And he whooped Lara too. I can't agree with this.
Okay, all right.
Because people look, he gonna say by the end of the stream, he gonna say I'm an AJ hater, even though I like AJ. I'm hard on AJ because I want AJ to be what he should be and not what he is currently. And he's gonna say I'm a Canelo hater because I'm gonna say it again. These are the fights that Canelo lost, in my opinion. Austin Trout whooped that ass. Austin Trout definitely whooped that ass. All Canelo did was have one knockdown, but he lost the rest of the fight. He was outlanded. He even got outlanded in what Canelo fans like to say, because Canelo gets outlanded a lot, but they be like, oh, power punches. He landed more power punches. Well, guess what? Austin Trout landed more power punches. Then Austin Trout, who was a bootleg Mayweather saw that shit. He's like, yo, he just lost to the Dollar General me. I'm going to beat his ass. And that's what he did. He made Canelo look like he never fought a day in his life. It was the easiest fight of Mayweather's life.
Yep.
And that was an aged Mayweather. That wasn't even a young Mayweather. That was the old Mayweather.
36.
Then he fights Lara. He should have lost that fight. He fights Triple G. Triple G gets robbed. Actually, he got robbed both times because I believe Triple G beat him the first time. The second time, it was a rematch. Although I'm not mad with Canelo winning, but I thought it was not a rematch. I'm sorry. I thought it was a draw in the rematch.
Yeah, I thought it was a draw too.
I mean,
I will say this though. I didn't think Austin Trout beat Canelo. I thought Canelo edged him out in that fight, and I thought that knockdown was really the difference of that fight.
I agree. It was close, but I edged it to Canelo. The same in the Triple G rematch. I think Lisa did too as well, right, Lisa?
So to me, boxing is a 12-round fight, right? You judge it round by round. In that fight, Austin Trout outlanded him 7 out of the 5 rounds, okay? He outlanded him with power shots, 7 out of the 5 rounds. Total punches as well, 7 out of the 5 rounds. So if Canelo lost 5 rounds and he got a knockdown, that gives him 6 points. Austin Trout should have had 7 points, in my opinion. That's my opinion. That's how I saw it. And the CompuBox matches that. So that's how I judged it, and the CompuBox backs that up. Now,
I think what messed that fight up really was the open scoring for that fight.
Because Austin Trout got overly aggressive.
Yeah, because when they started making these announcements every 4 rounds of what the scorecards was, it was pretty. You could pretty much be on cruise control during the back half of the fight if you know you're already winning.
Right. But I don't know. Those are the fights that I thought he lost, and had he lost the fights that he should have lost, I don't feel like people would rate him as highly as they do.
No, and plus I think his stock would have taken a hit too as well.
Yeah, it definitely would have taken a hit. But I don't know, man. The one thing I could say is about Mexicans, they come out and support their fighters.
They do. That's true. That's very true. That's very true. I mean, but honestly, I think that he needs, in terms of next year for his play. Like, okay, if he wants to fight John Ryder, that's fine. But don't fight Bivol. Don't don't rematch that dude, please. Like,
they already got an excuse for his loss to Bivol. They said,
which is what
I done heard it all. Canelo was injured for the fight, even though he fought Triple G with the same injury, I guess, but he was injured for the Bivol fight. Also, Canelo was just too damn small for Bivol. I'm like, man, like they just can't just say Canelo just lost a fair fight,
I knew this was coming.
Oh shit. Didn't you say he say that?
I knew he would say that.
Like, Tony, let me ask you this. Like, I personally don't care if Canelo fights David Benavidez. Does that mean I'm a Canelo hater or a Canelo fan? Or I just don't get it? I don't care if Canelo fights David Benavidez. So does that mean I'm a Canelo fan?
Yeah, you're definitely a Canelo fan.
I thought so. Okay, cool.
Because that's the fight I want to see.
That's the best fight for him.
No, I want to. I'd like to see it, but I also don't care if it happens because it's like
stylistically, that would be a perfect matchup.
Question is, will he do it? That's the thing.
I mean, again, my whole thing is this. Even though he didn't have the belt, if he doesn't have the belt now,
I know.
the real WBC champion is David Benavidez. He's the 2-time champion, never lost the belt in the ring. And then they gave his belt away in a vacant fight for fighters that weren't even ranked in their rankings.
Well, he should have laid off the tacos.
I will say this: the sanctioning bodies were in bed with Canelo because I just seen two things that happened. How did you make Yield the Bum a mandatory, a dude that was coming off a loss and inactive for like 2 years? All of a sudden, he's the mandatory for Canelo's belt.
Well, boy, remember he was the mandatory for David when he had it.
Right, but he was coming off that loss, right?
Right,
yeah, to Darrell.
Okay. Yeah, Darrell, yeah. But here's another thing too. How is it they had Canelo satisfied the WBO mandatory in an undisputed bout against Caleb Plant? How did Caleb Plant become the mandatory for the WBO when he was already a champion to begin with?
I know it was a unification match.
No, it was.
Yeah,
but they came out with an article at the beginning of this year saying Canelo satisfied his WBO mandatory when he beat Caleb Plant.
No, that doesn't make sense. How do you satisfy
but listen,
mandatory?
I brought that up earlier, and they brought that out that would satisfy his WBO mandatory, right? For 14 months, 2 weeks before Andrade was supposed to fight Parker the first time, right. 2 weeks before for the mandatory to fight Canelo next.
Yep.
I think I'm telling you right now, I've always believed it, and I still believe it. I believe Andrade will beat the shit out of Canelo. I don't even think it's competitive.
Stylistically, he's a bad matchup for Canelo.
It is. Yeah, Canelo's he's always struggled with pure boxers. He always has. So I mean, but as far as like he would Canelo, I think you should fight John Ryder. Then after that, fight David Benavidez. Then after that, your work at 168 will be complete, pretty much. That's what I think.
What if Caleb Plant beat David Benavidez?
I'm gonna laugh like hell.
It'll never happen. It'll never happen.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I think he has a great shot of beating David Benavidez. Stylistically, I think
I'm with both. I think the fight's gonna be more competitive than people think. I really do.
I don't know, man, because Caleb Plant is a outside boxer. He's gonna be shorter. He's gonna have shorter arms, and he's gonna be significantly smaller. But he likes to fight from the outside. So he's not going to be able to fight from the outside. And whenever he comes in, Benavidez, that's what he wants. He wants you coming in, and he's going to be forced to come in against him. So
I think he'll box circles. I think he'll box circles around David Benavidez. David Benavidez' only shot is to corner that dude and start going to town on him. But if it stays a boxing match, I think Caleb Plant will win that fight easy.
Yeah, Tony, I want to answer your question. You were saying about the mandatory situation. One of the WBO rules is if you're a super champion, right, you can satisfy a mandatory obligation with a unification. So that's what he did with Caleb Plant, right? It was a unification. So when he beat Billy Joe, because he had 3 other belts, he became a super champion. And then he went straight into a unification with Caleb Plant. And as one of the perks of being a super champion in the WBO is a unification will actually clear your backlog of mandatories.
What belt?
Oh, shit.
IBF, right? So he fought Caleb Plant for IBF. I think the WBO, one of their special privileges as a super champion is they can treat a unification as a mandatory, which they did, right? That's what they put out in their statement. They said that Caleb Plant unification, they're treating it as a mandatory defense.
But hey, Jimmy, here's the problem I have with that. When did him and Caleb Plant fight?
So him and Caleb Plant fought in 2020, right? November
2021.
All right.
Yeah, 21. Sorry, last year.
Why did the article come out this year and finally said this was to satisfy Canelo's mandatory because they never published this last year. It came out
because it's not public information, right? Yeah, because they don't have to release it as public information. Which maybe there was some backlash against Wise and Canelo fighting the WBO mandatory, which they established, right? So everything they did legally. Or Zach Parker could be suing the WBO, right? Because he was the mandatory, right?
Right. So, so to Tony's credit, right? Yeah. Zach Parker was the mandatory to all of a sudden when Demetrius Andrade was scheduled to fight Zach Parker. This article came out of nowhere. Oh, Canelo satisfied that mandatory.
So what happened is they were establishing an interim champion, right? And they set a deadline of 14 months, right? 1 year, and some change, whatever it was. So what they did is, because they treated the Caleb Plant fight as a unification to clear up his backlog, what they did is Andrade and Zach Parker, they were going to fight for the interim world title, right? And then they established that the super champion has satisfied a mandatory when he unified. So his next mandatory will be due in 12 months, which, I mean, to be honest, bro, these dudes only fight once a year, 2 at most. So if Parker and Andrade fought and became champion, right, they would have had a voluntary defense, and then the WBO would have ordered the mandatory. So I don't really see what all the hoopla is about. It's not like these dudes are fighting 8 times a year that, oh, he's losing. These dudes fight maybe once every 6 or 7 months, right?
I don't disagree with the inactivity, but fighters know who's going to give them problems and who's not going to give them problems in a match. That's why a lot of times certain boxers would, resort to politics.
That's why I give Canelo so much credit for having the most versatile resume in the sport, where he could have been fighting the same bombs that guys like Charlo, Benavidez, and I fucking hate saying this about Andrade because he was one of my favorite fighters, but I have to be honest, bro. This resume, come on, bro. Like, you don't fight Billy Joe Saunders, Erislandy Lara, and Danny Jacobs, and Triple G, and Kovalev, and Callum Smith, and unify. Come on, bro. Like, to duck Demetrius Andrade. Like, come on, man. Like, some of this shit.
Hold on, Jimmy. 154. Canelo was Demetrius Andrade mandatory. He did not activate that. He did not activate that mandatory at 154. Waited to Demetrius Andrade to get stripped of the belt, and then all of a sudden went to go fight for that title.
When was he mandatory, bro? You're gonna have to give me timeline so I can make sense of this, because as soon as he lost to Mayweather, after he lost to Mayweather, right, he was fighting at a 155 catchweight, right, but he fought the number 1 guy. See, this is what kills me about Canelo haters, right? The number 1 guy at 154 was Erislandy Lara, right, or Floyd Mayweather, whichever way you want to see it. He fought both of them, right? Jamal Charlo, Demetrius Andrade did not fight Erislandy Lara. The number 1 American middleweight champion at that time was Danny Jacobs. What a coincidence. Jamal Charlo and Demetrius Andrade never fought Danny Jacobs, right? Gennady Golovkin was the boogeyman, and Canelo beat that dude as the fucking underdog. In the rematch, Canelo Alvarez was a 3-1 underdog against Gennady Golovkin, right? Who was unbeaten, a unified champion, and a consensus top 3 pound-for-pound guy. Canelo beat that dude as the underdog. These guys that people are champion, like Benavidez and Charlo, when the fuck have they ever busted a grape?
Makes a valid point. Makes a point.
This is the thing I have, though. We know politics come into play. When we could say, yeah, Canelo fought this and that, and he did. I'm not even going to deny that. But when you got that clout, you could fight whoever the hell you want to fight.
How do you get that clout?
How do you get that clout? No, I'm just saying when you got sales and everything, you could pretty much fight whoever you want to fight.
Yeah, but you have to earn the sales right the hard way by fighting Erislandy Lara as the boogeyman, Miguel Cotto as the bro. This guy was a bigger ticket seller than Miguel Cotto. He played fucking B-side to Miguel Cotto.
Check this out.
Right?
What I'm saying,
he agreed to get weight drained by Floyd Mayweather, right? He played B-side to Mayweather, got weight drained. Took the step up, bro. Like, come on, bro. This Canelo hate is unreasonable.
Hold on. You misreading me here, man. What I'm trying to say is that there are fighters out there, because they don't get the sales like that, it makes it a lot harder for them to get fights. We seen this even happen back in
also have made poor business career choices, right? Okay, I never asked David Benavidez to shit the bed twice.
Jimmy, no, but here's my problem with what you're saying, okay? Here's my problem. It is clear as day that Andrade, especially back then, was being ducked by a lot of fighters. He tried to fight Charlo. Charlo did not take that fight. He tried. He actually tried. He tried to fight Lara too. Hold on. I'm about to make a connection here, right? Now,
go ahead.
prior to all of this. Everybody was saying Devin Haney has fought nobody. He's no good. He's never been in there with anybody. People are overhyping him. And today he's undisputed. Why? Because he actually got the opportunity to fight somebody. And he became undisputed off of that. My thing is this. You cannot hold it against somebody if the entire division is ducking that somebody. There's a reason why these people don't want to fight that person. There is a reason. And given that opportunity, they will show you very quickly why they are being so ducked. And that's my problem. There has been, now granted, recently, Andrade has been looking bad because he could have fought maybe Zanabek. However, he had already said that he moved up to 168 way before he was mandated to fight him. He was already signed the contract to fight Zach Parker. So that was a bad look. Then he had 2 occasions to fight Zach Parker, didn't. That was twice a bad look, but that's recently. In the past, he was being ducked heavily. So again,
I agree.
Understand what 100% you're saying. You can look.
But Jimmy, if you agree with that, Jimmy, if you agree with that, then why would you say what you say if you just agree with what he just said? Because that's what I'm saying.
You're caught in a paradox. I'll tell you why, because you're caught in a paradox. So if undercard fighters like Charlo and Benavidez won't fight you, then why would a rock star and the biggest, you're not making any sense. So if he's having trouble securing undercard fighters like Benavidez, guys like Charlo, guys like I wouldn't say Triple G's an undercard fighter, but he's a star. Would it not be 10 times more difficult to fight the face of boxing? So you guys don't make any sense.
It's not the point. The point
but
is,
can I say something?
There's a reason why these undercard fighters would not get in the ring with him. And the thing is, the face of boxing knows that reason, especially when you look at it stylistically. And Andrade fights just like a Lara, who gave him issues, fights just like Caleb Plant, who gave him issues early, fights just like a Beagle, who beat the shit out of him. That's what Andrade does. That's how he fights. He fights like a Mayweather. He sticks and moves and doesn't stay in front of you so you can throw counter shots. You got to come to him. You got to find him. He's not going to be in front of you. Especially,
I agree with you.
Especially when you're very short at maybe 5'8". He might be shorter than 5'8", but you're very short against a guy who's over 6 foot tall.
Listen, I agree with you. I think all the potential opponents, right? You got Benavidez, you got Charlo, you got Andrade. Demetrius Andrade, stylistically, is by far the most difficult fight. I don't think Benavidez is that difficult, bro. Flat-footed, come forward, throw punches. The guy's got a shaky chin, and most people thought he lost to Ronald Graville, right? So I don't think that's it. I mean, I don't think he's the gangster that everyone says. Charlo hasn't fought in 2 years, and he was having a war with a B-level guy or C-level guy like Montiel, right? I agree with you, bro. I think Demetrius Andrade is by far the most difficult stylistic matchup if you're in a room with Benavidez, Charlo, and Boo Boo, right? So if I was Canelo's advisor, someone said to me, look, you got to fight these three. It's either Benavidez, Charlo, or Andrade. My response would be bring Andrade last. Slick southpaw, Olympic background, can mess with angles and height, move. He's got good speed, a bit of power, and slick skills, right? He's the most difficult style matchup compared to orthodox, flat-footed pressure fighter Benavidez, who's got a shaky chin, or Jamal Charlo, who's, I'll be honest, just a pile of shit, right? So that's my rebuttal. But again, my rebuttal is, bro, you don't fight Billy Joe Saunders, Erislandy Lara, if you're going to duck Andrade. When did he duck Andrade, right? You're saying that he was the mandatory. Bro, he was never mandated to fight Demetrius Andrade. He was fighting at a 155 catch weight.
Could I add something
but listen.
Go ahead, Lisa. Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
But listen. This has been going on since 154, and Boulder's right. There was a time when he was campaigning at 155, and like Bowl said, when Andrade was stripped or whatever, he was his man or whatever. He was stripped or whatever, and then he went to go fight for that belt. Why didn't he go fight for it when Andrade had it? The same at 160. And I felt kind of bad for Andrade when he was over there at the zone because Triple G didn't want to fight him. Triple G didn't fight him. What's the point of having a damn belt when it's useless? That belt served him no purpose.
Hey, Jimmy, let me just
that belt gave him no leverage, guys. And people say, oh, well, he this and that, he this and that. What the fuck is the point of having it? He couldn't do shit with it.
and to add to what she's saying real fast, Jimmy, here's the point. Andrade was a champion, a reigning champion when Canelo was at the 154 weight class. Then while Canelo was at 160, he became a reigning champion again. So it's not like Andrade was some guy who never won a title. We're talking about a 2-division champion who had been chasing you now for 2 weight classes. Now it's moved up into a 3rd weight class wanting to fight you. We don't know what he's going to do there because he hasn't fought yet. But it's just, to me, it's a bad look. It's a bad look.
Tony, could I add something at 160?
Used to get in there with him.
No, I want to add something.
Wait, hold up. Let me just get this out right quick. Okay, so at the 154 scenario, I agree with. I'll take you guys' word for it because I wasn't following, the sport that closely at that time. But 160, I came across an article. Credit to Ring IQ. He showed this on multiple occasions in 2019 after he beat Danny Jacobs. Canelo had 3 titles. We all know this. He just had to beat Andrade for the.
Andrade had 1. Canelo
Yes. He actually did try to fight and unify with him, but the IBF.
That's not true because I'll let you finish, but I'm gonna show you. I'll show you another article.
Okay. Well, with the article I read said the IBF said no, they wanted him to fight his mandatory, which was Sergey Derevchenko. So in the couple with that, along with the fact that his promoter Lou DeBell, I believe it was, pretty much priced him out and demanded he'd be paid a lot of money. Canelo just he just dropped the red belt, and Triple G and Derevchenko fought each other for it. Then the fight never materialized, but it specified that he did try to unify, but the IBF wouldn't let him. He said, no, you have to fight your mandatory first.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up as well, mate.
All right, so let me bring this up. I don't know if you remember, Lisa, when I sent you those both articles.
Yeah.
That. All right, so around that same time, you're right. When Canelo was scheduled to fight Derevchenko, because remember after that fight with Triple G, he said, I want to fight either Derevchenko, Kovalev, or Andre. No, he ain't even mentioned. He did. He kind of mentioned.
Yes, he did, bro.
Hold on.
No. After he fought Danny Jacobs, bro.
Jimmy,
he said, I've got one final piece left, bro.
Jimmy, can I finish,
please?
No, but you're lying, bro. He did call out Andrade.
Jimmy,
Jimmy, please.
All right, so basically what came out was the IBF was going to grant him to fight for undisputed, and they gave him a deadline, which was like 4 months in advance. Well, he didn't go that route. He said, well, I'm gonna go to try to do the Kovalev joint. And when that deadline went past, it already went past the IBF deadline. They already told him a week before, like, if you're not gonna do this undisputed with Demetrius Andrade, you're gonna have to fight Derevchenko. You're right. Derevchenko did wanted more money. That deadline passed. They had 4 months to make the decision if they was gonna fight Demetrius Andrade or not. They let the deadline pass, and then came up with the Oscar De La Hoya said, oh, well, I want to try to get the fight with Demetrius Andrade past the deadline date that the IBF already gave him to fight Demetrius Andrade. So that's why he really got stripped. It wasn't the IBF didn't let him. They gave him the deadline, which was 4 months in advance. If you want to make that fight with Demetrius Andrade.
I've got rebuttal. No, but you'll bring the receipt, so it's only fair I bring receipts as well, right?
Okay, I just put the article in. I just put the article in the link. I'll put the link in. I'll drop the link in a private chat if you want to.
Hey, Bulky, could you put it in the group chat too on WhatsApp? I'd like to read that.
Yeah.
Okay.
When Canelo Alvarez sued, when Canelo Alvarez sued, this is how angry he was that they agreed to drop the IBF belt. When Canelo Alvarez sued Golden Boy, a part of his legal case against Golden Boy was Golden Boy dropped his IBF title without informing him, right? As far as the deadline, all that, I know, I get it. Like, Derevchenko did not agree to the money, and Golden Boy didn't want to pay more than, and this is gonna make me laugh, bro, more than 5 point something million dollars, right? A guy that fought Danny Jacobs for about $100,000, right? Wasn't willing to take $5 million to fight Canelo Alvarez, right? So he could satisfy the mandatory. This was the holdup, right? The IBF did enforce the Derevchenko mandatory, right? And there was a bit of a hoopla. Canelo Alvarez, right after he beat Danny Jacobs, said there's one belt left in the division. This guy's not mentally ill. He's fully aware who's been holding the belt for 2 years, right? And that's what he said. He said, there's one belt left in the division. My goal is to become undisputed. There was a fallout with the Derevchenko situation. But what Canelo also said was, it's my goal to become a 4-division champion to fight Kovalev for the light heavyweight title. So was he maybe more interested in fighting Kovalev for the light heavyweight belt and becoming a 4-division champion than fighting Andre for undisputed? Maybe. I mean, that's debatable. I mean, it's up to you what's more prestigious, fighting Sergey Kovalev for the light heavyweight title and making history, or fighting Demetrius Andrade and becoming undisputed, something he did anyway at 168. I mean, that's debatable.
Here's my problem with that.
Huh?
Hold on. Let me rebuttal this real fast. Here's my biggest problem with that, right? You could have fought for undisputed, right? Against arguably your rival, the other best guy in 2 different weight classes you've been in, right? You could have done that. However, you jump up to fight Kovalev, who is at that time by far the weakest light heavyweight champion. He's on his last leg. He's already been knocked out twice. Damn near got knocked out a 3rd time against a green Anthony Yard who had fought nobody at the time. And that's who you choose to fight, the weakest challenge. Then the minute you win the belt, you run from the division to fight actual champions in that division versus a guy who's on his last leg. Then he goes back to light heavy again to fight the weaker guy who will not knock him out, who will go the distance if he gets outboxed in Beevil. Because had he got in there with Beterbiev, he would have got slept. And they knew that. So again, he cherry-picked to go for the weaker of the champions who they felt like he had the best chance at beating. That's my problem. Okay. Just like at 168, regardless how you believe the fight will turn out, by far, Benavidez, out of all the champions that he fought, is the #1 guy. But he won't fight him.
No, he's not. Callum Smith, bro. No, you're wrong. Callum Smith was a ring champion. He was consensus ranked #1 in the division. He won the tournament. David Benavidez, bro, the guy that looked like a pile of shit against Ronald Graville twice, was not the #1 guy, bro. I feel like a lot of boxing fans, what they think now, they're trying to change the last 5 years and say, yeah, 5 years ago, Benavidez was a gangster as well. That's not true, bro.
But can I say this? When
Benavidez lost his belt on the scale, right? Benavidez was given the opportunity to fight Artur Beterbiev for the WBC light heavyweight title, right? A guy that's killing himself to make weight. He rejected that. Bro, this guy's going to get his 3rd shot at the same belt in about 2 years. When talking about handouts, bro, when in the history of boxing have you ever seen a guy get his 3rd shot at the same belt in about, a span of 2 years? And in between all that, he's been fighting cream puffs. So this whole notion that Benavidez has been done dirty is complete horseshit. The guy's a cokehead. He loves KFC and jelly donuts. And that's why he lost his belt twice. And he's been given a 3rd opportunity.
In the history of boxing, when a boxer is stripped outside of the belt, especially for missing weight, they don't win the title. If the challenger beats them, they get the title. If they win, they don't get the title. However, in every occasion I can think of, that champion who was stripped on the scale, by default, gets put into the next match to fight for the belt he was just stripped of for missing weight. If he wins, he will fight for that belt in a vacated match as a challenger against whoever they deem should fight him. Every single time. Only with Benavidez, the WBC made an exception so Canelo could avoid him to fight for the belt in a vacated match.
I'll tell you why, though. I'll tell you why. No, I'll tell you why. It's one word. It's called franchise status. When you're given a franchise title, you've got the ability to fight for any vacant title, WBC title. No, at 160. No, a middleweight, he had the franchise. No, but that's what I'm saying, bro. At middleweight, he had the franchise title, right? So the franchise title, one of the things is you've got the ability to move up in weight and fight for a vacant belt. When Canelo and Callum Smith were fighting, originally the WBC was not on the line. It was Callum Smith's WBA super belt and the ring lineal title, right? At that time, a couple of months back, the WBC became vacated, right? But here's the problem. Benavidez couldn't fight for the belt again because Yildirim was already the mandatory. Yildirim was a mandatory 18 months before Canelo even entered the division. The Darrell fight was so controversial, the WBC, it was a very controversial fight. A lot of people thought Yildirim should have got the win over Darrell. When Yildirim's team put in a formal complaint and an investigation, the WBC, they rescored the fight and thought, you know what, it's very controversial. Let's reestablish Yildirim as the mandatory. That was between Yildirim and Benavidez. That situation dragged on for about a year. That's not Canelo's fault, bro. It's not Canelo's fault. Benavidez and Yildirim never fought.
They should have made the Yildirim Benavidez fight for the title into Kelvin. He did not lose the belt the second time for cocaine. That was the first time. He regained the title and then lost it on the scale due to weight issues, which I've already went over. I've already went over why cocaine and the franchise on the scales go hand in hand together. I've already gone over that several times.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the franchise status, right, is a stronger position than a basic contender position. So as a contender, he applied, and you're right. He put in the petition saying, "Look, I'm a former champion. Can I fight for the belt again?" Here's the problem: the WBC franchise title gives a champion, any fighter, special privileges. Right? It gives you the ability to have no mandatories, and it gives you the ability to fight for any vacant title in the division above or below. Canelo used this franchise muscle to fight for the vacant belt, and Callum Smith was actually the ring champion, #1 consensus. So the WBC said, "Look, we'll give you this. We'll give you this fight, right? You can fight for the vacant belt only if you fight for the WBC mandatory, which was Yildirim. Benavidez wasn't the mandatory. Avni Yildirim was the mandatory, right? So your situation of saying Avni and Benavidez should have fought for the vacant belt. Here's a problem, though. Canelo's WBC franchise status gives him more muscle and clout than Benavidez's basic contendership.
Here's the problem.
Well, okay, go ahead.
The franchise didn't even exist until he fought Kovalev. That belt did not exist. And when that belt came into existence, Mauricio Suleiman reneged on his words several times. He contradicted himself, what that belt actually stood for, what that belt actually did, how it could be won, how it couldn't be lost. And then he kept adding to it to suit Canelo. It's all bullshit. I'll be right back. Okay. I gotta use the bathroom.
Well, my thing is this, right? Okay. Listen, okay, first of all, how many champions do you know? Like the way he laid his plan out, he said, look, I'm going to 168 and become undisputed. And he executed that plan to the T. How many other divisions do you know people could just do that like that? No one.
I think heavyweight Anthony Joshua.
No.
Anthony Joshua.
No.
Did it apart from the WBC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, and it didn't go his way. Like I said, as I stated before, nobody could just strategize that out and that happened like that. Now, as far as the 160, like what you were saying and everything, like it's just a lot with that, the 160 division is more of a historical division, but well, he was able to make history with being the first undisputed champ in that 168 division. But the thing is that somebody had said earlier, like some fighters don't have those like privileges, and I'm not saying that he didn't work hard to get where he's at, but some fighters just don't have that, And as far as I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let y'all talk. What's his name? Callum Smith. Callum Smith beat George Groves, right? Was it George Groves?
In the tournament, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, was he in the? Now, he was in the full tournament.
Yeah. He was in the Super Series with George Groves, Eubank Jr. I think a couple of other guys. I think Rocky Fielding might have been there as well. I'm not sure.
Right. Because I always felt like it was like he won. It was like he won and everything, but it was like he was linear or whatever. But he still hadn't fought like a lot of the other 168 pounders. But I get okay. At that time, he was consensus #1. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
he was ahead of Benavidez. He was ranked ahead of Benavidez. Callum Smith was ranked ahead of Benavidez. So when people say Benavidez was the #1 guy, I feel like they're not being honest though, because Benavidez was never the #1 guy. Callum Smith was always the Ring of Lineal champion. He won the tournament. He had the best resume, and he had 2 belts. So yeah, he was #1, not Benavidez.
But okay, he beat George Groves, right? Didn't George Groves get injured in that or something?
Yeah, before the fight, think when he fought Eubank Jr., he blew out his shoulder, so he took some time off.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
I just don't think he did enough, Callum Smith at 168. So, but he did it in a sense in the tournament, so I get it. Yeah.
He did more than Benavidez, though. He did more than Benavidez.
He also got a robbery win over John Ryder as well.
It was a close fight, bro. Just like Ronald Graville. I mean, here's my problem. No one brings up Ronald Graville, the split decision, where Benavidez is put on his ass, and no one brings that up. But with Callum Smith is, look, if you scored it for John Ryder, then guess what? Canelo's a fight John Ryder, and they'll clear that situation up. So he's making you happy.
No, and he said he's such a good fighter. I'm saying I like him as a fighter. If why you gonna stand there and let him just punch in your arm and not do nothing?
Okay, so Tony, answer me this, bro. Callum Smith, Danny Jacobs, and the undefeated Zach Parker, who was interim champion, Olympian, and a big favorite. Is that not a better run than whatever Charlo, Andrade, and Benavidez are doing? Has John Ryder over the last couple of years not been on a tougher run than Benavidez, Andrade, and Charlo?
Probably.
I mean, I've never discredited John Ryder. I think John Ryder has gotten the shit end of the deal, like kind of like Gabe Rosado early in his career, won fights but lost them on the scorecard. So I'm not saying the John Ryder fight's a bad fight, but at the end of the day, Benavidez is the two-time WBC champion. In my opinion, in order for you truly to deem yourself the best, you're undisputed, then beat the real motherfucking WBC champion. That's all you got to do.
He is the real WBC champion, though.
How can he beat him? Over politics.
How can Canelo beat the WBC champion if all he has to do is look in the mirror and see the WBC champion?
I said the real two-time WBC champion. The real two-time. Canelo got that shit over politics, period. He had a creative belt that was really, truthfully, is the Canelo belt. The same belt that people bash on Deontay Wilder back, but Wilder turned down. He said, I'm not taking that bullshit.
They never offered it to him, though. They never offered it to Wilder. He's not unified.
Yeah, they did. Mauricio was talking about it. Deontay Wilder came out in a press conference and said, I'm not going to take that bullshit. And then on top of it, they tried to do the Bridgerweight belt for Deontay Wilder, and he also turned that shit down.
Yeah, because we know Deontay Wilder is all about legacy, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, as bad as people bash on him, he turned that shit down.
Here's the problem. He was never formally offered it. Mauricio Sullivan talked about at heavyweight, they might implement the belt for the undisputed fight, right? So when AJ and Wilder fought, which they never did.
Okay.
I think, bro, if you just admit you don't like Canelo, because you can't give fighters like Benavidez credit, a guy that has not busted a fucking grape in his career, and hate on Canelo. Like, come on, bro, you can't have it both ways. So Canelo,
again,
he's got the best resume of his era, but he still needs to do more. But guys like Benavidez, who can't put down the KFC, who can't put down the cocaine, who keep fighting bums, he's a gangster.
Okay, you give Canelo credit, and I got it. He's got some good wins. However, when it comes to the best guys at the division, he always seems to find a way around them.
He's only fought the best guys.
Find a way around them. He didn't want to fight. He went for Bivol, who only had one title. He could have went for Betterby, who had two titles at the time, because that was before he beat Joe Smith Jr. to get his third title. He could have went there. If he was really about legacy, he could have went for the guy who was already unified. He chose not to. He could have fought Andrade for Undisputed, because Undisputed, according to him, was the biggest and best thing he could do, because that's all he could talk about at 168. However, he wasn't talking about Undisputed anything until Benavidez got stripped. He wouldn't fight Andrade. He won't fight Benavidez. He went for the weakest champion when he went up to 175, a guy who was on his last legs. Then when he went back up there, he went for who he thought was the weakest champion, and he got his ass whooped. That's my problem. He's got good wins. Beat him. That's all he's got to do. Beat Benavidez. Beat him.
Tony.
This is my problem with what you're saying, right? Bivol and DAZN came to the table, right? So Bivol and DAZN came to the table.
This whole time. Go ahead, AJ.
Do you think Benavidez beats Canelo?
Probably not, but that's not the point.
No. I think he's got it's a chance. I'm not sure honestly anymore because.
But Tony, what's a harder fight? Canelo fighting Benavidez at 68 or Canelo fighting Dimitri Bivol at 175?
I think Bivol was the harder match.
Okay, so that's the deal he took, right? There were 2 deals on the table. Unless ESPN came to the table and offered him $100 million deal for 2 fights, which was never made public, right? Here's a problem, right? He had 2 deals on the table, right? When he was a free agent, right? ESPN and Bob Arum, they could have came to the table, bro. They never. So you're honestly telling me that Canelo defending his 168 belts against Benavidez is a tougher fight than Canelo moving up to 75 and fighting Bivol?
I'm not telling you it's a tougher fight. What I'm telling you is when you think about the greats, no. When you think about the greats, all the greats beat the best guy at their division.
He's already done it, though.
Hold on. Floyd Mayweather Jr. was never undisputed, but he was always the man because he beat the best in every division he was in. Manny Pacquiao was never undisputed, but he blazed the guys who were the best. It always seems like Canelo gets a pass when he finds a way to use politics to tiptoe around the guys.
Oh my God, bro. At 154, Erislandy Lara was the #1 dog. At 160, Gennady Golovkin was the #1 dog. At 68, Callum Smith was the #1 dog, bro. You're not being honest. At 154 pounds, Erislandy Lara.
Hold on, you said
Andrade was not ahead of.
You think Callum Smith is better than David Benavidez?
See, bro, I'm telling you right now, at 175, if Callum Smith and David Benavidez, Callum Smith will put that fat boy in a fucking body bag, bro. I'm telling you right now. The way Callum Smith is knocking everyone out cold at light heavyweight, bro, that fat piece of shit will get squashed at light heavyweight. I'm telling you. And I'm willing to bet you, bro.
They're fighting at 168.
I'm saying Callum Smith has left the division, though, right? So if they fight at 175, Benavidez and Callum Smith, I'm willing to take any bet that Callum Smith will put Benavidez in a body bag.
They're not.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
And the thing about that is, hold on. IB. Go ahead and say something. Nice living room. I see it. See the lights.
My man got a nice view, bro.
Oh, that's lovely.
Vacation.
That's lovely.
Okay. We going on a tour. I don't know if we.
Yeah, IB always be chilling.
He must be out in Vegas somewhere.
My youngin always be chilling. Look at him.
Nice.
He be stunting too. Look at you with the pretty ladies. He always had a nice looking young man with the pretty ladies.
He must got Canelo over there.
But Tony, you reminded me of something. How you said that Canelo was always finding a way to avoid the tough stuff, like
drinking good.
When Canelo had the WBC belt, right, at middleweight when he beat Miguel Cotto, and Triple G and Canelo got ordered, what did Canelo do?
He didn't fight him at that time.
Yeah, he did eventually, but he could have fought him then. He didn't.
Yeah, he didn't at that time.
Why? I wonder why.
Because Triple G was at his pinnacle, his peak, at his best.
Boom. There you go.
Oh yeah, what didn't didn't Canelo drop his belt way back then? I remember.
Yeah, he got ordered to fight Triple G and he vacated the belt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you know what?
Why he did fight him? He didn't fight him a year later.
For me,
he didn't fight him then when he could have.
For me, Jimmy, and in the panel.
Sorry.
For me, Jimmy, I don't count the franchise shit. So I never was with it from day one. And it has went through some changes or whatever, because, and I'm glad Devin Haney, I got much respect for the young man. He cleaned that up.
Yeah. But my thing is this, though. So I feel like Tony is having double standards, because he said Floyd Mayweather fought everyone. Bro, Floyd Mayweather never fought an undefeated Keith Thurman. Floyd Mayweather never fought Marguerite or Paul Williams. Floyd Mayweather never fought Sergio Martinez. Floyd Mayweather waited about 1,000 years to fight Manny Pacquiao. You cannot use Floyd Mayweather as an example.
Floyd Mayweather was never 160 pounds.
Wait, let's go about one by one.
He said wait 1,000 years.
Same Margarito who loaded his gloves. That Margarito?
Did we know that back then?
Manny Pacquiao didn't want to take the shots, so that's why that fight got delayed.
Yo, wait.
What
exactly.
was it? Was it the money split? Was it Bob Arum? What was it?
Hold on. Let me touch on these. The same. So we know Margarito, the same Margarito that had loaded gloves. That's who you're talking about.
Did we know that back then, though?
No, let me
Tony,
finish.
did we know that back then, though?
Let me finish.
Okay, what about Paul Williams?
No, let me finish.
Right.
The same
Right.
Manny Pacquiao, the same Manny Pacquiao who Freddie Roach came out and said, we didn't take the fight when it was first offered to us. We messed it up because Manny didn't want to take PED tests. That same Manny Pacquiao.
Can I rebut that?
Paul Williams is the only one out of all those I'll give you. I'll give you Paul Williams.
I think he
did
avoid
when Paul Williams was calling out Mayweather, he really hadn't done anything yet. He was kind of like a Teofimo Lopez without the titles. And I love Paul Williams. I love him. And it's a tragedy. He was paralyzed in Atlanta, Georgia on his motorcycle. I hate it for him because the dude was However,
wait a minute.
Wait, I'm not done.
I'm
not done. Let me finish. When Keith Thurman was calling out Mayweather, he wasn't the number one guy. Mayweather was in the twilight of his. No, he wasn't. Mayweather was in the twilight of his career. Let me finish. Mayweather was in the twilight of his career, and the number one guy at the division was Kell Brook at the time.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. Kell Brook was the number one guy until he lost to Earl Spence.
Keith Thurman was Floyd Mayweather's mandatory for a long time. He chose not to fight him. He chose to fight Marcus Maidana, a flat-footed, typical pressure fighter, right? A flat-footed.
Adrian Broner for his.
How was Kell Brook over Keith Thurman?
Because when Kell Brook beat
that's debatable. But he didn't. Guess what? He didn't fight Keith. Did he fight Kell Brook then? Is that what you're saying? So Floyd Mayweather fought an undefeated Kell Brook, yeah?
Kell Brook never called him out.
Okay, bro. Kell Brook never called out.
And the thing is, the big point.
Robert Guerrero got a shot, though. Andre Berto got a shot. Robert Guerrero, Andre Berto, Victor Ortiz.
And Kell Brook came up. Mayweather was in the twilight of his career. He was at the end. He was fighting the Andre Berto. His career.
So why did Floyd Mayweather take a 3-year layoff, bro? He took a 3. Listen, when the big dogs are out, you're not let me make my point, bro.
We're running with.
We got Floyd fan in there, bro. Listen, this is my point, bro. When Floyd Mayweather was on WWE and Dancing with the Stars, the big dogs that welterweight were barking hard, bro. You had Paul Williams, you had Margarito, you had the undefeated Miguel Cotto. These guys are all going at it, bro. Where was Mayweather, WWE, and Dancing with the Stars? When he came back, bro, who did he fight? Fucking Juan Manuel Marquez at lightweight. Instead of fighting guys like fucking Paul Williams, Antonio Margarito, or prime Manny Pacquiao, right? With the whole Pacquiao situation, bro, what is it? Was it the drug testing? As soon as Pacquiao agreed,
fight, man.
bro, listen, you're not letting me finish, bro. Let me make my point. As soon as Pacquiao said yes to drug testing, it was 60-40. Bro, what? I'm asking you, what was it? 50 Cent even said Floyd scared of Manny Pacquiao, bro. When Manny Pacquiao agreed to drug testing, what did Floyd Mayweather say? I don't work with Bob Arum. That's what he fucking said, bro. As soon as Manny Pacquiao got knocked out by Marquez, bro, guess what? Floyd started liking Bob Arum, bro.
When did Manny Pacquiao agree to the drug test?
Bro, listen, at that point, bro, drug testing was not normal, right? You're right. There was a back and forth.
Okay. So you said Manny Pacquiao agreed to the drug test. I'm asking, when did Manny Pacquiao agree to the drug test? Because
bro, I can show you
when he agreed to it. I can show you articles when Manny Pacquiao said, "Hey, I take the last shot 30 days out." Is that what you're talking about?
Bro. Listen, you've got to agree to whatever the protocol is, isn't it? You got to agree to a program, whatever. Manny Pacquiao agreed to drug testing, bro. Floyd Mayweather said it. He said it's got nothing to do with drug testing. I don't want to work with Bob Arum, bro. So I feel like you're out here trying to, I don't know, get your flow-mo, like shield ready or whatever you're doing.
He was working with Bob Arum when he was.
He still worked with Bob Arum when he fought him, bro. He still worked with Bob Arum when he fucking fought him 7 years later.
Why did you use that excuse that he didn't want to work with Bob Arum when
because he said that? Because Floyd Mayweather said that, bro. He said, "I'm not fighting Manny Pacquiao. It's on Fight Hub. It's on Fight Hype. It's on fucking ESPN, bro. It's everywhere." He said, "I don't do business with Bob Arum."
First round of negotiations, was he working with Bob Arum? Yes or no?
Listen, bro. When Manny Pacquiao agreed to what you're claiming, right? This is what you got. This is the hill you want to die on, right? Drug testing. When Manny Pacquiao agreed to drug testing, the motherfucker turned around and said,
"He ain't even going to answer the question."
He's not. He's not. He's gonna.
What is it? Is it drug testing? Is it what is it?
Hey, no, but that was 5 years later though, Jimmy. That was 5. Like the fight should have been happened, bro. I'm scared of needles. It makes me feel fatigued. After, like, come on, Manny made a lot of excuses. That's neither here nor there. We don't know if it was. We don't know if it was covering up. Listen, we don't know. We don't know if it was covering up PED use. We don't know what it was, but it was excuses though.
Okay, so when Floyd
We don't know.
sued,
We don't know if it was covering up PED use. We don't know, but we know Manny Pacquiao was making a lot of excuses that really didn't add up. If you really want to make a fight of this magnitude, it happened 5 years later than it should. All right, Jimmy, go ahead. I don't do
what's in the IV? Man. Hey, Jimmy, let me ask you this question. What's in the IV?
They can use it as a masking agent. Bro, listen, I know what the IV is made of. Listen, you can use it as a mask. Why is it okay? Why is excessive?
What is the IV
bro,
made up of?
Listen, why the fuck did you need an extension, bro? Why do you need a pass for it though? Why is it illegal? The reason why it's illegal is because it's used as a fucking masking agent. That's why.
Who told you that? Where'd you get that from?
Don't worry, man. I told you, bro.
I understand you don't like Floyd Mayweather. That's cool. But what I'm just trying to say is that I'm asking you what is
No, I mean, you want to criticize Canelo, bro, for the same shit Floyd was doing. But you got no problem sucking his dick.
I'm asking you a question. What's in the IV? What is the IV made up of? Do you know?
Listen, bro, it varies what you listen. Okay, why was it banned, though? You tell me this. Why was it banned?
Instead
of giggling, bro. Give me some
IV was banned?
Instead of giggling.
Here's the thing.
An IV was banned?
I can answer this. I know what he's talking about. I can answer.
He shouldn't have been.
But Bo, you go ahead and finish, and I'll answer his question if you can.
No, I mean he said the IV was banned. When have an IV ever been banned? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You said it was a banned IV because the article will prove that it's not banned.
No. That's not true at all. The levels he was using, right? The excessive amounts of fluid that he was using is typical when you use it as a masking agent to flush your system out. If you're using excessive PEDs, right? That's why it was illegal, right? And he broke VADA protocol. But he got, a retroactive exemption for it, right? So why did he need an exemption for following the rules?
Where did he?
He doesn't take VADA. He used USADA.
USADA, yeah. Where did he
break the
protocol? Because they approved of it. They didn't approve of it.
Why would you prove something? No, but why would you prove? Why would you need an extra note to prove something if it's not dodgy?
Okay, so can I speak on this now? Y'all done?
Go ahead.
So IVs in themselves can be illegal after a fight, cannot be illegal after a fight. However, the argument that was being made for Floyd Mayweather was not an IV bag, was not a saline bag by itself. They added vitamins to it. The reason for this was supposedly, allegedly, he was severely dehydrated after the fight. So they gave him it. Now, on the flip side, what Jimmy is saying is true. When you take intravenously an IV through with vitamins in the IV bag, what it does is it can clog up your cell receptors. So if they do a blood test, if you did have something in your system, more than likely it won't pick it up. It'll just pick up whatever vitamins, thus why it's called a masking agent. However, when you are severely dehydrated, it is protocol. When saline is not enough, they will add the vitamin mix to it. So being that he got an exemption for it, I am going to assume medically there was a doctor there. I don't know. This is assumption. And that's why they gave it to him, because of the dehydration, the level that he was at after the fight.
Well, no, it wasn't after the fight, bro. It was before the fight.
No, it was after the fight. It was after.
No, it was after.
Okay, but why did he need a backtracked exemption, though? Why not just tell the commission then? Now, what were you doing at that time that you didn't want the world to know? Why was it only after you flush your system out you were willing to, go to the doctors and all that stuff? I don't know, bro. It don't make no sense. I mean, this guy's shooting up steroids in his hands. He's flushing the system out.
I mean, we could come up with a whole bunch of conspiracy theories. We could say, how come Manny Pacquiao wasn't knocking nobody out ever since they asked for that drug test to begin with?
How come Floyd Mayweather took a plea when Manny Pacquiao sued him? So when Manny Pacquiao sued him for defamation,
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter though.
It does matter.
Manny Pacquiao haven't
gotten it changed everything, bro.
Where has Manny Pacquiao
I know Floyd used to taking a plea, bro.
Since that first
I don't know, bro. Whether it's coming to beating his wife in front of his kids, whether it's accusing people of drugs, the motherfucker loves taking the plea, bro. But you out here defending him, so all right.
So here's the thing, Jimmy. All right. Whether Mayweather was sued or not is irrelevant to the fact of what somebody could have been doing. The reason why he was sued is because he lacked evidence. If you lack evidence, then it goes into defamation. If you're in defamation, then you'll lose in court. That has no bearing on if somebody was actually doing it. The only bearing that is You stated this about me without any facts. I can prove that you caused this much damage to my brand. Now, because you caused this much damage to my brand, you owe X amount of dollars. That's what happened because he was making blanket statements without proof. You can't do that.
Yep. Well, you should have come with proof though instead of opinions, though, innit, bro?
What I can tell you, Jimmy, is Freddie Roach out of his mouth said that one of Manny Pacquiao's trainers used to put stuff in his water that he felt like shouldn't be there. I can't tell you that in the interview. Freddie said that.
I know Alex Ariza. Yeah, no, the same guy that Floyd hired. No, I remember, bro. The same guy Floyd brought into his training camp. I remember, bro. So, you know, you should double think that before you play that card, bro. Because Alex Ariza was in Floyd's gym as well, bro. So, you know.
I got you. But at the end of the day, neither one of them got caught on PED. So you can't say either one did it or either one was masking it because neither one got caught on it.
I think, but they were both on drugs, bro. If I'm 100% honest, I think they're both using PEDs.
Then it's nil and it's even, and Manny got his ass.
We can make speculations, but they never got caught. So that's how I look at it.
No, but
right. We got to talk. We got to talk about the facts and the reality. The reality is neither of them. You know, we can't debunk reality. That's all, Jimmy. You can't debunk reality, bro. Like, you feel me? If you bring some facts, okay, that's cool. But you can't debunk what's real, bro.
But Jimmy, what I will tell you is when I was young, I got a tattoo on my arm, just like Manny Pacquiao has tattoos. If I was scared of needles, I would have never got that tattoo on my arm. So obviously, being that I have tattoos, I was never scared of needles. So tell me how a man
you juicing though. Tony juicing over there. Tony juicing. Capri Sun.
I've said this a million times. I'm the only person that I know that works out on a regular. I've said this a million times. If my channel ever blows up, if I get 100,000 subs in a plat, whenever these other channels call out juicers, I am willing to take a test 24/7 any day of the week. You will never see me lose strength. You will never see me lose size. I will take the test as long as that person pays for it. And then whenever I pass, I want $10,000. I will take a steroid test 24/7, 365.
But Tony, do you not feel like the excuses kept dragging on? So, okay, no matter whose fault, but first of all, Floyd Mayweather had never asked an opponent for drug testing before Manny Pacquiao, but fans will leave that out in it. That's why it took so long. He never asked an opponent.
What do you mean? Floyd is the reason why drug testing is so prevalent in boxing. He tested everybody.
No, it was a Manny Pacquiao rivalry that started the drug testing, right?
No, it didn't. He was testing before Manny. He is the reason. He is the legit reason why testing is so prevalent in boxing.
Okay, but can I say something to you, Jimmy?
So he had drug testing for the Zab Judah fight, right? He had the Olympic-style drug testing when he fought Baltimore. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you can.
Check it, right?
Yeah.
I see why, Bob is Floyd did great with Bob. I get it. But I see why he didn't want to work with him at some point. Because when Mayweather told him, I want my name in lights, on the marquee or whatever, how like in Vegas, like how De La Hoya's name was up there, he told him that'll never happen. Like, when you got a joker like that that's trying to, when you're a young person, they want to kill your dreams, I don't blame him. And then he left, became who he is today, Money Mayweather, and we made it. He made it. You know what I'm saying? I told him to kiss my ass too.
I agree with you. I don't really care about Bob Arum. No, I don't give a shit about Bob Arum. I don't like him. But my thing is this, though. Why is it when it's Manny Pacquiao and Antonio Margarito, dangerous fights the fans want, he's got a problem with Bob Arum? Right.
Both of those guys are two ATGs, Hall of Famers. They're greats.
I mean, he got Oscar De La Hoya, though. He says he hates Oscar, but he's working with him, though. But I don't know.
Oscar De La Hoya was the one who helped him get out the situation with Bob Arum.
Was he a millionaire before he signed to Bob Arum, Floyd Mayweather?
Maybe a couple of million here and there.
So,
but
he was a millionaire.
Yeah, he was a millionaire. Yeah, but when he beat Oscar,
why did he get the podium and thank Bob Arum? No, what? Do you know the Pacquiao Mayweather fight? When he got to the podium, why did Floyd Mayweather thank Bob Arum?
Why did he what now?
Why did he thank Bob Arum? You're in the Pacquiao Mayweather press conference. You got on stage and thanked Bob Arum for everything he did in his career.
Well, it's business.
These guys are hugging each other.
That's business.
I don't know, man.
It's business.
When it came to Pacquiao,
you can't take everything verbatim.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I feel like there's a lot of excuses. I mean, 1 minute it was the money wasn't right, then it was drug testing, then it was I don't like Bob Arum. As soon as Manny Pacquiao got knocked out by Marquez, it was like, why the fuck is that fight? I don't know, man.
Look, Jimmy.
Come on. It's a weird coincidence, though, right?
The bottom line is this: Floyd beat Manny with such ease, it wouldn't have mattered when they fought.
Ease, bro. His own father was saying,
really is this. Hey, hold up, Jimmy. This is really the reality, though. You said some real shit, Tony, but this is really the reality. Floyd Mayweather's resume is so solid, you can't do nothing but try to find one thing or two things to nitpick about it. To be truthfully honest with you, your favorite fighter today ain't fucking with Floyd's resume, brother.
But here's my problem, though, IB. And I respect Floyd. He's at ATG, in my opinion, the greatest defensive boxer of all time. But why criticize Canelo for the same things fans get emotional over when Floyd did it? When Floyd did it, I don't have a problem. These guys are all defending Floyd's career moves. But when Canelo does similar things, they're crying and bitching.
Jimmy, I do agree that he avoided Paul Williams. I will agree with that one. But you know who else avoided Paul Williams? Shane Mosley, Manny Pacquiao, Oscar De La Hoya. Like a lot of people avoided Paul Williams. He was a problem.
Ooh, yeah. Cook on that, Bo. Cook on that.
There's no problem, though. I like to be consistent. So I'm not going to criticize Floyd Mayweather for something that I defend or like for.
But honestly, you go down the list of all greats, right? They're all, you're going to find something, some fight, some person that they could have fought and taken a fight with. It's common with everybody. You know what I mean? But to compensate, they also have a lot of good fighters on their resume.
Yeah. Maybe I don't like him as the whole, when he was hating on Muhammad Ali and stuff. That left a sour taste.
Yeah, while his comments were asked when he was talking about he's better than Ali. I wasn't feeling that.
Yeah, for sure. It ain't too many people Floyd ain't fought though that he could have fought. I give you the Paul Williams shit. I give you that for sure.
What's up, Tony?
Margarito, them okay, you know, but Paul Williams for sure. I give you that for sure. But he done fought some tough competition, bro. Some tough competition, bro.
You see the video where Margarito called him out to his face and he looked scared?
I said Margarito. I said that too. Yeah, for sure. But
yo,
why didn't the fight happen? Why didn't the fight happen, Jimmy? Why didn't the fight happen with Margarito? Can you tell us that?
Sorry. Was that after Cotto? Who want to fight him? After Cotto.
And how can you fight a Cotto? And how can you fight somebody like Cotto and duck a Margarito and really not want to fight him? Come on, you see what I'm saying though? They really don't add up. If you can fight a Cotto, you can definitely fight somebody like Margarito, bro.
What's that?
Hey, I just want to say this for the record, Jimmy. I just want to say this for the record. Mayweather outlanded Manny Pacquiao in 10 out of the 12 rounds. 10 out of the 12 rounds. And you go tell me
why was his own dad saying they're losing the fight? No, why was
they said that was his toughest fight. They said that was his toughest fight. I said it was either Castillo or Emmanuel Augustus. Everybody tried to tell me, it was Manny Pacquiao. I said, man, that was easy work for real. Emmanuel Augustus or Castillo was his hardest fight to me.
I thought Castillo was definitely his hardest fight.
I remember Floyd Sr. crying in the corner saying, what the fuck you doing? You're losing the fight.
Okay, so listen to this. I don't care what his dad was saying. I watched the fight and I knew it was a landslide victory for Mayweather because he beat him.
Come on, no landslide victory, bro.
Wait. Jimmy. Let's just look at the facts. The fact is Mayweather landed 148 punches to Pacquiao's 81. He damn near landed double the shots. Manny Pacquiao only landed at a 19% punch ratio. Mayweather 34, damn near double the land percentage. Mayweather also landed more power shots in the fight. It was a landslide victory. It was not even hard.
It wasn't hard, bro. His daddy was crying in the corner for a reason, bro. You had Mayweather running.
What website? What source is that, Tony? What source is that, Tony? That you looked that up on?
There was Boxing Scene with the CompuBox.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. My thing is this though. I feel like if you're the aggressor and you're landing the bigger power shots, you should get some credit. That's why Floyd Senior was screaming, saying, "Floyd, why are you running from this little guy? You're losing."
But it doesn't matter. Whenever they're far few in between, there's several rounds where Manny only landed 4 or 5 punches, and Mayweather was landing double digits on him. Like,
okay.
you're not. I don't care. I don't care if you land 2 hard shots. If you land 2 hard shots and I land 20 shots on you, you've lost that round.
Okay, so who's getting rocked though? So when Pacquiao was landing the big left hands and Mayweather was stumbling on the ropes, you had Mayweather winning those rounds.
You're talking about one moment in a 12-round fight.
So that's my original point, right? I'm saying you're giving Floyd a pass for things you're hating Canelo for, right? So you're saying Paul Williams and Sergio Martinez and Tony Margherita, those fights didn't mean shit, but David Benavidez is the ultimate gangster. Right? I don't get it.
I never heard him say
we never said David Bennett was the ultimate boxer.
No, but I'm just saying, like, the emotional rebuttal to Floyd not fighting these guys compared to the like consistent hate for Canelo. I don't get it, bro. Like,
there's only 2 people in the history of Mayweather that you could argue that he dubbed. Two, that's it. That is Paul Williams, as was stated, and who nobody brought up, Costa Tszyu. Here's the problem with Costa Tszyu.
I don't think
Mayweather knocked the guy out that knocked him out in Ricky Hatton.
Yeah, I don't think he ducked Costa Tszyu either.
Yeah, Costa Tszyu actually ducked Mayweather. He didn't want to fight Mayweather.
But bro, look at Mayweather's welterweight run though.
There's an argument where people will argue that Mayweather ducked Costa Tszyu because he moved up without fighting him. However, Mayweather knocked the guy out that knocked him out.
Okay, I didn't bring Costa Tszyu up, but my thing is this though. In your opinion, you think guys like Baldomir, Victor Ortiz, Guerrero, all these guys that was fighting, Ricky Hatton moving up from 140, Marquez moving up from 135, they were better fights than legitimate, dangerous welterweights like an undefeated Miguel Cotto, Margarito, Paul Williams.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. What weight class did Mayweather start at?
130.
No, I'm saying when he was at welterweight.
130.
Before Baldomir, right? What weight class did Canelo start at?
Nah, I just want.
So what weight class did Canelo start off at? So what weight class did Canelo start off at? I want you to say it.
140.
Welterweight?
Yeah. Nah, he started off at 140, but
140.
He was 15 years
old.
Canelo
was a kid. He was a teenager. He was a teenager.
The double standards are fucking crazy, bro.
What
double standards?
What double standards?
No, Jimmy, you made a completely different argument. You said Mayweather was fighting smaller men, and I said, what weight class did he start at? No, Jimmy, we have not sat here and made the argument that Canelo was fighting smaller guys. That's a completely different argument, what you just tried to get into.
No, I'm saying you guys are complaining and giving him a pass.
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining.
I'm not complaining, Jimmy. Jimmy,
me either.
Nah, you're definitely complaining, bro. Whoever it is, the other guy, the American.
What's that?
Bro. You're giving that.
Like, it's really not that deep. We're just stating facts and just comparing them. That's all we're doing.
It is. There's no emotions involved.
That's all we're doing. There's no emotions. I mean, the only person who's getting emotional, Jimmy, I think is you. No offense.
Yeah, Jimmy hot, man.
It really ain't that deep, my guy. You know?
My microphone's low, so I have to raise my voice quite a bit. I apologize if I offended anyone.
No, you haven't.
No. Hey, me personally, I was upset with the Floyd and Manny fight because I thought that they was gonna both bring it, and it just was lackluster to me.
I mean, but I'm with Tony. I think if they fought years prior in 2010, Floyd still would have won. It would have been more competitive, but Floyd still would have won based on styles. Mm-hmm. That's it. Would have been more competitive though. So
yeah, bro. Yeah. I like Floyd Mayweather. Like, I get into debates with people when they say that he's not the greatest defensive fighter of all time. I give Mayweather a lot of credit, but my thing is this though: a lot of the fans that criticize Canelo will do the slip and slide when it comes to the fighters they like. And I use Mayweather as an example because he's the recent pound for pound king and face of boxing before Canelo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they'll give an excuse that he didn't fight Margarito because Margarito's gloves were loaded, even though we found out 7 years later, right? Or Baldomir was a good legacy move over Paul Williams, whatever way you want to slice it, right? I'm not saying anyone on this panel said that. I'm saying just like the consistency of boxing fans, right? So they'll say Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua should do 50-50 because Wilder brings, it's the biggest fight out there for Joshua. But when it comes to Bud and Spence, right? Same situation, undisputed, the biggest fight. Oh, no, Bud should take 20%. Like, there's a lot of capping and double standards in the boxing community. I think that's why I was getting a bit wound up.
Yeah, I agree with you on some stuff. Yeah, I well, if you're gonna go by age, but if it was gonna be at that time, I thought Vlad was a bigger win, but that's just me because he was a Hall of Famer. But now things are different. Because some of these guys may go into the Hall of Fame, but that was a different time. Yeah, but I'm just saying,
No,
like, go ahead.
No, because see,
no,
my
no.
point was when people.
Now I understand, Jimmy. You a critical boxing fan, and living in an unperfect world, I understand why, you're nitpicking a perfect record like Floyd Mayweather's record. You know what I'm saying? Because, like you said, Paul Williams. Okay, we can sit up here and debate. He didn't fight. Okay, it was a duck. This, and that. We can debate that, but being a critical boxing fan, I understand why you're trying to nitpick Floyd Mayweather's resume, and because he done fought the greats. So of course you're gonna try to search and find and that needle in the haystack. Okay, well he didn't fight him though. But my question is, why do we got to do that instead of just saluting the greatness of Floyd Mayweather? I know a lot of people don't like his personal business or whatever he do outside of boxing. I understand that. He braggadocious, he boastful, okay, whoopty whoopty woo. But we talking about boxing, so all I can go off is what he done in the ring. And I when it comes to selling on pay-per-views, hey Tony, you hear me? Him and Manny did 4.4, 4.6, whatever they said. We know he did over 4 million pay-per-views with Manny. That is crazy. Let me know who coming close to that, Tony.
But the thing
I don't
is,
know if we'll ever see that again.
all his pay-per-views, not just Manny. Like he
Bro,
got
hey, listen, the top 5 best-selling pay-per-views, Floyd on 4 of them bitches.
Yep, that's facts.
Was McGregor's number one though, or was it Manny?
It's Manny. I don't even think McGregor. I think McGregor after De La Hoya.
Okay.
Nah, McGregor is second.
McGregor second, and then De La Hoya third.
Yeah.
Sorry, people, sorry if I get people. I'm about to jump off for the night. I gotta eat some food, man. I'm starving.
Yeah, I gotta eat too. I gotta take a shower as well.
Yeah, I'm about to eat too.
All right, peace, AJ.
All right, y'all. Y'all take it easy.
I'm gonna do this though. I'm gonna do this for Bo. All right. Good night, AJ. Appreciate you hopping on.
Good night.
I'm glad you're getting off because that gives us all a reason to get off and eat some food. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let Bo close out the show. I like to do this every now and again. So, Bo, I'm gonna let you close it out. If you want to, link your channel in the chat. Let me hop over here real fast so you can link your channel. So people who don't know you can find you. And then I'll let you say it. So I'm gonna remove myself, remove Lisa, remove IB, remove Jimmy, and it's all gonna be you. And whenever you're done talking, we'll close the show. Lisa, I appreciate you coming on. IB, I appreciate you coming on.
All right. Thank you, Tony, for having me.
Yeah, for sure. Good looking for having me, Tony.
All right. Peace.
So let's get everybody on. Hey, Bo, your mic's mute. You're muted if you're talking. Close out the show, my dude. Advertise your All right, I don't know what happened to Bold. I was going to let him close it out, but it seems he's having some mic issues. I don't know if he walked away from the keyboard or whatnot. But on that note, I'm Tony's Reviews. I appreciate everybody typing in the chat, even though they concluded that I'm a hater. That's all right. I'll be that old man hater all day long. And this has been another one. Again, I appreciate everybody hopping on the panel, everybody in the chat. Y'all have a good night. Happy belated Christmas and a merry a happy new year. Not a merry new year. A happy new year. Have a happy new year. Good night, y'all. Oh, shit. If you're back, close it out. I was just about to end the stream, but I see you. Go ahead. Say your 2 cents. Post your link to your channel. Do what you want to do if you want to close it out. If not, I'm going to end it here. Okay. So I'm going to just ramble on then, I guess, until Bo gets upstairs. I got my phone right here. So if you post a link, I can accept it because I don't know if it's going to show it. So before you get up or before you close out the show, go ahead and put your link for the chat. We've been going a long time. Go ahead and end it. All right, so we're going to end it here. Like I said, everybody, y'all have a good night.